What's up, everyone? Here is a Watch Point Desk to tell you who impressed in the West over the past 2 days. Danny?
First team, we're already seeing in the back. It has to be Houston Outlaws. The past 2 days, we've been seeing a lot of Monkey. And if you're talking about Monkey, we have to mention Fearless, right? And Fearless is with Houston Outlaws. This team is just stacked. Of course, Fearless is such a great tank player, but everyone on that team is just phenomenal.
On the other hand, Atlanta Reign, though, looking clean so far with a quick 3-0 sweep over the New York Excelsior. Lip for MVP? That could definitely be the play. Chio and Fielder coming in here from Dallas Fuel into Atlanta Reign this year, and they look like they're fitting like a glove.
Yeah, and up next, I'm just going to talk about two very closely matched teams. We saw the Shock take down the Defiant in a nail-biting 5-map series as our season opener. Shock, they did edge out the win. They did make the comeback. However, Toronto Defiant was absolutely shooting back. This was a very close series. Arguably, Toronto Defiant could have won this 3-0 if they had taken that first map. So these are two teams we need to see more from. They're both going to be looking to prove their stuff as we get on later into the season.
Eight, 7,
6,
5, 4,
3,
2,
1.
Hello, hello. This is the Overwatch League Eastern Region kickoff for the spring stage. My name is Jaws, joined by the wonderful Buster to lead you through the first match of the day. Beautiful land environment to Scots, WDG Esports Studio, Seoul Dynasty, Seoul Infernal kickoff today.
Real people out there in the crowd. It's good to see. You know, we have that live audience. You know, to kick things off, we got the first ever Seoul Derby, Seoul Bowl, Seoul Saga. I don't know. The name is still up for grabs at this point. You know, we're just spitballing right now. But it's the first time that we're going to see these two Seoul teams go against each other. It's only poetic that it starts on land. Yeah,
so the Seoul Bowl. Okay, we're going to need a little bit of help maybe from people at home. What is your best? Is it an acronym? Is it an acronym? I don't know.
I don't think that's... No,
I don't think that's not how words work, I don't think. What is your best phrase to describe the Seoul Dynasty versus Seoul Inferno? I think it's the Seoul Bowl. That makes the most sense to me. But I'm sure it'll get a title. Avril and Seth, of course, later on will have their say. I am sure. No, it's a good time to be here. There's been a lot of changes through lots of different teams this season. And in the Eastern Region act is exactly the same thing. We're seeing crazy things. We're seing Flair on tank. Crying out loud, like we're seeing a lot of spooky things happening.
DM on support just for a little bit, but you know,
yeah, I mean,
he thought better of it.
Yeah, he thought better. He was like, actually, we did actually see a little pickup from Seoul Dynasty earlier on today as well. Bellasaria is coming to tank, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Here is the schedule for the East region, going through to the Mid-Season Madness Global Tournament here in June. So April and May, we have the stages, and then the Global Tournament, of course, kicks off in June, like I just said. And what's exciting about the Eastern region this time around as well, they're playing on land. They're playing on the in the WGG Esports Studio. I've been there myself, actually. Pretty nice little place. The cast is there too. That. And it looks pretty sick. And it is a pretty nice venue to be in. And having all the players there and all the fans holding up the signs, it's good to be back, that is for sure. And of course, Scott, who joined the Eastern teams this year, well, it was the Dallas Fuel. Charge, Spark, Dynasty, Infernal, and Dragons will be their opponents for this year.
Yeah, we're going to have to pour one out for the Chengdu Hunters, unfortunately, who will not be joining us in the Eastern region for this tournament so far. But I think the big change for the Eastern region with the Dallas Fuel moving across the pond after just winning the championship last year, it's got a lot of people worried for what does this mean for the Dallas Fuel, but also everyone else in the East is a little worried for what Rush and the Dallas Fuel are going to bring. But as you can see here, the map pool on your screen. Some interesting additions that we haven't seen much of in the Overwatch League. Obviously, the new map Shambali Monastery. We've seen bits and pieces in the West, but honestly, strategies are very erratic so far.
Yeah, it seems to be a little bit all over the place. A little bit of Ram, a little bit of Sig. Sometimes you can even run Rhine. Depends on what you're really feeling, to be really honest with you.
Some Junker Queen, you know, for better or worse.
Oh, God, the Junker Queen. It gives me nightmares, honestly. It just reminds me of the meta that we had last year, where it was only Junker Queen Rush. Fortunately, we're not seeing that anymore. But we might see a little bit of this. Maybe not.
Oh,
we'll
well.
See. All right, look, I'm trying to get the host up, okay? Like, come on.
Okay, you're right.
First season, come on. We might see some Life Weaver. Of course, there was a big patch the other day. Made him a little bit more fluid to play, Scott. His passive did get removed too. The little flowers that dropped on the ground, which enemies or allies could pick up after his death, that got removed. Healing increased on the tree. And his way he fires and way he heals is a little bit more like Moira now than it was before. Before you had to like switch weapons like you were Torb or Mercy to fire and heal. And it felt weird, it felt clunky, but luckily now he's been updated. He feels a lot more smooth, but there is a lot more supports on the table that do a little bit of a better job at keeping people alive. Ana, Brig, Mercy, Moira, all our changes this patch do.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight the Ana one, because that seems to be the most significant, and the Brigida one as well, because the Ana, the sleep duration nerf onto tanks, so tanks will actually get up quicker, which has been impactful so far in the matches that we've seen. And then obviously the IMAX shield that Brig has decided to pull out now. You know, she's been played a lot. I don't know if it's just because of the IMAX and the bash that is actually stunning, going back to Brig 1.0 a little bit, but you know, it's going to be a different look in the APAC region. We've heard rumors that they might be playing something different, but we also have some tank changes coming in here. We had the Cassidy health nerf coming in, reducing his health by 25. You know, we saw a lot of him in the prime, but less so ever since that health change. Then some slight changes to Reinhardt and Sigma's accretion as well. So few different pieces. We've seen a lot of diverse meta so far. It hasn't really come to one thing just yet, Jack.
Yeah, the cast Magne too, another big thing, and it's a bit more of a thing, I guess, in solo queue, because you know your healers aren't paying attention. Well, I'm not paying attention to you, that's for sure. Mine healing you, I'm busy doing damage. The Magnate doesn't one-shot anymore. When you hit a body shot, then they hit the Magnate, or the other way around. You need to do a little bit of extra damage on top of that to guarantee that kill. So it gives your healers a little bit of extra time, and yourself, of course, to try and get away from Magnate. We'll see if we do see some casts. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. We saw a little bit in the West, like you were mentioning. Scott. Here's the schedule as well for today. Me and Scott will bring you through Soul versus Soul. Yes, the Soul Bowl, Inferno versus Dynasty. And then we have Avril and Mr. Seth King bringing you through Fuel and Charge and Spark and Dragons a little bit later on.
Honestly, that Fuel Charge game has got me a little curious because there are concerns about this Dallas Fuel squad with the changes to the backline, Hanbin becoming that solo tank, while the Guangzhou Charge is really coming back with what they had at the end of last year. So both of those teams have a lot of question marks, and then obviously the very new iteration of the Shanghai Dragons that we talked about. You know, we have the Fleta tank coming out. I think everyone's waiting with bated breath to see if it's actually viable or what Moon's cooking with those guys. While the Hangzhou Spark, a fully Chinese roster, sort of the Chinese super team coming together, you know, Shy, Leave, everything that has been promised for so long. And
then we've got to see how well Fleta can do on tank. That is the question on everybody's lips. A literal legend on DPS is now playing
previous
tank.
MVP.
We'll see how it ends up, right? Yeah, dude, it's... Oh my god. Can we talk about that for a second? How did that work out?
Well, you know, if we're defending it just for a little bit, if we want to throw some copium out there for the fans of the Shanghai Dragons, Fleta did win MVP playing Echo. And Echo used to copy tanks. So by, you know, just some little, you know, strings attached, Fleta could make it work. But obviously it's very different when your ult charge doesn't go at 1,000,000% an hour. But we are starting to see the teams come out. The Soul Dynasty, the new iteration of it, Jack, walking on the stage.
Soul Dynasty. And there's the latest pickup right there in the middle. There's Bellis Rhea got picked up today. Pretty sick stuff, already getting thrusted on the stage. Of course, I will address the elephant in the room in just a moment. Prophet and Prophet, yes, the training weights are on, Scott, for me and you, on our first cast of the year. Thank you, Bellis Rhea. The Wrecking Ball will save us.
Wow, Void's main tank must have been that poor for them to really be on their knees praying that Bellis Rhea is here to save them. So honestly, it was such a great pickup because we know how great Void is as a player, as an off tank, but there were concerns, was he going to be able to play that Winston? Because they're going up against Soul Infernal, and here comes that squad. Our big boy Mag coming out as well, you know, an interesting addition to this Soul Infernal squad coming up with M3 and Zest, that DPS powerhouse.
Man. Best jerseys in the league, hands down. Ignore the tier list out there. That jersey is fire. Yeah, he completely rebranded. And if you're just joining us, by the way, and you're wondering what this team is, okay, what is happening right now?
I don't know what's going on. Okay, here we go. Right click. Oh, the 4K collat.
Oh my god. Disgusting stuff already. Put that on the stat card right now. Skewed first person to hit a 4K collat with the orbs.
Well, hey, this is what we've been missing. Honestly, I do miss this. You know, the walkouts were so prevalent in 2018, 2019. But now we got some LAN performances. We're back in the Korean region. Get a little bit of fun. And, you know, let's talk about Skewed on that Zenyatta as well, because he's an interesting pickup. He coming from the Glads.
Yeah, just before that, we'll jump into a Soul Hype video just to start us off.
같은 하늘 아래 태양이 두 개일 순 없습니다.
저희는 태양 옆에 있을 테니까 태양 아래에 계속 있으시면 될 것 같습니다. 저희가 진짜 근본이 살아있는 서울인 걸 증명해주는 자리인 것 같아요.
불필요한 동거인이 생겼다 생각하는데 저희가 내쫓도록 하겠습니다.
저희가 진짜 서울이기 때문에 별로 신경 안 쓰고 있습니다.
팀 서울이라 했을 때 서울 임페리얼 팀이 먼저 생각나는.
어차피 이기는 팀은 저희 팀이 될 거기 때문에 실력으로 먹어버리겠습니다.
외국 선수에게요. 그냥 마음 편히 질 생각하고 오셨으면 좋겠습니다.
제가 글래디 있을 때부터 저한테 지기만 하셨는데 동부에서도 어쩔 수 없이 제가 이겨야겠죠?
The Gladiators, they're going to hold on second point. A complete team kill on the Justice as they now sit on a match point.
제가 서부에 있을 때 블레디랑 했는데 근데 저도 슈님은 기억이 또렷진 않은데 스킬드님은 기억이 저도 잘 나질 않아가지고
상대 팀에도 저랑 이름이 같은 이제 클링 선수, 영훈 선수가 있는데 저희 임페리얼이 5위에 있다고 생각합니다. 다이너스티 팀이 명문이기 때문에 그래도 90점 정도라고 생각하고 저희 임페리얼 같은 경우는 더 객관화가 필요하지 않나. 작년에 제 별명이 상하이 드래곤즈랑 해서 좋은 경기를 보여줘가지고 드래곤 슬레이어라는 별명이 있었는데
Okay, this time he does not wait to pull the blade. He pulls it immediately, and it's 4 swift kills.
서울 다이너스티를 한번 썰어버려서 타이거 슬레이어라는 칭호를 한번 얻어보고 싶네요.
Deaths on Iziaki were at the hands of Zest completely shutting them down. Way too damn many. And I have the stat.
저희는 프로페 선수가 조금 멍청해서 걱정되긴 하는데 잘 쏘니까 믿고 있습니다.
지나거나 마킹이 돼서 킬이 안 나와도 이렇게 필요한 순간에 연달아 해주면요 미워할 수 없어요.
네, 프로피 선수 아마 긴장 많이 하셔야 될 것 같아요. 첫 경기부터 저한테 지고 싶지 않으시면 연습 많이 해오셔야 할 겁니다.
작년에 팔 다쳐서 한번 저희랑 경기 못 나오셨던데 건강관리부터 잘하시는 게 좋지 않을까 싶네요.
그 프로 듀오보다는 한 수 위라 생각하고요. 프로 듀오 분들이 저희 딜러들을 더 무서워하지 않을까.
한 3년 전에 저를 보는 듯한 느낌이 많이 들었었습니다. 뭐 위도우메이커만 잘하는 선수.
밀고 들어오는 이 선수
직접적으로 언급해 주실 정도로 유도가 많이 보여주셨던 것 같아요.
제 시로 모든 걸 평정해드리겠습니다.
6년째 서울을 대표하는 팀이죠, 저희가. 필라델피아 퓨전도 이뻤는데 왜 굳이? 감독님, 작년에 저희가 중요한 경기 때마다 항상 이겼었는데 올해도 잘 부탁드리겠습니다.
퓨전 우승을 하는 팀이 진짜 서울팀이지 않을까 긴장 많이 하셔야 될 것 같네요.
Holy, I missed those videos.
My.
Man.
Spicy.
Unbelievable. Dude, Korean production, go crazy. As always, that was ridiculous. The Seoul Derby is being labelled here, the match preview as well. This win rate, yeah, it's a little bit skewed, if you will, towards Seoul. 85% to 14.5. 1 and 6 for Seoul Infernal. My word. Yeah, they need to pick those numbers up.
Yeah, but a lot of things have changed since then, Jack. Seoul has picked up a lot of new rookies. They have a very different team. While you can tell just from that trash talk that we saw, Zest's got a chip on his shoulder there. He's coming after Profit in this match.
Yeah, he wants to be known as the Tiger Slayer again. We'll see if he can do just that in this series. Of course, it'll be the first one. Look, if this turns into a bit of rivalry, I'm down. I'm all for it. My favorite thing about that video, though, I will say, is Profit, the OG, calling Prophet not very smart.
Yeah, I was like, whoa.
He's not very smart, but he
He
aim
aimed good.
well. Yeah, it's like pure Grug brain. Like, they're a hit scam player. They're not very clever, but all good because they hit shot. And that's what counts, right?
That's what I like to call the Bren special. You know, that was really what Bren was known for. Is, you know, the Brito Maker would come out, head empty, hit shots. So, you know, it seems like some people are starting to take after him. But honestly, this match has so many storylines back and forth because as much as Seoul Infernal is, you know, newly rebranded, the Philadelphia Fusion and the Seoul Dynasty go way back when, and both of their coaches haven't really changed much heading into this season.
Wow, look at that.
Wow,
Man,
that's a
I
great
missed the
drawing.
green signs too. So, yeah, that's an unbelievable drawing. Prophet jersey there too. Not bad, not bad.
Seoul
like I said,
Korea?
I will address the Seoul Korea. Yeah, I will address the elephant in the room apart from the Seoul Korea jersey. Prophet and Prophet. Yeah, you're gonna have to give us a little bit of leeway with that one, especially when the fights come in. Yeah, so yeah, they're pretty similar names. Prophet and then Prophet, with an E and a T on the end instead of an I and a T. So yeah, it's gonna be a tough one, but all good, all good. It's annoying because they both play the same role too, but there you go.
Yeah, I feel like there should be a league rule against these types of things happening, but unfortunately not. We are seeing it right here.
Technically, Scott, actually, they're different words, so they're not the same. They're actually different. They got different meanings. So.
Okay, thank you, Jack. I really appreciate it. Well,
I'm recreating chat right now.
YouTube chat's coming to life before my very eyes. But the one thing that does stand out for me, and you know, maybe this is why this Seoul Dynasty team was bowing down, Belis Ria has officially been signed and announced just in the last 24 hours, it feels like. And he was known and he played last year as like this wrecking ball Winston player. So the fears and concerns of them not having a main tank are being quelled with Belis Ria in this lineup.
Yeah, that was the big question on everybody's lips. Can Void play everything? And now he doesn't necessarily have to, which is going to be all good for him. Let's have a look who their opponents are today. Of course, it's the Seoul Infernal. Brand new logo, brand new colors too, a brand new roster.
Yeah, Mag is the big person on your screen right now, known for his Winston. Didn't have that much success on the Washington Justice, but now coming back to a Korean team for the Seoul Infernal. Is he going to be able to provide that? Skewed coming in from the Los Angeles Gladiators, but now we start to get some familiar names. Fixer was retained from the Philadelphia Fusion, but the DPS duo, Jack, is on the tip of everyone's tongue for this team, with Zest just sniping people up and MN3 shooting from the backline.
Yeah, the Tiger Slayer. He wants to keep that title, I would imagine. Of course, this is the clip that really stood out to a lot of people. MN3's Ashe play. And he even mentioned it in the video there too, Scott. He just wants to show up on the Ashe, and it's definitely his best hero. Maybe we'll see a little bit of that today. Of course, we'll have to wait and find out. Normal rules, by the way. It's going to be control first. We'll see what map it's going to be in just a moment. Players just getting warmed up on the stage, though. It's going to be a good time. A couple little fans there as well. It's quite hot in here too. At the time my AC on, it was about 500 degrees it felt like. Can't imagine how boiling it is in that room right now. There's a lot of people coming out to show their support and show their respect to.
Yeah, and it's awesome to see the fans, and you know, the Korean fans. You know, it has just been announced by the Overwatch League as well that for the mid-season madness we will be coming back to Korea as well. So these fans have a lot to look forward to, and you know, they've been passionate, they've been so excited throughout the history of time. But it feels like, you know, we've been very North America focused for the Overwatch League. But it's cool to be able to see Seoul Korea be represented so much, especially with two different teams right now.
I'm trying to see if I can decipher some of the words, but my Korean's not that good, unfortunately.
Isn't that deep?
It doesn't stretch that far, unfortunately. Don't worry, I can still order things in restaurants, so we're all good. We're chilling, we're chilling.
Another thing Jake gets up on you, Jaws, unfortunately.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes. It do be like that. It's all good. I'll brush up this year. All right, Seoul Infernal's roster. MN3 and Zest, we spoke about them. Mag 2, kind of a legend coming from Runaway or many moons ago at this point, Scott, and didn't really live up to that massive hype that he had coming in. So maybe some brand new colors and a brand new team will help him do just that. Skewed, of course, absolute legend on the Gladiators, mainly for his brick, but a little bit of Zen play we saw there as well. And Fixer will round out the lineup for Infernal.
Yeah, and that's the big question that we have for Skewed. We know how talented of a brig player he was for the Los Angeles Gladiators, but he was always playing behind shoes, so we very rarely got to see his flex support played. So now he's the guy for these guys as the flex support. He has to be able to stretch his legs and show what he has to go. And he's going up against 2 flex supports from the Seoul Dynasty as well, with Lee Soo-min and Krillin, but this is the big matchup that everyone's excited for. Prophet the GOAT, known for his Tracer, going up against Zest, who is just an aggressive Tracer who's going to be running at you.
Yeah, it's literally young versus old, right? When you look at how long Prophet has been in the league. You mentioned it, 6 years on the Seoul Dynasty. Zest only coming into the league last year for the Philadelphia Fusion. Now Seoul Inferno was previous on T1, which was their, like, the org under that. Yeah, it's
Academy team? Is that what you're
Academy team? Yeah, the Academy team. That was what I was looking for. They've still got the patch on their jersey, of course. And yeah, I mean, look, the Tracer dominance that Prophet can put out is legendary. It's up to Zest here to really step up to Prophet and show him what he's made of. Brand new year as well, Scott. They've had a whole year on Overwatch 2 when a lot of people weren't even able to play the game. So you'd imagine Zest and Prophet just brushing up super well, and being able to practice in ranked always helps too. Practice those mechanics, that's for sure. Right, here's the map set for today. It's going to be Antarctic Peninsula, Blizzard World, Shambali Monastery, Esperanza, and then Oasis for Egypt.
I hope we go the distance. I hope we get to see a lot of these maps, because I genuinely don't know what to expect from both of these teams. And Antarctic Peninsula is one of the newer maps that's come into Overwatch, and there's been a lot of differences of play. You know, there is some maps that are quite prevalent to playing that Brawl style with that Ramatra or that Reinhardt, while other ones people have been leaning on that Winston style. So with Bellisria in, you have to expect that they're going to be playing these main tanks, while, you know, with Mag on the Soul Infernal, I expect the same thing. So we might see some matchups of similarity coming into this one.
Yeah, Antarctic is definitely an interesting one. I think people are still trying to figure out how to play it. And the outside stage, the one in the little graphic here, you can play a lot. Like, you can play the Rush with the Rhine. We've seen a little bit of JQ, but like Ramantra is also super good on that point as well. Just controlling the angles, just using Nemesis form in and out of combat, and you can stall that point forever. In fact, a lot of these points, actually, I feel you can just stall for an almost indefinite amount of time. We saw some ludicrous stuff earlier on in the Western games, Scott.
Yeah.
And of course,
you got to start
our first match of the year, Scott. We get a pause. Oh.
Hey, this is the cost of being on LAN, that you're going to get some tech pauses as they try and work things out. Players get situated, make sure that everyone's ready. But, you know, as you said, Jack, this is a map that's definitely not solved. And because of how defensive you can play with the backline, especially on this underground map for Antarctic Peninsula, the background can just sort of sit on that back platform, especially these Annas that it looked like both teams were going to be sort of perched up on. They can just sort of enable your Winston even more, and I expect to see that matchup in this round.
Yeah, we are just getting a confirmation on why we're getting a pause. Does it like just someone's dropping a few frames, so someone's just looking into it, but we should be getting into the game in just a moment. But you can admire for just a second this beautiful stage. Like I said, I've been in the stage. We viewed contenders when we were over in Korea, and it was a good time. And it's, if you'd imagine just like an elongated like cinema, basically, and just goes, massive ramp goes up, and obviously the people at the front, the setups are at the front where the giant screen would be that you watch a film on, and it goes fairly far back too. But there's a lot of viewing angles that you can get a good view of the players, or like the main screen on the casters there too. Speaking of casters, by the way, Changshik is a caster now for the Overwatch League on the Korean side, which is pretty awesome. He was doing contenders for a little bit before, and then obviously his big break now onto the Bellistria. What's going on, buddy?
Bellistria is having a tough time getting that headset onto his thing. You know?
He's like, look, man, I've been off a team for so long. Like, I didn't know how do you put this headset on? Like, I don't know, man. I've just been playing solo queue at home. Like, come on.
That's an adorable bunny right there.
That was very
Jack,
good.
okay, what does
It's 3D.
Say? Okay.
I can read it, but I can't translate it. I mean, I could quickly pull up a translation. 칭통한 소울과 twin. So don't know what that means, apart from the word soul. So there you go.
Okay,
I can read, but I cannot say. The real owner of soul is the meaning. There you go. Cheers, unknown. Cheers,
Yeah,
pal.
shout out to Unknown covering us for this one. It looks like everyone is starting to get ready as we'll head into this match. Prophet looked very concerned for Bellisria throughout that entire pause, but Bellisria has worked out how to put his headset on, which is, good news for us because hopefully we should get into the match soon.
Yeah. Yeah, does it like we're just getting a quick reset? Yeah, man. Dude, every single time I'm like, I know this. Come on. I've got it in me. I've got another one in me. I
believe in you, Jack.
I just need to brush up, bro. It's been too long. It's been too long.
I need
Like
to
I said,
invest in one of these mini fans. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah.
These guys got it made with these fans.
I'm just saying that would go a long way right now. Okay, looks like we're in game. Don't worry. We have unpaused. We are in. And we are going to win. Well, someone's going to win. Soul Inferno versus Soul Dynasty. The first Soul Brawl. There's like a couple of Briggs on either side, Scott. Scoot obviously playing the Arna, though, who's famous for a Brig. And the Fixer was playing that for Inferno. And Mag actually picking up the first kill. Bellisria goes down.
Yeah, Bellisria not anticipating that amount of damage coming out. I don't know if that was a headshot from MN3 as that is...
That's a headshot from MN3, though.
Yeah, Prophet unable to use that incredible aim that Prophet was talking about. Profit, that is. That's going to get hard throughout this cast. But that is the major difference that we're seeing from these two teams. Is we got the Hanzo from MN3 while the Ash from Prophet. And you can see, the Infernal trying to get aggressive, very aggressive actually, into their spawn. Just getting up some charge, trying to find some extra picks. But they are repelled. But MN3 finds another pick onto the Ash of Prophet.
Okay. Okay, well, this isn't the best start for Soul Dynasty right now. MN3 just kind of taking them to the cleaners currently. Nice bit of poke damage there from Zest. Completely invisible to the rest of the Soul Dynasty right now. He was able to pick up Profit. Bellisria is also going pretty low. Touch the spawn challenge initiated. Soul Inferno running all the way up to Soul Dynasty. They're going to back off just for the time being, but a lot of ults available. In fact, I tell a lie. They're actually just going to hold forward.
This is such an interesting look here from Soul Inferno. We haven't seen this from any other team in competitive play since this map has come out. Most people are willing to play the defensive high ground, but they want to force Soul Dynasty early and take an early fight. They have the advantage of some of these ultimates. As you can see, Mag already going deep, popping the Primal Rage with Prophet very close to the edge, but he does manage to live.
Prophet. Oh boy. Speaking of Primals though, Bellisria, we're on the POV of Mag. Maybe we should have been on Bellisria. Hitman Prophet managed to take care of the front line. Soul Inferno now struggling to keep this fight alive. Zest, one blink left. He's on the point, no recall. Lee Min will pick up his first kill, and that will be 77% for Inferno as Dynasty behind the flip.
Yeah, high percentage for Infernal, but that was an expensive hold that they tried to do. They used every single ultimate while Krillin was able to hold onto this rally. That should allow them to play a little bit defensive, and it's going to be hard for Mag to play aggressive and find any value with that rally coming out. So maybe relying on MN3 to hit a shot right here. Prophet's got to be careful. He's been logged twice already in this map.
Bellisria's taking a little bit of damage on the entry there. It looks like he was trying to set up for a dive onto MN3 in the back line of Soul Infernal, but not to be just yet. In fact, wait, what was that? Wait a second. MN3 just diving straight towards Bellisria, who's going pretty low. Speaking of dives, you don't really want to dive into this. There's a rally coming out from Krillin. The IMAX has been deployed. That giant walking screen of death from the Brig is swiftly dealt with. Fixer does end up falling. Krillin, of course, can bash and stun now. Every Tracer's worst nightmare is being reinvented and back into the game, unfortunately. But the Soul Dynasty, with just that one ultimate, we just have to hold on. Soul Inferno have to go for a reset.
They don't see Prophet here as well. He's got that pulse bomb. Throws it a little bit short. Does catch the foot of Fixer, though.
Wow, somehow managed to catch Victor. It looked like he went onto the shield, but not to be. Zest forced a recall already and just left out to dry. Him and Krillin were able to clean him up quick sharp, and now Soul Dynasty looking to match percentage points. Soul Inferno not really finding too much here, Scott. They're relying on MN3 to find picks, but not to be.
Yeah, and Soul Dynasty are coming up to all their other ultimates. They have the nano boost that they're going to be able to put on Bellisria to play aggressive. So Soul Infernal, going into last fight territory, they need to find some value here. Skewed looking for a nade with an engagement, but Prophet picking off Zest.
Zest, no recall, I guess. Nice little sleep onto Bellisria, who was nano, but Remember, 3.5 seconds sleep timer on tanks now, so he's going to wake up a little bit sooner than Skewed would hope. Primal Rage in the small room, but look at the pocket from Fixer.
Wow,
Skewed
well
didn't drop below 80% there at the very end. 99% for Seoul Dynasty. Skewed tries to turn the tides here with a nano booster onto MN3, but he is purpled. Even a rally coming out. Soul Infernal throwing everything into this fight to try and stay alive. Krillin is already dead, and now they can gain some capture percentage. They do find the flip, but Soul very smart here, Scott. They lose one, back instantly out, knowing they got one more fight.
Yeah, the Dynasty realize that fight is going against them,
nice
back
stick.
up, and then bait Skewed in, get that stick. That's going to allow them to go in with a healing advantage.
Oh yes, sir. Skewed dead, only Fixer throughout packs, MN3 in trouble, no saving it there, no flails, no Inspire can be triggered because Fixer is too far away from the rest of the team. Prophet takes care of the lone Brick Eater, a Soul Infernal, managed to get it to OT, but it is now Prophet on the point. No ultimates though for Soul Dynasty as MN3 comes back on the Widowmaker, Scott.
Yeah, Mag does have the Primal, so he will be able to be the one who comes in late touch, so we should be an even matchup. MN3 on this Widowmaker has to find value because the damage is going to be so low for them without that consistent damage of the Hanzo.
Sumim, where's the sleep? Can't be found. Nate's going to come up in a couple of seconds, but not before Mag can force Krillin into a corner. But he managed to earn himself right, but no! Oh, no! Infernal, don't touch. Mag forced Krillin. Oh, my God. Mag forced the rally from Krillin. He had the Ana just in his grasp, but they don't manage to get the recontest there, Scott. And that will be Seoul Dynasty taking round number 1.
Yeah, and that was back and forth, very competitive. You're seeing highlights from both sides, but of course, no one could ever doubt this man that was going to find some value on this Tracer, just leading the charge, getting value with these pulse bombs, really opening things up, while on the other hand, for Zest on that Tracer was really struggling against the Ashe of Prophet. Prophet found him numerous times in that round just with that one-shot headshot. You don't need to be able to think if you can click on heads, Jack.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. I think that quote will go down in the Overwatch League history, honestly. I don't think Prophet is smart, but he shoots well.
I don't know. We should hear from Prophet before we start running with this narrative.
He was saying exactly the same thing. He was saying exactly the same thing. Yeah, Prophet. Yeah, he aims well, bro. He sticks people, bro. But he ain't smart. He ain't smart, buddy. Oh no, no, it's. Please don't turn to the crowd, please. I do not want to be embarrassed by my pronunciation again. All good. All good. Just a taste test. It looks like
with some audio issues. But
yeah, ETA's
hopefully won't take too
soon.
long.
Yeah, it'll be alright. It'll be chilling. Look, at the end of the day, you get all the pauses out the way to start off the year, and then it smooths out towards the end. That's just how it works. I can't tell you otherwise.
Anything's possible.
Oh, issue fixed. Look at that. Tech support. Dude, don't need Geek Squad up in here. You just need Prophet to just jiggle the cable a little bit and it's all good. There you go. I'm pausing. We're in the game. There's the little snowman waving the hello. And round number 2. Let's see what comp... This is kind of the comp I was speaking about a little bit earlier. Scott, this Rhine on this first point. Going against Mag on the Winston.
Yeah, no changes coming in from Soul Infernal is surprising. We've seen a lot of teams play this sort of brawl or rush style with the Reinhardt. They're sticking with the Symmetra for this exact reason, so they can get onto Skewed and the backline, and Infernal, which is not ready for that level of tempo for the Dynasty.
Wow. Yeah, goodbye. Goodbye, Infernal. That'll be a 3-point cap for Seoul Dynasty. I wonder if they switch up here. Does Mag want to go towards Rhine? Or does he just want to stick on the Winston, try and dive the backline? But it's so hard to play Winston to this comp, Scott.
Yeah, because if the backline plays too far away, then Mag gets isolated trying to play aggressively. So you got to really pick your poison. I'm surprised we don't see a switch come out from Skewed in any way as well. Maybe confident that their composition can take down the Dynasty. But you can see they're just going to play slow, wait for the Infernal to step up, then they'll drop the teleporter and do the exact same thing to Skewed that they just did.
Well, Prophet's going to turn up the microwave to full there. Nice little TP and Skewed yet again. That is a nice trade, kind of, I guess. You haven't really got many heals now for Soul Inferno, and as Ultimate's coming online for Dynasty. However, Lee Sumin gets caught out completely unawares, and somehow Infernal managed to turn this one completely on its head. Skewed going down super early, you'd think it's a death sentence, but Soul Dynasty just fall apart.
Well, sadly, the reality is I think Soul Infernal Skewed was a sacrifice they were willing to make. You know, they really spread away from Skewed, let him go down, but they were all around them. The Dynasty just took so much pressure from everywhere else. So great recognition there from the Infernal making this adjustment as we see Seoul Dynasty have Prophet move over to the Cassidy instead of that Symmetra.
My favorite thing is you deliberately pronouncing Prophet just to get it into
I have to, man. It's all we got.
All good. Well, Mag scrambling people's brains over there in that small room with the Primal Rage. Prophet's already dead. They even forced that lamp out from Lisu mid. And even the Dragons, okay, just, yeah, throw it at him, King. Nice little follow-up from Soul Infernal. I mean, you might as well find some nice little stack. Oh, okay, not the best follow-up in the world there. Things are going a little bit too deep. Now no speed boost. They're going to have to play a little bit more no, maybe not. Okay, maybe not. Not conservative enough for Seoul Dynasty. Maybe they should have gone all the way back in the spawn doors as Zest finds a nice pulse onto Belisria.
It's good to see Mag really finding his footing early in this series, just playing that aggressive style. He just creates so much space for his team, and you know, Mag is going to be under a microscope for this Soul Infernal team because he really is, you know, trying to prove that he can be this top-tier main tank. So putting on a good performance so far, you know, this Reinhardt style of the Seoul Dynasty needs to start finding value now that they have ultimates coming up.
Yes, sir. Big shadow coming in from Belisria. Hard to lock anybody down, but a one-man will normally do it. Oh, it's big. Hits on the back, but no. Skewed receives the beat from Fixer just in time, but Prophet with a perfect stick and the follow-up damage too to boot. Kills Skewed through the sound barrier, and now Mag is the main focus of attention of the Seoul Dynasty as they do manage to catch a point in amongst the chaos.
Prophet just doing Prophet things right now on this Tracer, just maneuvering around and just making Skewed's life hell. Even though they do get that sound barrier off in a timely manner, there's just too much pressure coming out. As we see Prophet now on this Sombra, playing a bit of Mystery Heroes, but I like this switch. He can give the scouting, he can give them information to choose when they want to go in. If he gets up to this EMP, it's going to be hard for the, you know, Infernal to deal with.
Yeah, they do go for a big dive, easy EMT target, and you're going to get burned pretty quickly. The focus fire, especially from a Tracer who can blink out of nowhere, will dome you pretty fast. Oh, nice Sonic. Did he manage to see Prophet? I'm not sure he did. Not sure what happened there, but we'll never know. Zest with the pulse, leaves him in, jumping over the wall, trying to get out of the way of this pulse bomb. Zest chasing down Prophet, who's actually forced his recall. Oh, that was an ego pulse bomb there, and it didn't land at all. Zest trying to throw it out, trying to be that Tiger Slayer, but not to be. Mag Prophet ends up trading, but that Dragon Strike somehow managed to find a Kiriko of all things. Overtime approaching for Seoul Dynasty, but they've still got the Lucio and Belisria on the point. Belisria does end up getting slept for a brief moment, but the instant damage there coming out from Soul Infernal will wake him up. There will be a point flip attempt here from Soul Infernal, and that attempt is a successful one, 90% now.
Yeah, great recognition. Seoul Dynasty once again backing away, recognizing they were at a disadvantage. Prophet with another pulse bomb, but more importantly, Prophet with this EMP. He's getting a position, drops it on Skewed. Is the follow-up going to be there? Oh, there's Belisria.
Yes, it is. Yep, turn him into a flat pancake there. Belisria finding two, takes two with him at least. Gets killed by Fixer, but oh my word, not another C9. All good. Don't panic. Prophet is on the case. Does manage to touch the point, and so does Prophet as well. Skewed is going to be able to come back in a moment's notice with that nano boost, but will he be there in time? Zest is already dead, and Prophet now just on clean-up duty. Magpot the Primal Rage, giving enough time for Skewed to give him the nano too. Jumped mid-air to try and get that nano, and he actually receives it. However, overtime's ticking down, and Mag can't get back in time, and that will be game number one, or map number one, I should say, going over to Seoul Dynasty. Big smiles on the faces too.
Yeah, and pretty convincing first win. As much as it was competitive, I think Seoul Dynasty, even though that was, you know, I'm sure chat is yelling a bit of C9, Seoul Dynasty had firm control at that point. They had the sound barrier, they had the Earth Shadow, and that's why Mag was playing so hesitantly. So Seoul Dynasty drawing first blood in this series over the Seoul Infernal, and, you know, very mix-up style of playing by Seoul Dynasty as well, while only one look from the Infernal so far.
Yeah, we'll see if they can mix it up a little later down the line. Like you said, Mag trying to prove he is the big boss on that tank role. He's going to have to be a big boss because he is the only tank on the roster this season, Scott. So worth keeping that in mind. He has to play everything. The Winston, the Rhine, Sigma, Zarya, whatever it takes to win. So really trying to prove himself this season. Have to see where we go for our next map. Oh, we do know we did have a pre-selected map. All good. But, I mean, Seoul Dynasty taking a swift 2-0 here. It's not going to feel good for Infernal. I mean, coming off the back of that incredible hype video, a lot of trash talking too. Want to prove that they are the Seoul team and the only Seoul team here in this arena. We'll see if Seoul Dynasty can continue this. I mean, it was... Look, you see a 2-0, you're like, okay, fine. But it's closer than it really seemed on paper. We're going to jump to a quick break, though. Enjoy these highlights. We'll be back for map number 2. Hey, yo, welcome back. Seoul Dynasty versus the Seoul Infernal. Yep, it's the Seoul Bowl, or whatever you want to call it. We haven't decided yet. We haven't decided. It's not been decided.
just make sure, keep submitting your suggestions. We're open.
We're open to it. We're open to it. It's all good. Also, Prophet and Prophet. There was a little thing in the off-season when Prophet got picked up to Seoul Dynasty. People were like, how are we going to differentiate these people in cast, right? Like, is it going to be Little P and Big P? Is it going to be PH and Prophet? Like, it's It is a funny one to kind of break down mid-cast. Like, there's just no way. There's just no way.
I've just gone with the way of just very specifically announcing every phonetic part of the word and just hoping people work it out as we go. So if it sounds like I'm a little slow, you know, it's just trying to differentiate. But honestly, I do want to talk about Jack. Profit, I think, had a phenomenal first map. And, you know, personally, I've been worried about Profit and his return to the Seoul Dynasty and sort of his drive to be, you know, the best player. We know that he is probably one of the greatest players of all time to ever touch this game. And the man still got it. You can't doubt that, especially from this first map.
Yeah, he's still looking clean with it. Looks like we're going to Blizzard World for our second map. But I say looks like, but I already knew that. I didn't forget that it was Blizzard World next. Don't worry. Don't worry. No substitutions, by the way, for either teams. Of course, it would only really be Seoul Dynasty if they wanted to bring Void in, but it looks like they're happy right now. Just running the newest pickup, Belisria.
Yeah, and you know, I think it makes sense with the current meta and how the landscape is coming. You know, people have been leaning towards, by default, playing a lot more of this Winston, and Belisria is a lot more comfortable. Void is not known for that character as much as he is a great tank. It's uncharted territory for him, so I do like this addition by Seoul, and it's worked so far for them.
Yeah, nice little 2-0. Nice little 2-0, even if one of those was a little bit of a C9. All good, though, all good. Mistakes happen, but we did see an egregious one today, actually, in the West. If you didn't catch up on the Western games just yet, worth doing. Worth doing. They're quite entertaining. All right, let's rock and roll, though, Scott. Jump on the Blizzard World. See what Inferno want to run on the defense. It looks like we're seeing some Mag Wrecking Ball. Nice little defensive backline, too, and Scoot on Zen and Fixer on the brink.
Yeah, this is an interesting look here. If this is what the Seoul Inferno are really going to stick with, this is kind of vintage Shanghai Dragons. With the Zenyatta, with the Wrecking Ball. What this allows you to do is play incredibly defensive with your backline while allowing Mag to just play aggressively. It could be more difficult to do with a Brig player because you can't pack from as far away, which actually could come into play. But, you know, Seoul Inferno and Mag very comfortable in this composition. Oh, Mag. Oh, I was a little worried for him, but the Roadhog TP strat almost got him.
All right, Belisria going to the Wrecking Ball. So, in fact, mirror comps, Scott,
Wow.
from both sides.
It's an interesting look because we haven't seen any Wrecking Ball at all throughout the West, and I don't think many people were anticipating this, but this is a good map for Wrecking Ball. There's a lot of mega health packs that you can roll around with. You can be self-sufficient with this composition, but was not expecting a mirror, especially with the Hanzo and Tracer as well, just across the board. So we'll see who comes out first in this one.
Oh, Profit finds the first kill there on MN3. Not bad, not bad. A little bit of pressure on the point as well. It's going to go a long way, dude. He is still got it. Who said he ain't got it?
This is my formal apology. I'm sorry. This is my formal apology to all Profit fans
now.
and Profit
little
himself.
Triple kill there for Profit.
He just keeps going. He just keeps going. He is opening it up for the Seoul Dynasty, leading by an example as well. There's a lot of rookies on this Seoul Dynasty squad. You know, Lisu, Min, Prophet, both rookies, both very talented players, but have not played in the league, and Prophet's really putting him under his wing and leading by example for sure.
Oh my god. It's so scary, especially with this healing comp with Skewed and Fixer. Actually healing people that are super low can be quite the task. You have to commit orb and maybe a pack onto somebody. Profit trying to look for the pulse, does throw it out, hits the leg of the tank there, doesn't manage to stick him in 3. Kind of had his number there too. We have that leap still available. Slam and Sumin is dead. I like the way Seoul Inferno are playing though, Scott. This is the second time they've kind of just done this touch, the spawn challenge. They really like to get up aggressively.
And it's a good strategy because if you're the offensive team, you don't want to commit ultimates or commit resources trying to get outside of your spawn door. So you're really relying on exactly that by Profit, finding these opening picks. So Profit finding value on this Hanzo. And let's see if the Seoul Inferno decide to go more aggressive with numbers down, but it looks like they're going to take the retreat. But MN3 gets booped in here by Belisria and is in a little bit of trouble.
Nice kill onto Profit though. Fixer hitting him just with the regular flail. Dragons coming out. You can just walk away. It's fine. Dragons in 2023. What a funny ability that is. Not queued up with a Graviton Surge. Mag just ended up falling. Another dangerous kind of situation for you to be in as well if you're the Wrecking Ball. If you get isolated or bashed or slowed down in any way, that Discord Orb and the amount of damage that the Hanzo and Tracer can pump out, and even the Zen, right, is just normally a little bit too much for the Wrecking Ball to handle, even with those overshields.
Yeah, and we have seen those changes to Wrecking Ball with those overshields, and this has made it a lot easier for Wrecking Balls to be self-sustainable, and that's why I was surprised we haven't seen more of it. But, you know, Mag and Bellisria are really proving why there can be value, but it's just difficult with them getting that Discord from the Zenyatta, as you can see them sort of backing their backline into this room. Lee Su-min getting so low, but holding onto that Transcendence.
Oh, this is a beautiful angle for Skew too. You can just throw
right
volleys
down the
left, right, and center. Yeah, right down the middle. Dragons to do something. Not sure what, but all good.
Zoning.
All good. It's just a cosmetic ultimate, we call those. Krillin dead already, just Skewed. Again, the Zen just does so much work in this comp. And the 3 and taking care of Prophet. I mean, this is just what this comp kind of does, Scott. Like, it's so hard to kind of spectate this one because there's so many mini fights happening at once. Zest getting better of his like-for-like there in Prophet. Having a lot better of a game now.
Yeah, he's really starting to like stabilize with the Soul Infernal, and there's pressure coming out. But as you said, Jack, it really is a poke battle of the Zenyatas and the Hanzos, and just trying to throw out damage, find ways to stick. But we're actually going to see Prophet make an adjustment here, move over to this Sombra. This is one of the primary reasons we haven't seen more Wrecking Ball be played in the West, because Sombra is just such a hard counter to the Wrecking Ball. You can hack him, slow their movement down, and then just do so much increased damage to the Wrecking Ball. So let's see if Prophet can find that value, or the value of the Hanzo from MN3 will be able to pay off for the Infernal.
Man, Zest just wants him.
Wow,
just going to stick onto
as well.
Krillin. It still looked like he was trying to stick Prophet. I'm just saying, like, this guy has only got eyes for Prophet right now. Lee Su-min ends up falling, and as another reset for Seoul Dynasty. My word. Soul Infernal, Scott, just off of that fight, they only used Pulse Bomb. They still got 4 ults in the bank. 2 minutes to go. Dynasty's hopes and dreams here of capping second, diminishing by the minute.
Yeah, and Lee Su-min's just struggling to get any value on this Zenyatta. You can see him, he's trying to walk forward, get into this sort of like pillar area where he's protected, but as soon as he gets into position, the Infernal are just collapsing on them, and with the Hanzo raining down, with the Zenyatta from Skew just finding value, the time is dwindling for the Dynasty. Only 90 seconds remaining for them to capture the second point.
Yeah, Big Bro ended up going down there, unfortunately. So a nice little couple of orbs there coming out from Skew. Cannot wait for this IMAX battle. I'm gonna be real with you. The 2 cinema screens looking at each other.
Yeah, and Skew's been doing a great job on this flex support. We had our questions before this match of like, is he going to be able to hang as a solo flex support? We know how good of a Zenyatta player he is, and he's finding value, but so is MN3, while Lee Su-min not having as good of a time. Krillin's going to try and commit with the rally. Here comes to the IMAX, but they're 1 player down, Jack.
What? Yeah, double IMAX. There's a lot of HD pictures happening right now. Prophet picking up a lot of kills. MN3 and Skewed end up falling. Finally, kills are going the way of Seoul Dynasty. A lot of chaos happened in that corner. Can I tell you what happened? Absolutely not. There was 2 IMAX screens, a lot of traces, and a lot of wrecking balls happening. Okay, and then that just happened on our screens live in front of you. The wrecking ball ended up falling over to the post, but Prophet was right behind him. Pretty easy recontest for Infernal. The EMP does ring out, hits 3, but Skewed with a Transcendence to match. I mean, with 20 seconds to go, Scott, Seoul Dynasty are struggling on second.
Yeah, and Lee Su-min used his Transcendence as well, so they didn't even gain an advantage here. So the EMP kind of going by the wayside without that follow-up, and Zest is just such a thorn on the side of the Seoul Dynasty. They want to move forward, but they just can't. As you can see, Prophet trying to help the backline out a little bit. As we're going into overtime, this is last fight for this second point.
No pulse bomb connection there onto Skew, just hop, skip, and a jump away. Overtime's going to tick down pretty quickly if they're not careful, and Bellisria is already low. It's up to Prophet to touch now. Skewed missing a couple of those orbs, but yeah, it happens to all of us, don't worry about it. There's the flail on to Prophet from Fixer, and that should really be about it. Seoul Dynasty, an uninspiring second point attack there. Really rough. I mean, a lot of the time there, Scott, it was either Zest or MN3 getting pulse bomb kills, 1 clips, or headshots from the Hanzo. And Seoul Dynasty just felt like on the back foot that whole time. Just had to reset over and over again.
And it didn't feel like we ever got to see the upside of the Wrecking Ball and the Tracer from Prophet as well. It felt like they were always in damage control just because of the aggression by the Infernal. So this composition is obviously a lot easier to execute when you're on the defensive side and your backline can play safe and protected. So I'm curious to see if the Infernal are going to go for a different look on their attack, or if they're confident in their playstyle in this setup. But Seoul Dynasty, as much as, it looked good to begin with, we know how how good Bellisria is at that hero. Lee Soo-min just not able to find any value on that Zenyatta, and they do get held on the second point as we start to see in Spawn right now, Seoul Dynasty rolling out, thinking better of the Wrecking Ball composition, moving over to the Winston and the Ana.
Yeah, I don't mean to alarm you, but there is a Life Weaver on the screen.
I am alarmed. If Fixer comes out on this, he will be a legend. I will say, because let's talk about the elephant in the room. Unfortunately, there's a consensus among pretty much every pro player and pro coaches that Life Weaver currently just doesn't offer enough in the game to over, a Brig or an Ana or a Zenyatta right now. So, unfortunately, I don't expect to see Fixer come out with it, but I'd love to be proven wrong. Oh, this could be fun, actually.
Got the car queue lineups there. Oh,
here we go.
Oh, little petal up. Nah, life grip back to spawn. But actually trolled. And that is the exact gameplay you will be able to see in your solo queue games right now. Your Life Weaver randomly pulling you when you don't need to be pulled. MN3 doesn't find any kills there with the help of the petal coming out from Life Weaver, so instant switch over to the Ana and the Brig now, Scott, instead of the Zen.
Yeah, both teams moving over to this Winston, more common with what we've seen from the West, as Prophet's going to open this one up with a pick on the Hanzo. Impressive debut so far, being able to find some of these opening picks, but it will just mean Infernal will slow things down, probably start trying to get some Ana nano boost charge up so that they can enable Mag whenever they do get that one up, but Mag's going to be careful not to go down.
He's all good. He's got the backup. A lot more healing on this comp, of course, like you just mentioned, Scott. It's just about how Infernal want to rotate. I mean, Scoot being on this high ground is pretty nice, that's for sure. But you've got to be careful of those arrows. Yeah, those Storm arrows can bounce now, so even if you're around the corner, sometimes they will hit and land. Dive onto the high ground. MN3 just trying to pressure out Bellisria, who's already used that bubble pretty early, and it's going to actually afford them a lot of space on this point.
And keep an eye on Scoot's nano boost charge. That is going to be the important thing that is going to trigger the aggression here from the Soul Infernal. If the Dynasty do not find a pick before then, they might be in a little bit of trouble. As you can see, Bellisria recognizing the threat, takes down Scoot, takes down Fixer, and now they just need to keep their own backline alive.
Yeah, that's an easy dive there from Bellisria. Look like Scoot and Fixer, they were maybe a meter apart from each other, but that's really all it takes. I mean, for the Brig to get the healing through the bubble, it's just not possible with the Inspire, so it's a tough place to be when you're trapped on the other side of the bubble with the monkey staring at you.
Yeah, see if Prophet can try and find some value from this cosmetic ult, as you've dubbed it, from this Dragon Strike. It can be difficult with how much movement ability exists from some of these teams, but you can corner players pretty well and find some value. He's way ahead of MN3 on this charge as well. That's just going to show you how much value he's finding on this character, as the Soul Infernal coming back in again for another round, but they have the ultimates up.
Yes, they do. There's the Nana. Looked like she wanted to hit it there onto Mag, but decided against it. Oh, there's the cosmetic ult. It's doing a little bit of damage to Zess, actually forces the recall, so maybe not. Oh, not as cosmetic as I thought. MN3 randomly dies to Prophet's Dragon. I wonder how that ended up working out. We'll have to get a replay of that one. Primal Rage available for Mags, actually forced Bellisria all the way back. So Dynasty Scott, they might have another chance for a recontest here. Nano Valley, IMAX deployed. Mag, does he want to put Primal, try and boot Krillin away? Doesn't look like it. Bellisria gets pushed all the way out as a massive anti comes through from Skewed. Just ends that fight.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty, they've done a good job so far of disengaging and then coming in for the re-engage, but that one might have been a little bit too greedy, just believing that the rally of Krillin would keep them alive. But Infernal did trade their own Dragon Strike, did change their own rally, but you're taking that if you're in the Infernal with 3.5 minutes remaining just to close out this second point. But with Mag keeping that Primal Rage, you're going to have to keep an eye. He's going to go aggressive. He's going to want to try and be disruptive and give his team that space to hopefully open up a pick for MN3.
Bellisria had a thorn in his side there, but I think it was a Sonic Arrow, so it was revealed for a brief moment. Prophet taking a lot of damage. Oh, just trying to give Homie a little kiss there on top of the tank. MN3 is pretty damn low, though. Oh, jumping from the skies. Tried to hit him with the Legolas, but Prophet unfortunately missed a lot of those arrows. In fact, all of them. I was trying to be generous, but ain't gonna happen. Bellisria again slept. Man, Scoot is having a game on the Ana. Nothing Bellisria can do. Anti-sleeps all thrown his way, and even MN3 putting his name on the board. This looks like a pretty easy cap if there's any more staggers. Nice stick, Zest, easy recall. Soul Infernal pushing towards this final little point. Anybody to touch, flail away. And just like that, Soul Infernal with an absolute clinic on Blizzard World.
Lee Soo-min held on to that nano boost the entire defensive round. They just weren't able to find a window. Like, I would have preferred to see that nano boost go on to Bella's rear when he went aggressive, give him that sustainability to stay alive, but the tempo of Soul Infernal just feeling a little bit too oppressive right now, and in that mirror of the dive, it feels like Infernal are the better team. While Dynasty had those different looks of the Reinhardt on Antarctic Peninsula, Soul Infernal confident in the game plan when they can sort of put Mag on those dive heroes, things that he's known for.
Feeling pretty good. Wow. Even after a 2-0 on control, Soul Inferno flat back pretty quickly. A 1-1 series thus far. Soul Bowl will continue. And, well, are there going to be any subs now? I wonder if Soul... in fact, I'm going to cheat right now, Scott. I'm going to look at my screen and see a keyboard being placed and Void actually just waddling on up and, yeah, pushing Bellasaria aside. And looks like he's going to come in. Sneak preview, yeah, he's going to saunter on up. It was pretty good if you're Soul Infernal after that rather disastrous first map on control, but tying up 1-1 in the series. We'll have to see how this one goes down after the break. Seoul Derby, it's 1-1 Dynasty and Infernal head-to-head in the WTG Esports Arena in Seoul, Korea. I'm Scott. Oh my god, I actually.
You're Scott? Really?
I am Scott. That is Jaws. We are back. Dude, what time is it? It's yeah, it's 2 a.m. It's a ripe 2 a.m. here in Los Angeles. So yeah, it's getting to me. I will say. All good though. All good. Resetting the mentals is exactly what Seoul Dynasty need. Little substitution, of course. I mentioned it before. I cheated a little bit because I looked at the stage, but Void is in. Bellasaria is out. Void just hitting those warm-ups real quick.
So, yeah, it's fun to see Void. You know, at the end of last year, Void made a tweet himself and was saying, like, this is my victory lap. This is going to be my last season. So many people were very surprised when he did sign with the Seoul Dynasty. Maybe Prophet doing some elbow nudges and be like, come on, man, one more season. It'll be a good and give us a run for the Seoul Dynasty. And we will see him coming in for the third map on Shimbali Monastery. So we might see some different looks here from the Dynasty.
I want to talk about Void's sleeve setup right now.
Okay.
He's got one sleeve.
Yeah, what is that?
He's just got one sleeve on, one sleeve up. So he's got one rolled up and one not. I personally cannot do sleeves at all when I'm playing. I have to have no sleeves. It feels weird. It feels like they're bogging me down. It feels like I'm, I don't know. What, are you a sleeve gamer or a sleeveless gamer?
I've played a lot of rank with you, Jack. It's not the sleeves that are holding you back.
All right, buddy. Okay, buddy.
I don't want to be the one who has to break the news to you, but it's not the sleeves, okay? I think you need to look inwards a little bit because, you know,
Dude,
if a player like Void can do it, you can do it.
You need to look at Life Weaver. 1-9 in ranked the other day. Yeah, not fun. Not fun. Thanks for the demotion there. Cheers, pal. Cheers, pal.
Happy to help.
It's all right. We can see our number go up now. All good. We'll catch a few dubs later on in the week. But yeah, I know. Like you were saying, Scott, I mean, this is a big year for Void. It is going to be his final lap here, and he wants to make it explosive, right? He knows where he's going on this team. He knows where he slots in, and having someone like Prophet by his side, like, what more can you really ask for? And a lot of like old talent there, but also a lot of fresh faces in Prophet and Lee Soo-min too.
And that's really the question of how is this whole thing going to mesh, right? You got absolute juggernaut players on this team alongside players that we really don't know exactly what to expect coming into this league. So far, I've been impressed with Prophet on that hit scan. He's able to be finding some of those picks. But the question really comes when they come off of their comfortable heroes, right? Like we just saw Lee Soo-min struggling, not specifically just because of his faults, right? Like I don't feel like we can look at that and say his Zenyatta had a poor performance, but struggling to get anything done. And that's what happens when you get in the Overwatch League. You have these oppressive, great players like Zest and MN3 just constantly hounding you down. It can be hard to play the gameplay that you're used to playing.
Yes, it can. A lot of fan support for Void in the audience too. We've seen a couple of Seoul jerseys, which has been quite nice. And I know a lot of people didn't rate it quite highly because of the meme at this point. Seoul, Korea, Seoul, Korea, Seoul, Korea. Even Prophet was memeing on it on Twitter, which is the funniest thing to me. Even he was just the Seoul, Korea vibes. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of a base jersey. Although the Cherry Blossom one for Infernal goes fairly hard. Look at the picture of that tiger in top left. What? Someone drew that before they came in. That is crazy. Oh my word.
Honestly, the artists are just incredible. Void is the best tank. There can't be two best, is apparently the translation we're getting there. I wouldn't be surprised. You can't argue with that. You can't argue with Void. You know, he's had such a successful career playing those heroes. Void, I saw you winning from the Void. Oh yeah, okay, we're getting a little deep here with that one. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one. Yeah, but like honestly, like it's so awesome to see the fans sort of be able to get their support for so many of these players and see these guys playing live on stage. You know, from personal experience, when you play on that stage, it's just a completely different experience and a completely different vibe. And some teams excel in that situation, and some players, you know, struggle in those situations. So it's cool being able to see the Seoul Bowl or the Seoul Derby or the Seoul Saga or whatever we're calling it, because this will be the first of many that we'll see throughout this year.
I like the Seoul Saga actually. That's pretty clean.
Yeah. That was my personal one. I was just sort of throwing it in there, throwing that hat in the ring.
I like that from you. That's a good one. Thanks as well for all the pictures. I just saw a couple of pictures on social media in the break too. Just chilling out wherever you are in the world, just watching the games. Feels pretty good. Nice to have the Overwatch League back, of course. A lot of fans on social media of Soul Infernal from around the world, which is great to see. Looks like Void has sat back down, sauntered on over, put his keyboard back down, and is ready to rock and roll by the looks of it. So we'll get into the next map in just a second. Of course, it is 1-1. Shambali Monastery is going to be the next map, Scott. An unbelievably hard map to finish. Actually, the second point is it is Normandy or Havana, if you want to put it in Overwatch terms, right? Like, it is so hard to push that small corridor getting up the hill. If you lose any memento, any tempo pushing up that hill on second, there is just no hope. It feels like it's so choke pointing.
Yeah, and there's the window, and there's so many different flank routes, but it feels like you're running up this hill, very similar to Circle Royale, where it feels like you're just at such a massive disadvantage that you need to use ultimates to get up there. And we've seen so many different looks on this map so far. We've seen Junker Queen, we've seen Zai, we've seen the Winston compositions, we've seen some of the Ramatra Brawl styles. So we've heard there is some strange going-ons in the Eastern region, trying out a lot of off-tank styles. I personally blame the Dallas Fuel and probably Hanbin for doing that. But looking at the compositions right now and what Seoul Dynasty are rolling out, we're going to see the Void Reinhardt, which was not going to be my expectation from Void coming into this lineup.
Okay, Void, show us what you got, pal. Love this setup too. I mean, this is what they played on Antarctic Peninsula, which is the TP with the Mei, just get on the front line ASAP, go for a cheeky spawn hold. See how they want to go down. See what Soul Infernal can kind of bite back with. I mean, the way MN3's been playing in this series anyway, like... Oh, Bastion. Yes, okay.
Oh.
A little Bastion mode? All right, okay. No TP, but they still have speed boost, so they can still kind of get the Bastion around. Prophet gonna rock up on the Bastion. Are they gonna push? Yes, they are. Okay, so they're just gonna straight up push for the spawn doors.
What is the Eastern region cooking? They're doing some new strategies, fresh off the block. Oh, the Bastion,
Wheels mode,
double
activated.
Bastion, Wheels mode.
There he goes. Oh, the lamp goes down. Oh, Prophet, no way. He got caught out on the side. Beautiful pin, though, into NN3, and a nice little swing there from Void, straight into the spawn doors. But Fix It, yeah, invulnerability, using that res. Glad to see that. Mag on the Ramatra. It's going to be pretty tough to dislodge, just throwing out a few of those knuckle sandwiches. Yeah, Soul Infernal are going to be able to dislodge Soul Dynasty spawn hold and a complete swap, or not complete swap up, just a swap for Prophet there, going to the Simp rather than the Bastion. Hopefully just kind of pin down MN3 now. He's got that damage boost, Scott.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm looking at right now, but I love it. We got a Mercy damage boosted Wheels mode coming out from the Bastion. It's going to apply so much pressure. Prophet moving over to that Symmetra, just hoping to get some more consistent damage, make it hard for the Infernal to step up.
Headshot.
Both walls going down, but no one's really found any value as both Wheels modes seem to be going down as Void's getting low.
Oh, man, yeah, Void just melts. That damage boost is just too good. This is going to come out from Prophet, though. Maybe they can clean this one up. Yes, they can. Call 3 or 4 there by the looks of it. Beautiful play from Soul Dynasty, just recovering in that fight after the loss of Void. Oh, Prophet gets naded. All good, though. Team kill for Soul Dynasty.
I'm really curious on this Mercy pick from Fixer. I feel like having the Lucio is almost always a better idea because you are able to choose your tempo of going in and going out. While with the Mercy, as much as you have that damage boost, I think it's going to be hard to find the value from the Resurrect. So Fixer has to show me some good looks at this Mercy because right now they're getting kind of stuck at this choke, especially against the turrets of the Symmetra and the tempo that they can have with the Lucio and the Sound Barrier.
Dude knew I was casting, that was what it was.
Out of spite.
There's the window. Out of spite, exactly. Nano boost, damage boost. Okay, that wall is not going to last long. You've got to be careful. Here comes the artillery strike straight on top of the Blizzard. Oh, no kills for the Bastion, but it will be kills for Mag and Zest. Those AoE ultimates just too much for Soul Dynasty to deal with. Even had the beat and the shatter, but wasn't enough. As soon as you get frozen, there's really no hope.
In the wise words of Seagull, more Qs usually means more win. Soul Infernal literally just dropping everything they had. Drop 5 ultimates. Nice wall. Great wall. Just it cut them off, but Prophet did go the long way with the Tracer, so we are going to get a fight here. Sound Barrier from Krillin. Void drops the shadow.
Two-man. It's 2. Zest dead. Nice wall there from Prophet, stopping him at 3, getting a sightline on the rest of the team. Now the Bastion is all alone No mega health back either. Yep, Prophet just freezes him to death. That'll be a stop to the payload there on first point. We'll see if Soul Inferno do change anything up here, Scott. Looks like Fixer, Lucio. Okay, you're getting your wish. No more Mercy now.
Yeah, which should give them a little bit more sort of possibility to move in and out, but with only 30 seconds remaining and they're just so far away from any ultimates, this should be a pretty dry fight. They're actually unsure with what they want to do. Is MN3 is going to go back to switch off the Cassidy? Goes over to the Symmetra. Okay. I guess it makes sense. They're probably going to try and TP into the window, find a way to sort of take a fight where they can be a little bit more even, but they're running out of time, Jack.
They are. They're approaching the payload though, so no worries for a C9 just yet. Pulse bomb in the hands of Prophet. Wow, very early recall. Maybe limit testing just a little bit. It'll be Prophet trying to find a nice little flank route. Easiest ult of his life, surely. Arms come up for Mags. He pops into Nemesis form to get away from that Blizzard. And now it's Prophet trying to find the stick onto Skewed. Ends up missing. Swings very far wide. But Soul Dynasty end up making that trade. Zest for him in 3. But now both DPS dead for a Soul Inferno. It's up to Mag to try and pull something together here. Skewed nearing a nano. But is it going to be really enough? I mean, Void's just kind of standing in his way. I mean, there's not much Mag can really do. He's solo HP and all the heals getting blocked off. Mag is just getting fully shoved into the locker. Soul Infernal lose their tank and their support. Only a couple people left to try and touch. Overtime ticks down and Inferno unable to catch first points.
Maybe getting a little bit too cute with it with some of those picks. You know, the Mercy obviously has some upsides. We saw it in that first fight, but I would have preferred to see them switch off from that because the Valkyrie just isn't good enough of an ultimate to justify it. But on top of that, throwing all 5 ultimates into a fight that doesn't get you the first capture point just caused so many issues. Soul Dynasty able to get that recontest and capture that first point hold. Is this first point, it can be difficult to capture, but this is not that far of a distance to go, Jack. And with 4 minutes, I think we're going to need to see something different and unique once again from the Infernal.
Different and unique, you say, huh?
That's not Mercy. Let me preface that with that isn't Mercy because I wasn't in love with it.
Yeah, well, there you go. This is pretty different and unique. Maybe a little silly, maybe. Zest on the Echo, and then this looking like a solo QCOM right now. Like, there's no Mercy pocket here. It's pretty tough to heal the Echo unless you're just perma-packing her.
But even with the range change, that's difficult. It's a lot harder to do that as much as it can be done. And I also think without the consistent damage of a proper hit scan like a Hanzo or a Cassidy, they really are going to live and die by the value that MN3 gets on this Widow of is he going to be able to find these picks? And if Prophet is going to come out on this Genji, that's going to be difficult to do.
Alright, I love me a Widow duel, that's for sure. Everybody knows Widow's hide up there, at the start of the game. MN3 didn't get revealed by the Sonic Arrow either. But they know he's on Widow now as that Venomine did get destroyed. Like you said, no consistent damage from a hit scan, unlike Prophet, who is on the Cassidy. Go on, another try, Prophet. Oh, good. Oh, good.
How did he... Prophet's just gone into the back line.
Okay. Wait a second. They have traded places. Little Mad Hatter situation there. Zest, however, catches off Lee Su-min, who tried to go for this big rotate as well. So it's actually only Krill. Oh, not Krillin anymore. That was a nice shot by MN3. Big rotation from Soul Dynasty, but their team just didn't really seem like they were on the same page.
Yeah, living up to the ranked name, as you said, Jack, is there was a lot of chaos as Lee Su-min didn't really get the memo that they were all going to flank into the backline of the Infernal, but Soul Dynasty does get enough picks that will force the Infernal to come back, but MN3 is going to need to keep finding those picks on this Widowmaker, keep stalling time as only 1 minute is gone, and you know, Soul Dynasty is already starting to close this distance.
So much free space, Scott.
Oh,
oh my god. MN3's hit scan prowess. Hopefully hitting new highs this season. Don't do it. Okay. Woo. You know he's hitting that reflect there. Zest. I mean, Zest is also trying to get space here, but pretty tough for the Hanzo. It's just up to him to kind of hold down this right-hand angle here. Maybe even spotting Prophet coming back from the spawn. But Void's nearing this flux pretty quickly, Scott.
Yeah, and MN3 needs to keep finding these picks as Profit has gone into the backline to apply this pressure onto MN3. Hopefully give them some space. If MN3 goes down, this is going to be difficult to hold, but great peel coming in from Skewed on the brick.
The disrespect from MN3 just completely ignoring Profit as he was just sitting in the lamp with a brick by his side. Personal bodyguard for MN3 who's been carrying thus far. Nice flux, hits two, Fixer no lamp, gets slung straight to the ground and into the grave. Fixer MN3 dead, Soul Dynasty with 2 minutes to go, just cleaning up the Soul Inferno. This looks like a pretty easy cap, but that rally's going to be pretty good. And Mag coming in with a late flux. This is Lee Su-min who popped onto the high ground there, not utilizing his window, but Prophet has managed to find himself in the background. There are so many people fighting individual battles, but in the end, it's whoever used their ult last, and with Void being alive, anchoring that point looks rather unlikely now. Soul Inferno managed to get back to the point and contest, but Void without healers might prove to be a tall task. A nice little rock, but no, Prophet is there to help clean up, and that'll be it. Soul Dynasty on match points. Prophet with a giant smile on his face there too. Even more than a smile, a couple of giggles being thrown in the way of Soul Inferno by the looks of it.
I want to see Soul teammates bow down to Void after that performance. Void just putting his team on his back, playing a hero he's known for on that Sigma, and just, I think he got the last like 6 final blows for that Soul Dynasty, just anchoring onto that point, just finding pick after pick. Even though the damage was done by Prophet on that Genji and the aggressive style, Void just cleaning everything up and showing why he is considered to be one of the greatest tanks to ever touch the Overwatch League.
Maybe Void stepping back here. Looks like he's potentially collecting his things, so we might see a little bit more Bella Shria after the break. Wow, Soul Inferno do not look anywhere close to being delighted after that map. I mentioned it in the break, Scott, or coming back from the break. It's a tough map, it really is, but it's really tough when you get to second. That mystery heroes at the very beginning may have cost them in that very early stage of the game. Double Bastion, it's pretty fun to watch, but it didn't really end up working out well there for Soul Inferno.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to use our eyes again and see Bellatrix coming back on, so Void will be the one stepping away after a great performance. But if you're the Soul Infernal, you have to start thinking, how do we get back to the things that we're more comfortable on? It feels like when Soul and Dynasty is throwing curveballs at them, Infernal is not reacting well. Have a look at these highlights and we'll be back after this break.
Hey, welcome back. Dynasty Infernal facing off for the first time this year, Scott. 2-1 right now for Dynasty, as we saw Shambali Monastery turning into a bit of a shambolic monastery for Soul Infernal, who didn't. Yeah, it was gonna look. It was easy. It was too easy, bro. They didn't even get to first point, unfortunately, for the Infernal fans in the crowd right now. I like that sign too, because it's 3D. I love that. I love that 3D aspect of it. Very epic.
You're a big pop-up book fan.
But yeah, I don't do much reading, but when I do, it's pop-up books.
You're just borrowing from Matt, Mr. X.
I was about to say, I'm borrowing from Matt. Like, he lends me his pop-up books. All good. We are seeing the substitution, though, like we called it before. Velasria back in the vault.
Yeah, and this leads them to thinking more of, you know, the dive tanks, the Wrecking Ball, and the Winston, you would assume, for the Soul Dynasty. But honestly, from what we've seen so far, anything's possible. I did not expect Void to come in and play that Reinhardt. Probably more likely to see him play that Sigma, which obviously he popped off at the end of that map for. But this has to be an in if you're the Soul Infernal. We are moving over to push, obviously, and where the map is going to be Esperanza, which isn't a very good rush map. I think you've seen a lot of teams play that Wrecking Ball, but I wouldn't also be surprised to see these teams go to the Wrecking Ball, a hero that we haven't seen from anyone else but these two teams so far.
Are we going to see any more silly heroes? That is the question. Well, I guess Bastion's not really that silly anymore.
Yeah, not in the
Definitely
ball.
a lot more viable than he used to be, although his ult is kind of meh. It can score people, like you can get kills with it, but it's especially if you're paying attention, it's a little bit unlikely, especially in these high-level games. Although I have seen, like, whenever I do see like a good Bastion player or like someone that's good at hit scan, and using that ultimate, a lot of people just like, they'll lay one down, then wait a little bit, lay the second, then lay the third. So it's like you're really trying hard. They really make you work for the dodging. But we didn't see any kills that round, unfortunately. But maybe not play Bastion on Esperanza. Like, it's a bit too much of a quicker map. Like, a lot of the time we're seeing Ram, we're seeing Winston being played. Like, you can't really play that slow style. And as we see right now, I mean, this is kind of the thing I expected from both sides.
And I'm actually curious to see if we will see Krillin play this Lucio. That was a big concern for the Soul Dynasty squad when it was announced. Krillin, historically, is a flex support player, so he is going to be expected to pick up this Lucio, and players have done this and successfully in the past. You know, Violet comes to mind the most of, like, they've made this transition, added Lucio to their hero pool, so Krillin has a lot to answer for moving onto this pick, while Fixer is actually going to stick onto the Brig, but both teams are coming out on that Sombra Winston.
Who can land that first hack? That is the question. Prophet and MN3 lining up. Velasria gets hacked. Velasria mid-jump. In fact, both Winstons hacked almost the same time there. Hack doesn't last as long as it used to, of course, though, so they were safe. Lay down that bubble pretty quick. And a lot of healing on both sides, too, so you're not going to instantly explode. Now, Prophet trying to make his presence known. Just tagging down MN3. In fact, oh, wow. A lot of damage coming out from absolutely nowhere there. I don't know where that came from, and it doesn't look like Prophet knew either. Zest and MN3 were able to kind of kite around him and just force his recall. Speaking of Zest, still trying to pressure out Prophet and the rest of the backline as Mag goes in for another dive.
Yeah, and the Soul Infernal are happy to play more defensive. With that Brig, they have that more defensive prowess. They can't go forward because they're going to win the long game, as you see Velasria go down. With Soul Dynasty playing this Lucio, they need to be the aggressors. They have the advantage of the speed boost. They can close the distance a lot easier and have effective dives, especially against the Ana versus the Kiriko as well. So I think Soul Dynasty a little bit flat-footed considering the composition that they're playing.
Pretty tough. Also diving into the backline too against that Brig, pretty powerful, using that flail, trigger and Inspire, a lot of AoE healing on top of the rest. And now it is time for the second attack here for Soul Dynasty, that is. Yeah, well,
EMP's coming up.
Landed. EMP is available pretty soon, yeah, 99% of MN3. Prophet has just got his, so EMP versus EMP, just a lights out fight And MN3, look at this Eagles burst they're
Just
sitting on right
waiting
now.
for
Look,
it.
they're baiting them in. They're straight up baiting them in right now. Look at the way Scooter and Fixer are playing straight under the bridge. They have to wait for Soul Dynasty to kind of make a move before they can unleash the EMP, but that's more than okay for them. Here it comes. MN3 in the back. Okay. It got Profit. It got Profit. It wasn't quite a mem for being EMP. The rally gets used by Fixer as well. The Nano also flung out. Inferno investing a lot into that fight. I think Soul Dynasty would have probably done the same if they had another support ultimate online, only using the rush. They find nothing for it, but this might be a checkpoint here for Inferno.
And you have to question why the EMP didn't come out from Prophet, right? Like, if you're going to do that speed boost engage, Prophet needs to be in position to be able to drop that one. Even though MN3's EMP wasn't great, it was better than whatever Prophet threw out because he didn't really show anything. So Soul Dynasty, once again, just sort of out of sync and out of tempo with one another as we see Lee Soo-min move over to the Ana and matching that one. But Infernal have the cart. They've got the checkpoint. The EMP does come out. The kill is quite good. Skew does go down, but so does Prophet.
Kills Prophet as he was getting EMP'd. Okay, they get a 1-for-1 trade. Fixer is alone and isolated right now. He's got his flail, but is it good enough against Bellasaria? For the moment, it does look like it, but no, not for long. Bellasaria does get focused down by MN3 as another fight is taking place as Mag is trying to tear apart the front line over the Soul Dynasty. Pulse bomb right next to his dead body. My word, everything thrown at him then. Scott, that was a great fight and all from Soul Dynasty, but Infernal still managed to get that checkpoint.
Yeah, and you know, this is the least impactful checkpoint out of all the push maps. It's not this big monumental task to come back into it, but you can see, I want to see this up tempo. Krillin is holding on to this sound barrier. MN3 is almost actually up to another EMP, so are they going to go aggressive with it? But Prophet going down. MN3 caught him on the recall, and that should trigger a deep retreat from the Soul Dynasty, unless they want to go aggressive with the barrier, and they are.
Yeah. There's the sound barrier. Lee Soo-min gets instantly naded though. Couldn't even use that nano to try and turn the tides. Profit coming up with a couple of kills. Zesh chased him down. He does get taken out. But the issue is here, again, the payload's not moving. Trades are way more favorable right now for the Soul Dynasty. If they can trade, they're more than happy with that because Inferno are not getting any point push right now.
Yeah, and it's sort of being contested back here on this point. Soul Dynasty is going to start getting some car progress. Nice little shot there. You know, main tanks can aim. You know, Bellasaria trying to make a name for themselves. So
that's the one thing Winston players needed. Is that they need to prove that they can aim, and there you go. It's separating the best Winstons from the bad Winstons.
Yeah. And we can see Prophet trying to set up a hack. Dive comes in from Bellasaria with the nano boost, but Mag's going to trade that one back. They weren't able to find values off of the bat. They're putting out so much damage, but
he do be getting body block though. Wow, what a body block there from Bellasaria. Actually uses that ultimate too. That primal rage to bash Fixer away.
Oh no.
Meanwhile though, Zesh playing Grand Theft Auto, taking that bot all the way to the checkpoint as this fight is continuing to go down in this mega health pack room. 3-point push for Soul Inferno. And they're still going. Zest is still pushing that bot. Okay, finally, Soul Dynasty do end up coming back from the spawn. But all of that payload progress that Soul Dynasty made off of those two fights, almost erased.
Yeah, and Infernal, because they win that team fight as well, they are going to start getting control of the cart, started getting some of this progress. Prophet's got to be careful. He's very isolated compared to his team. Does manage to get back, avoiding the hack. But Prophet EMP, you know, let's see if he can find value from this one. I want to see them play aggressively, have this coordination of the dive that we haven't really seen from the Dynasty so far on this map.
They know, though. They know Prophet has that ult. All of them backing away and just scattering across the map to make sure they don't get 5-man. MN3's also doing a fantastic job of keeping out with Prophet. EMP comes out. Oh, hit nobody. Hit nobody. Hit nobody. Here's 0 people. 0-man EMP. Rough stuff there. A bit of a better one from MN3. Prophet and Profit end up going down, and that'll be some more payload progress for Inferno.
Yeah, showing the comfort on this hero. MN3's actually lapped Prophet, I believe, on these EMPs as well, and he's already building it back up to 22%. So the Soul Dynasty not coming up with any answers, and they've had to mirror the compositions, but Mag's going to pop this primal raise to stay alive. Is Prophet going to be able to get out of this one? No, he did not have a translocator.
Where'd he go? That's a little rough. Assuming there that either Zest or MN3 managed to kill the translocator, because, yeah, like you said, should have been able to zip back to the rest of his team. and 100+ meters on Esperanza, approaching the final corner for Inferno.
Yeah, with only 3 minutes remaining, Seoul Dynasty has almost an insurmountable task to catch up to this one. Great stick. Prophet once again showing that he is the leader of this team, finding the value, but Zest returning the favor on Krillin.
Yep, both Traces now putting in the leg work. Zest in a whole heap of trouble. Does pick up the health pack, but Prophet still has the recall, and he's got his number. He's got everything over Zest. Little pickpocket there. Infernal, they do get it 100+ meters though, Scott. I'm going to be real, worth. Absolutely worth. You picked up a few more ults, 2.5 minutes to go. Seoul Dynasty need to win, what, 3 to 4 fights at the minimum to try and get an equal lead here.
And we need to see the rest of the Seoul Dynasty squad step up if they're going to win this. Prophet currently is deadlifting. He's got 7 of their 14 final blows, so we need to see other people step up. They're coming up from these ultimates. They have the nano boost. They have the primal rage. How are they going to utilize this one as both EMPs come up as well?
EMP, that's a better one
Much
from
better.
Prophet. Yeah, much better. They're all hiding behind that giant screen too. There is no chance you come back from that fight after a rally EMP. And now they can get this tempo rolling. They just have to disrupt MN3 at this point, Scott. Okay, yeah, definitely don't get a kill. Okay, all good. Don't get a kill onto Prophet here. You cannot let him go down. He needs to get the manual hack onto either the Winston or one of the supports to try and even this fight up, because MN3 coming in with an EMP.
Yeah, Seoul Dynasty, they have the nano boost, they have the primal. They can't get bunched up in here for a big EMP. As you can see, MN3 trying to find this one, but they've done a good job of spreading out. It goes on to Prophet. Great execution.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. Prophet and Krillin, by the looks of it there, got EMP'd. Nice little hack, nice little kill. Soul Inferno are going to be able to use both their support ultimates if they really want to. Nice little sneak, 3.5 seconds. So Bellastoria will be back in the action in just a moment, but Soul Inferno being very patient with their ultimates, in fact. Only now are they using that nano, and it is on Fixer, of all people. So yes, he will end up staying alive, holding on to a rally, and the bot has been reset to the middle. Rally coming out from Fixer now, and a massive fire grenade from Skewed hits 3 people in the backline. Seoul Dynasty glowing bright purple, and that will be Inferno once again in control of the bottom. With 40 seconds to go, they're looking to tie this series up and bring us to a map 5.
And a late death on Prophet is going to mean that it's going to be a very late fight here coming from the Seoul Dynasty. You can see Infernal, they don't need more card presence. They don't need to move this any further. They're just trying to get it far enough forward. And then what they're going to do is they're going to force the Seoul Dynasty to push the bot into a position that is not favorable for them, so then Infernal can have the advantage on this initiations. Great heads up play by Infernal, but this is the man who needs to come up with another great EMP. He did very well with the last one. Prophet needs to find value if the Dynasty are going to start turning this around.
Oh my word, if that was old Break, he would have been stunned out of that EMP, that is for sure. EMP did end up landing and Prophet ends up going down. But look at this, Inferno just piling on that pressure. A nice little sleep onto the rallying break, but Krillin just gets right the way back up. That armor, that HP is going to surge him forward with the rest of the Seoul Dynasty. Overtime is ticking through, and well, the Seoul Inferno can go for another reset here, Scott, but it doesn't look like they're going to need to, as Suvin ends up going down. Both supports now dead, and the Seoul Inferno now, their hopes and dreams going to a map 5 are going to be answered, and that will be it. All the way to another control map. The Seoul Bowl is really coming to fruition here, Scott, all the way to a map number 5 in their first series of the year.
And we wouldn't have it any other way. Of course, this has to go the distance. As you can see, Seoul Inferno much more comfortable when they can play this Winston dive style. Honestly, some improvements there from Dynasty as the map went on, but just lost too much progress in the first half of that. Prophet's EMP, even at the very end, I like the idea. The follow-up just wasn't there for the Dynasty. So now, as we go over to the last map of Control, do they make the decision, put Void back in, sort of throw a different curveball at the Infernal? That's where they've been the most successful. We'll have to find out.
Yes, we will. If my memory serves me correctly, it's going to be Oasis as our final map. We're going to jump to the break. We'll see you on the other side. There we are, map number 5. The Seoul Derby, the Seoul Bowl, whatever you want to call it. We're here. Dynasty and Infernal all the way. And this is what we wanted to see, honestly. The battle for Seoul. Now, it's got no substitutions coming in for either side here. So it will be Dynasty sticking with Void coming in. Now, it's been a bit of an interesting game over the last couple of maps on like how the teams want to play these different competitions. We've seen a little bit of Bastion, but a lot of this Sombra play that we're kind of expecting to see is being played a lot in the West right now. Prophet and MN3 going head-to-head on Esperanza here. Enemies hacked, enemies EMP'd, pretty similar, but MN3, a single death.
And that's it. Like, it's not always about the, I think Lip accentuates this fact. It's not always about the number of enemies EMP'd, it's about the value that you can find. And I feel like every time MN3 was throwing an EMP, the follow-up was there. And that's why his deaths were so low. It didn't feel like he was having to overcommit, he was having to overstay his welcome. And MN3 showing he's not just this like Ashe, Widowmaker, hit scan player. He has this in his wheelhouse, which will be important for the Seoul Infernal. While Prophet, on the other hand, a rookie coming in, he definitely had his mistakes. That one EMP that definitely he wants back. But it wasn't that bad of a performance. I think it was a whole coordination by Seoul Dynasty. But as we go into this 5th map, we could see Sombra making a comeback for this map. As Oasis, very open map. Sombra does get the value, a lot of health packs that you can hack. So we could see a mirror of what we saw in the last map with no subs coming in, as you said.
Yeah, that is Bellatrix staying in, not Void. Sorry, I said Void was staying in, but he got subbed out the other map. So, yeah, Oasis is the map right now coming up in just a moment. I'm curious. Probably going to be a lot more Winston. I would imagine that the Sombra again, like you said, a lot of value can be obtained by hacking those health packs, but control's always been a bit of a funny one for me. I don't know about you, Scott. It really does depend what stage we go to. It's always been the coin toss in Overwatch League, or just any game of Overwatch, to be honest with you. Like what map type or like map kind of geometry do you favor? It just reminds me of Ilios. Like I always want to go to Ruins because I always want to play Widowmaker, and it happens even at the highest level where I am that guy. I really do be that guy. But when it comes to compositions, what teams are strong at, because the stages are so different, it's sometimes tough to really predict what you're going to come into. If you're a good Rhine team, you want the Rhine favored maps, but if you don't end up getting them and you end up getting just beat on the Winston favored maps, then it's kind of just tough luck.
Yeah. And that's it, right? So we are going to end up here on, I believe this is City Center, and both teams are going to Symmetra teleport out, but they will go over to the Tracer. There will be a difference once again. Krillin goes back to this Lucio with the Kiriko from Lee Sumin as well. So I talked about this on Esperanza. If they are going to play the Lucio, I want to see them go with the tempo, because the Brig inherently will do more healing and get more value. The hack does come in, and Seoul Dynasty are in.
And the heal is so good, though, from Fixer. Skew's going super low, and here comes the follow-up from the Seoul Inferno. Initial hack from Prophet onto Skew, but my word, were Inferno ready for that. It's almost telegraphed, right? Because Krillin is on the Lucio. You know they want to go very, very quickly. Prophet, all right, resetting, all good. And
maybe going back to spawn?
He's on the replay instead, so even more kind of a rush start.
Yeah, Seoul Infernal, we've seen this consistently throughout this series, upping the tempo, not allowing the Dynasty to sort of give them time to, breathe. As Prophet goes over to the Sojourn and Prophet on the Reaper, they're this is essentially the Grand Finals meta that we saw last year, but Zest is not going to give Krillin that free walk over to the jump pad. They get Prophet as well, and this is Seoul Dynasty just not ready for this aggression from Infernal.
Synergy to be up there, and it was like MN3 just sits there, hacks Zest, comes in, finishes them off. It's super easy for the Seoul DPS line to execute on these hack targets, just how quickly they're playing this comp. Already 50% on the board, and because Seoul Dynasty reset their ultimate, switching those DPS heroes, MN3 Zest, they're nearing a lot of ults.
There's been a lot of changes to this composition and the heroes that are a part of it since this playoff meta, so I'm surprised to see the Seoul Dynasty go in this direction. Maybe just going to something they're comfortable with, but with MN3 with this EMP, you can see Seoul are trying to find a dive angle, but as soon as they step out, MN3 will be there.
Just skulking around these little bushes here. Oh, nice kill on just Skewed though. 4-man EMP, where's the follow-up? Not to be found. Zest instantly taken care of. That kill onto Skew to start that fight off. Like, how on earth do you let that happen?
Hey, that's just the value of Prophet. That's what this guy is going to offer to this Dynasty roster. He is that legendary hitscan player that could, you know, sort of compete with these best guys in the league, making his presence known. Yeah, he's like, hey guys, I'm here. I doubted this Sojourn pick, but he's instantly finding value, and that's actually triggered MN3 to move off of the Sombra and go over to the Sojourn as well.
Man, this point, so contestable at all times. 83%, only one fight really. Nano Boost comes out. However, that rush is going to be a little bit too much for them to bear. I mean, even a Nano into a rush, yeah, everybody's got their abilities coming way quicker, everybody's shooting way faster. Hard to play into, but Soul Inferno weathered the storm, at least for the time being. And the Green Mag coming up with kills. And that will be the Death Blossom laid out, Skew dead. But look at the retreating members of Seoul Dynasty. They had no real support left. Lee Soo-min had no Suzu. And that will be the point flip for Infernal, now looking to boot people off to make sure they can't trigger that overtime. Beat for Krillin. It's a solo one on point, Scott. This
Had to do
is
it.
disastrous for Dynasty.
Yeah, Krillin wasn't able to get his sound barrier, keep them alive from the last fight, so Krillin has to do it just to touch, keep them in this fight. We're going to have to see Prophet come up with some magic again. Hits the headshot onto Skew, but is not enough to take him down with the nerfs that are coming through, and he's just unable to find anything with Mag in his face.
Yeah, so tough. You really need that mercy damage boost to get those one-shots anymore, but speaking of one-shots, MN3 lands a nice rail onto Prophet's head. And now with overtime and very little damage left, Seoul Dynasty are in a whole heap of hurt. Prophet dead, Bellatrix to follow. That'll be it. Round one goes to Infernal, map number 5. They're one round away from winning the first Seoul Derby here in the Overwatch League 2023.
Yeah, and Infernal just playing at a different level. I love the coordination that we're seeing from them. Mag is that tip of the spear, just playing aggressive. And here was the shot. Wait, actually, I can't remember exactly
Just
what part of this. Oh, this
shot,
is the
yeah.
follow-up with the Reaper, yeah, when they were able to get these cleanups. And this was after that great shot from Prophet to open up this round. So they had that moment of magic, but unfortunately that following up fight when Krillin was just went down, great target focus from the Infernal, and they lose the first round as we go over to the second round.
Second round, want to make it a third. Seoul Dynasty do at least. Infernal want to end it here. Same kind of comp for Infernal. Looks like Dynasty are going to take a page out of their book and run Krillin on that Brig, Lee Soo-min on the Ana. Now it's just up to MN3 and Prophet to try and find an initial pick.
Yeah, and you can see both teams vying for this high ground position as Seoul Dynasty are going to concede it. MN3 is actually taking a bit of an off angle. You see Prophet trying to sort of move him away from that one, but great kill. Shot melee, takes down Prophet, and that's going to be hard for the Dynasty to deal with as MN3 has just been absolutely filthy on this Hanzo so far in the series as he's just taking names.
God, he is a monster on that Hanzo. Jesus. I mean, you called him out earlier, right, Scott? You're like, look, he's not just an Ashe player. He wants to prove that he can play everything, and he's kind of proving it right now. Hanzo looking mighty clean. His Sombra looked good earlier. Only had a single death on Esperanza. He keeps this up. He's going to be player of the match, that is for sure.
Zest has a very early pulse bomb here as well. He can win them another fight, and you know that's the firepower of Zest MN3 that we were hyping up coming into this series. But they're just so oppressive to play against. But a great biotic nade from Lee Soo-min gets Skew taken down.
Skew dead. Pulse bomb. Oh, Zesty got his man.
Tracer
That's
dip.
what he wanted that whole time. Let's stick on to Prophet. The Tiger Slayer really coming to fruition now. Krillin in trouble. Infernal still control the point though. There comes a re-engage from Mag. Nice little sleep there from Lee Soo-min just as he hits the bubble. Ursary is just going to try and chase MN3, but oh, he's lost him. He lost him. Whoa, he found him again. All good, but Mag in the meanwhile holding that point down with your boy Zest. Soul Infernal looking to make this one a clean sweep, Scott.
Yeah, just showing they're better in this Winston composition. They just understand the tempo, how to use their ultimates. We're up to 70% for the Infernal, and Dynasty don't have many ultimates to speak for. Krillin's only 60% to a rally in this whole part of this map so far, and Prophet as well lagging behind. So Dynasty's going to need to come up with magic. Has to be Bellatrix with this Primal Rage, sort of opening the scene unless Prophet comes up big with another Pulse Bomb.
Dragons. How cosmetic is it going to be?
Yeah.
Legendary and epic one. I think it's up to MN3 to decide. He unleashes him. Prophet trying to mark him as much as he possibly can. Look at the pressure actually coming from Seoul Dynasty onto MN3 right now. He actually gets nanoed of all things. Like, they know where the true carry lies, and it is in MN3 right now. Seoul Dynasty needs to be able to touch that point 99%. They are juggling it quite successfully, but they're going to have to chew through this rally over health and armor coming out from Fixer. A nice stick from Zest doesn't quite kill Bellasaria, and in fact, the healing is going to be there. And in fact, on top of that, actually earns Krillin an ultimate. The plasma screen has been unleashed from Krillin as he takes down Fixer, and now Seoul Dynasty finally gaining the semblance of control on this round. They managed to take out Skewed and Mag, and it's only Zest left. There you go, 99%, and they get that flip to keep them in the series.
Yeah, holding on by the skin of their teeth, just some individual brilliance, and Krillin absolutely getting up to that rally, utilizing it very well, able to hold on, but they don't have the ultimates. Only Lee Soo-min with the nano boost is coming up, but the same thing for the Seoul Infernal, so we will see the neutral fight, and Infernal are trying to sort of herd the Dynasty into a corner, as MN3's, he's going to find a purchase at some point. The Dynasty do need to be careful.
Alright, Zest, what you got for us? You got a pulse bomb, it's got Prophet's name on it, surely. And a boost onto Bellasaria. Look at this peel. My word, there's not an inkling of damage there onto MN3. Skewed Fix and take it. Oh my god, what a pulse. Okay, now it's Prophet's turn. Oh, there's the pulse next to the body. It's beautiful stuff from both Tracers. It's really just Prophet right now versus Zest, who can come out on top. Mag is trying to stake his claim as a man of the match right now as he takes down Krillin with that primal rage. There will be Bellasaria too. It's just Tracer and Monkey gameplay. What more can you really ask for? 55% of building for the Seoul Dynasty. Lee Soo-min comes back on the Lucio to try and help out the rest of his team. It will be Seoul Infernal still managing to contest as Prophet almost gets taken down.
Oh, Zest does get taken down though in kind. And that might be an overextension here from Zest, as the Seoul Dynasty are still ticking up with the percentage. The nano boost comes out to Mag as they're trying to get this flip coming out. Give them the advantage as Mag does take down Prophet, but the point has still not come through. It's still ticking up for the Dynasty.
Look at these melees. Mag is flinging out. He just can't quite find the kills or the damage to finish up Lee Soo-min or Krillin, who's now been antied, but he's got that rally going off. I mean, that overhealth, that armor is just so good. Zest struggling to find this kill. Lee Soo-min just getting kept alive. Pulseball on the ground, doesn't find any damage or even a kill, but Infernal do manage to find that flip, stopping that percentage build up from Dynasty now. And now it's up to Seoul Dynasty to try and get back onto the point. MN3 going pretty low. Mag will rejoin the fray in just a moment as Bellasaria switched over to Doom to get back in time.
This could be a big Dragon Strike coming from Prophet. It could force the position. It goes out through the middle of the point, but MN3 takes down Prophet.
Take down Prophet, yeah, exactly that. The Dragon Strike's going to separate the team of Infernal, but it's still just pandemonium on the point. I mean, what ammo are you looking at right now? What possibly could you be throwing in? Is Bellasaria with the nano to keep him up? There is 2 supports now dead for Infernal. No more healing, but Zest has got the pulse. Mag has got the primal. 2 kills, backline now slaughtered by the Dynasty. This is just an absolute slugfest. Who can keep themselves alive long enough? Prophet throws out the pulse. Mag, 11 HP, survives. A double kill from Bellasaria. He's got the Meteor Strike, but comes back down to his death. Overtime still ticking down with Infernal on the point. Skewed TP's back to the point on Kiriko and Fixer on Lucio to try and push him on. Krillin nearing that plasma screen. That rally coming off in just 5%, Scott.
And it's going to be so valuable with the composition that the Infernal has. There will be a touch coming out, but it's going to be desperation here for the Infernal. Krillin has the rally. Are they going to go aggressive with this one?
They're going to have to. There you go. Rally in. Pushed in. Can Krillin find a stun? He's trying to guard the rest of his team right now, but it's actually Bellasaria who's finding the kills. That's overhealth. Good luck killing a Doom when he's got block up too. Seoul Infernal, they've already lost MN3, the main damage dealer for their team. It's up to Zest to land another crucial pulse bomb in this fight. Prophet is nearing that EMP too, but Prophet is the one staking his claim. There's a double kill for the veteran, and maybe some more. Seoul Dynasty will take it all the way to round number 3 on map number 5.
What are we watching? That was one of the craziest rounds I've seen of Control in such a long time, and I have to give massive props to the pocket Doomfist pick from Bellasaria. He got so many picks time after time. He came back up, got that Meteor Strike, kept Seoul Dynasty in the game to keep them alive, and then Prophet comes in and cleans up as he always does. We have to go the distance, Jack. We go to round 3 as Seoul Dynasty will not go down without a fight.
No, they will not. MN3, wow. Now, Hanzo played very beginning of that round, already opened it up. They got 80+% on their first defense of the control point. Looking pretty good. TP's out, speed boosts as well from Fixer. So you can match them in the middle. Oh yeah, look at that, instantly Balestria back it up. Doesn't want to get booped.
Interesting change here from Fixer. They have played almost exclusively Break throughout this entire series, but going Lucio for this one, looking like it's for the boop. MN3 going to take out Lee Soo-min with a log from across the map, and that should be first point to the Infernal. As Lee Soo-min, oh, okay, I saw a Moira switch for a second there, and I got very confused.
Confused and concerned. Man, MN3 plays Hanzo like it's a hit scan. Like, that guy does not miss. He looks at someone, they just die. There's no projectile speed on that one. Nice little dive there from Mag. MN3. My word, this guy is good.
And I want to give a quick sort of recognition to Mag on this Winston as well. His coordination with Zest has honestly been impeccable throughout this series. One of the reasons the Infernal have been sort of keeping up and being able to push this to so far. Mag has sort of had a shaky career so far on the Washington Justice, but feeling right at home here on the Infernal.
He's definitely looking a lot better than he has done. He was kind of a prodigy tank player when he was on Runaway. Everybody was so hyped to get Mag in the league, but just didn't quite live up to his namesake. He's performing a lot better than he has done in recent memory, like you were saying, Scott. MN3, what can you do when Hanzo's on fire like this? It's almost impossible to shut them down. Like, that's a complete team wipe.
Yeah, and Skewed is just hitting sleep after sleep as well. Every time, like, Skewed and Fix are just coordinating so well. Infernal just synergy right on point as Seoul Dynasty haven't been able to match in kind. Profit only 43% to this EMP right now as well as the percentage ticks up to 60%. So need to come up with some answers quickly because Zest with another Pulse Bomb, he's shown how deadly he can be with it.
Go on, just stick Profit one more time to make it burn. Nope, stuck the sign instead. Rest in peace. Unfortunately, we'll call that one on camera. Prophet does kill the backline after a couple of swift hacks. And then 3 still trying to make it even. Yes, somehow comes up with 2 kills. Infernal, like the round before, nearing 80% before they let go of that point. But, I mean, Mag is back. Skew's going to be back soon too. They can juggle this.
Yeah, they're just going to try and get as much percentage as possible. They might decide to re-aggress. They have the nano boost. It goes down onto Mag. Mag will sleep, but with the nerf, he won't be down for too much longer as he's already back on the backline.
Yeah, that's Nano wants Krillin to keep him alive, and this has some more damage, but Nano went a little bit too far there. Nice stick from dude, he still got it, man. This guy is still just an absolute beast on the Tracer. Feeling pretty good. It feels like very much a masterclass right now from both Tracers and the Hanzo coming out from MN3. Skewed and Lee Soo-min just trying their hardest to stay alive after these dives. And yeah, it's a masterclass of killing people for DPS, but it's a masterclass of staying alive if you're a support player. And it's been a tough road so far.
And Krillin with the diamond hands with that rally, it would have been so easy to pop that one, but holds onto it is going to be so important. But the EMP from Prophet, there comes the dive, instantly deletes Fixer.
Very good, yeah, hits Fixer and MN3. Beautiful follow-up. Seoul Dynasty looking to even that percentage with 96. Seoul Infernal, they need one fight.
Yeah, MN3's going to, even though he's getting so much value with the Hanzo, go over to the Sombra himself. Maybe trying to counter dive a little bit or try and get some more aggression for themselves. But we go into mirror compositions. But Dynasty have done a great job of holding on to these ultimates. They still have all these important ultimates as the time ticks up. Now they're at 60% and the Infernal potentially have their backs against the wall.
Another hack onto Skew. Can Skew survive? Fixer's on the other side of that bubble, but he's still slinging out their packs like they're cookies right now. Straight towards the is Ana. Yeah, that was close. 40 HP. Pulse Bomb and a Dream right now. The Seoul Dynasty, like you were saying, Scott, are going to be able to match the percentage, but Prophet ends up going down to a shield bash by the looks of it from Fixer there, stunning him up and helping find the kill. There's the nano boost onto Bellasria. Mag is going to try and match this damage without the nano. Another beautiful sleep from an Ana. Lee Soo-min stopping that damage coming out from Mag, and Prophet finds 2. Seoul Dynasty might have just done it here. Scott, 5% to go, and Mag is in a whole heap of trouble. MN3 might be able to get back in time, but Zest is only one alive near that point right now. Fixer is going to join him in just a moment, but they
do need to touch. He does get booped away and actually just killed off. And now it's only the Tracer or the Sombra to touch. They managed to get on just in time, but Zest is dead. Prophet's just cleaning up.
The Prophets are doing it.
Oh, he got hacked out of EMP! He got hacked out of EMP, and that should be it. Dynasty have done it all the way to map number 5, round number 3, and Seoul Dynasty will take the first win in the Seoul Bowl. Oh my word, it couldn't have been closer. What more could you ask for the first match of the series between these two Goliaths of teams?
Both Prophets coming alive at the very end. We were sort of talking about Prophet not finding that value on the Sombra, but at the very end, the dives were immaculate. You could not have asked for better dives, and then Prophet, the GOAT, coming in, executing the Soul Infernal and saying, we are still the Soul team, at least for right now.
I mean, Tiger Slayer, I think you could still give that title over to Zest. I'm gonna be honest with you, that guy had a game and a half. MN3-2, unbelievable stuff. Zest kind of jumping up and down. I mean, honestly, you love to see it. Belisari has shown some sheer strength there, lifting up Zest, feels good. And it feels good as well seeing these players play on LAN like this, Scott. I gotta say, we are gifted, really, in times like this to have two teams face off against each other in a LAN environment. Seoul Dynasty do take this first win against Seoul Infernal. The battle for Seoul will continue later this year, but for now it is all Seoul Dynasty. Feeling pretty good going all the way to round number 3 on map number 5. Scott, what a series.
This could have gone either way. There's so many backs and forths, but the big takeaway for me is both of these teams have their strengths. And when they're playing well and when it all gets coordinated, they can be great teams. And I saw great things from the rookies of the Seoul Dynasty, but even some familiar faces on the Seoul Infernal looking a lot more comfortable than they have on previous teams. So lots to look forward if you're fans of both of these teams.
Oh yeah, a ton to look forward to. Maybe a little bit more Void too. Still, he mentioned it was his last season, so he really wants to make it count. The player of the match for this series is going to go to the OG Prophet. Of course, who else would it be?
Yeah, and Prophet just came up clutch time and time again on this Tracer. You know, the greatest of all time. We've dubbed him. We talk about him. I personally and other people have had concerns of, is Prophet going to be the same juggernaut, the same beast that we've known from him in the past? And he answered us with a resounding yes in this series.
That's my favorite pulse bomb of the whole series right there. On the shield, drop straight off. Nice little slow-mo replay of that one. Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's been lots of kind of talk about Prophet in the off-season. Has he still got it? Can he still retain the GOAT status? And I think just the amount of kills and the amount of pressure he was putting on top of Seoul Infernal, and they're not rookies either, so you can't say like, oh, you know, they were just beating up on rookies. Like Zest and M3 put in a whole lot of legwork too. Mag has been around for a long time, Skew too. Like, this guy just does it all. Even on the, hey, Silly Heroes still in his repertoire. Felt pretty good, but that Tracer is really where he stood out today.
Yeah, and that's what makes Prophet so great, is that he can play anything. Yes, he's had his signature heroes throughout the course of time, Tracer being one of them, but he's just so flexible. He's played pretty much everything at any point. He's even played a little bit of support from time to time. If he can lead by example, as I've said so far through the series, enable the rest of his rookies like Prophet. You know, Prophet got better as the series went on. Maybe some stage nerfs really coming down to him, but Prophet really sort of carrying them to that success so that they could close out this series.
Yeah, that confidence definitely goes a long way, right? I mean, at the end of the day, if your partner, your duo is confident, you're going to be confident in them, and you're going to be more confident in yourself because you know you can rely on them. The fallback. Pulsar attach rate looking rather clean too. 41 and a bit % there. Finals blows per 10, you're looking at 8. Well, you know, a few deaths there, but it was a bloodbath of a game. Let's be real. It was a lot of blows. A lot of killing blows, and final blows there even towards the end of the series. So yeah, I'm not too surprised to see that death stat quite high.
Yeah, and you know, that's how Prophet has always been, and that's how you need to be. You need to have that confidence, and honestly, I think the Dynasty did a great job of shutting down Prophet. Zest honestly matched and went toe-to-toe with Prophet in this series, but experience comes through at the very end, and Prophet very deserving of this player of the match. But honestly, I'm just excited to see more of both of these teams, as it looks like we are coming up with an interview, but I don't think, unfortunately, we don't know. We heard Jack's Korean earlier, and it wasn't great. So I feel like we're just stuck with us.
I can order things. I can do basic conversation. Can I read signs that are written in Korean? Yes. Can I understand them? Not always, but some words. It's all good. Don't worry. That's why we got the go to Korean production on there at our backs right there. I mean, what a series! Like a good way to start off too, right? the Eastern Region Spring Stage qualifiers, and we get a map number 5, round number 3 on Control against Seoul Inferno and Seoul Dynasty. Do you think right now how do you think they match up against some other teams? Because a lot of people have a lot of high expectations on the Dallas Fuel, on the Spark. Of course, we're going to see those a little bit later on today. Avril and Seth will take you through those. But I'm pleasantly surprised at MN3 and Zesh just coming out of the gate swinging.
Yeah, I think both teams really showing that they will have some strength. There were some concerns about both of these rosters, but I think they've sort of, at least from what we saw in this series, they look quite comfortable and confident, and the synergy is there. But it's very difficult to say until we see that Dallas Fuel play, until we see the Hangzhou Spark and the team that they're providing, until we start to see some of these matchups. It's going to be really hard to differentiate just how good these teams are.
Oh, yeah, that is for sure. And that will be it for me and Scott this evening. I think I'll welcome my neighbors up. It's 3 a.m. So, yeah, I'm going to hit a hay. And we'll see you all later. Avril and Seth, though, will take you through the next couple of games. You'll see their handsome faces on your screen in just a moment. We'll see you in a bit.
And hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to get into our second series here at the beginning of the 2023 season in APAC. I am Achilles here alongside Avril, as per usual. We'll be guiding you guys to the action for our last two sets of the evening. Coming up next, though, we have the Dallas Fuel versus the Guangzhou Charge.
The first time we're going to see Dallas play in the Eastern region here. They've just won a championship in 2022, lifted the trophy, as you can see here. And they retained a fair few number of, I think, star players, some core members of the roster. Most importantly, Rush has returned to the team. If you paid attention to Twitter recently as well, Pasmo actually put out a tweet that says that Rush is, technically speaking, the 6th player on this team. But they probably won't need a sub. He's not going to end up playing. Don't worry, they're not subbing anyone out. Hanbin's going to be in the entire time. They trust their 5-man roster. They're still on the lookout for maybe a sub in the future, but for now, like a lot of other teams that are just relying on 5-man rosters, they believe in this 5 to make it all the way again.
That they do, and we'll go ahead and take a look at the starting 5 in just a little moment here to go ahead and refresh everybody's memory, mine as well, because it's been a good long while since we've gotten to be in this position to cast some good old-fashioned Overwatch League, so I'm excited to see how everything's going to unfold. Already, though, off the rip, a fantastic series to start with here in APAC, with Dynasty barely being able to scrape by that victory over the Infernals, telling them, hey, welcome to Seoul. It's still our city, at least for now. But we'll go ahead and take a look at the Dallas Fuel.
So it's not just going to be the natives of Seoul between the Seoul Infernal or the Seoul Dynasty to take it through. Defending champions, as mentioned, as we get a look at the Dallas Fuel roster. Some new faces on there as well. And Hanbin, such an important player returning.
That he is. I mean, another return there. I mean, the first player that we saw was, MCD. Got to see him a little bit in the off-season, playing alongside the Dallas Fuel in the show match that, myself and Wolf covered over here in South Korea. And overall, looked quite good on his return to the stage. But we'll have to see how he now fits in now that there's, months of practice, plenty of time for these guys to get, very acclimated to one another. So time will tell whether or not they're going to still be that dominant force.
On the other side is Guangzhou Charge as well. We'll get introduced to their roster momentarily, but they actually haven't played any NA teams in the last year. They've actually got no history versus Dallas Fuel, so the Guangzhou Charge have kind of been in their own corner of the world for the longest time. I mean, they did win a title all the way back in 2020. This is the first time in the history of Overwatch League going up against this new look Dallas Fuel roster. Defending champions of the Overwatch League. Returning are the DPS line between Edison and Sparkle. Hanbin, I think, most important player on this team. You've mentioned MCD already as a player that's already been floating around the league. He's been on a couple of different teams. He's played in APAC before. He's played in NA before. Alongside that, a really slept on player, underestimated player in Bliss. I think a lot of people don't really know Bliss, and obviously the names here maybe a little bit wrong because MCD is on the far right-hand side, and next to between Hanbin and MCD is Bliss. 4th from the left, 2nd from the right there. Bliss comes from O2 Blast. He's one of those new O2 Blast rookies. He's been floating around since the longest time. I actually remember, I don't know if you do from 2019 Gauntlet set, but he played on Gen G in the 2019 Gauntlet, and I thought he looked amazing then. This is a guy that I remember specifically from Gauntlet as a strong Lucio player back when he was like really underage, and now that he's of age to play in the Overwatch League, I think he is the support prospect going into this 2023 season from all the contenders.
We'll have to see if it lives up all the hype that you're building for him here. As we'll go ahead and take a look at the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Plenty of familiar faces. Maybe not Piggies, because man, he's had a glow up.
Yeah, certainly has. But I think the team in general is a huge glow up because, when we saw the Guangzhou Charge at the start of the last season, it was pretty miserable. They didn't have a lot of wins. It was really tough going for them. And as they got through the season, they slowly shifted their roster around. Chaser1 is the only returning player from, the start of the 2022 season. They rebuilt the team around him as the star play, and rightly so. Chaser1, I think, is an incredibly talented player. In fact, I think Choi has been on Guangzhou Charge literally his entire Overwatch League career. He's never been on a different team. Some loyalty there between both the org and this player on the DPS on the far left here, but joining him is the rest of the squad throughout the end of the Guangzhou Charge's run last year, where they actually did really well. They were a very competitive team in this region with Jimmy, Piggy, Farway, and Xerneas. They just ran out of game set. They just didn't have enough games left to try and qualify for anything like a playoffs. They just ran out of regular season.
That they did. But now it's a fresh start here in 2023, and off the rip, if they can have a strong beginning, take down the defending champions, I think that they're going to be very well set to take part in, those tournaments, in the midseason madness, potentially in the playoffs at the end of the year. So a lot to play for here from the side of Guangzhou Charge. But you can be damn sure that Dallas Fuel, they're going to be looking to defend not only the title, but also their reputation. They're shifting regions. They're coming over here into APAC, and they still want to be dominant. They still want to be that team to be feared, even with some new faces.
And I think you have to be very careful about sleeping on the Guangzhou Charge here. There's been some, murmurings around in the offseason. How strong do some of these teams look? I still personally have Dallas among the upper echelon of teams in this Eastern region here. And there's some good competition out there as well. There's been some healthy discussion around the Hangzhou Spark. Scrim rumors have said that both, specifically Infernal, have been very good, but now we just see Seoul Dynasty beat Infernal, so they're being very competitive as well. I expect a lot of these teams between the six of them to be trading games as they get ready to head into the knockout stage a little bit later on in this first stage, going up against the top contenders teams as well. But Guangzhou Charge is one of those super slept on teams because I think a lot of fans still remember the Guangzhou Charge from their early days in 2022 season, and they kind of forget the fact that Guangzhou Charge had a huge glow up in the second half of the year, and now they could sort of continue that journey, believing in this five-man roster they ran with at the end of last year. But it's still going to be a tough match for the Guangzhou Charge. If you're going to ask me, I think the Dallas Fuel should be favored. They're the defending champions. Harbin is still a GOAT on the tank. And I'm not, okay, Bliss and MCD, they're not quite Fielder or Chio, but I think they're competitive.
Sure. No, I'm right there with you. And at the end of the day, we've already had one 5-map series. Why not throw another one in the mix here? If they want to kick the season off that way, then I'm all for it. We'll go ahead and take a closer look, though, at the Tracer zoom in here between Sparkle and Choice One.
Sparkle's been someone that's had to really make his way through Tracer. I remember early days, it was a 2021 season, where his Tracer was kind of the hole in the team. It's not really specifically Sparkle because they also had Gohan that team. Essentially, they didn't have a dedicated Tracer player, so Sparkle took it upon himself to become the Tracer for the Dallas Fuel. And over the course of 2021, 2022, heading into 2023 now, he's really leveled up his Tracer to the point where I think this guy could really compete on Tracer. And Sparkle, in many ways, reputation-wise, he was kind of the proper before proper if we're talking about star rookies coming up from Korea. He was obviously, in 2021 kind of existing in the year of the league, but in 2020 when he was coming in for the rookie season, that was a player we're talking about. And Sparkle's starting to re-enter the conversation a little bit more, especially after becoming champion last year. Mostly played the Reaper towards the end of the year, and I think that meta wasn't particularly fun if you're trying to pop off on the Reaper position. But Sparkle now coming fresh in 2023 gets to play a few flashier heroes like the Tracer, going up against some very known quantity Tracers like Choice One, which we saw some great stuff out of him in the previous 2 years, specifically on this hero.
That we have. You're talking about, 2019, some hype brewing up around him, 2020, the explosive arrival. I'm thinking all the way back to, 2018, when the kid first debuted, and he just was so far away from being of age to play in the Overwatch League. But we had already known that Sparkle was going to get in there. He was going to start making waves, and he certainly was able to do so. But I am curious to see how this does look, because Choice One was absolutely phenomenal by the end of the year. Like you said, that change in performance from Guangzhou, and kind of just, I'd say most of the teams that we did have out here. Hi. Hey, we're here. We do have faces. We can be on camera. But seeing the transition for a lot of the teams that were formerly near the bottom here in APAC last year was great, because you not only had Guangzhou Charge looking better, you also had even the Valiant looking a bit better in their own right, and putting on stronger performances, turning around the 2022 or 2021 year that we had seen from them, where they weren't able to win anything. So it was everything just kind of becoming more competitive across the board, and I'm hoping that we have that here from the outset. That's always going to be good. You don't want to have those teams that you're like, you look at them and you're like, yeah, they're always going to bottom out. They're not going to be able to get any wins. We want everybody to be able to poke and prod at one another.
Well, I think the region is still competitive, right? And when I say competitive, it means everyone can compete with everyone. There shouldn't be that many dead games, if any at all, where a team is just a complete write-off.
Right.
Looking at you, Shanghai, please prove everyone wrong. Please be a good team again still. We will find out in a match later on today. They'll have to prove themselves versus Hangzhou Spark. But last year, right, you look at the standings of the regular season, the worst performing team in East was LA Valiant, and their record was 7-17, which is only 2 wins behind the Chengdu Hunters, who had a real struggle of the year at 9-15, which was an equal scoreline to Guangzhou Charge at 9-15. So, every single team, including the bottom tier LA Valiant in the Eastern region, was still competitive. Like, everyone was taking games off each other. There was no 0-24, 0-16 situation last year, and I expect that to be the case again this year, where, no one really bottoms out. Everyone should still be competing against each other for wins.
Yep, that is the hope, that is the dream. But as you can notice, since we're going to be here since we've been here on camera, I should say, for a little extended period of time, we do have a little tech issue that we have to get taken care of. So you get to listen to myself and Avril for a little bit longer. But I guess in the meantime, we can go ahead and take a look at the map set. And maybe things are taken care of, maybe they're fixed. I don't know. Either way, we're going to be kicking things off on Nepal. Then we'll move into Hollywood for our hybrid map, Havana for our escort, New Queen Street for push, and then Lijiang Tower if we can go the distance and get another 5-map series.
Yeah, it's been a year since we've seen Havana as well, because we didn't get Havana in the map pool at all in the 2022 season. Last episode was 2021. And the game has changed significantly since then in terms of 5v5. But, you know, we got a good look at Shambali in our previous matchup, some Antarctic Peninsula. It's all the classics, though, today, all the classic Overwatch 1 maps starting out with Nepal. Meta development in this region has been fairly interesting. We're actually seeing a lot more Brawl compared to Dive. I would have expected more Dive to come on through, but I suspect a lot of the reason for that meta shift is because of that team in the light blue on the left, the Dallas Fuel. Everybody in this region is probably Hanbin pilled. We know of how much of impact Dallas Fuel, Rush, Hanbin have when they were in NA for the past 2 years. All these rumors about them basically setting the meta. I wouldn't be surprised with Dallas Fuel doing that again, but now in APAC, we'll see what Dallas are going to be playing. Currently hovering over a little bit of Doomfist. I don't know if that's what we're actually going to see. Probably not. Looking out for a bit of Hanbin Diva, a bit of Hanbin Zarya. I heard some murmurings about Zarya maybe being played.
We'll keep our eyes peeled for it, but in the meantime, it seems like Hanbin's going to be coming out the gate with the Doomfist. Sparkle now going back over to the patented Genji, and this is a very different look here from the side of the Dallas Fuel from what we've seen so far.
And Hanbin starting out with a good old sleep dart from far away. And the Guangzhou Charge in the pink colors. That's the other Zhou team. We've got 2 Zhou teams out in the east. Hangzhou is coming up a little bit later, just teasing the colors for now. But Hangzhou are going to be Guangzhou rather this year. I'm even getting confused now. Hangzhou Charge are going to be the ones who get first control.
It's all right. We got to square it away. They're back to their staple teal blue, whatever you want to call it, as far as the tops are concerned. We do have them rocking this.
But the HUD is correct.
Yeah, the HUD's correct. The in-game, not so much. Either
is
way.
Is it even shy? Are we seeing them already?
Yeah, a bit of an identity crisis it would seem here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Piggy going to get tagged down. The anti was out. Hanbin able to go in, finally killing Blow. Jimmy going to be taken down simultaneously as well. The shots flying here. Sparkle looking to occupy the point. Guangzhou Charge with the quick cap, but now very much in danger of losing it as they wait for these reinforcements to come back through. Xerneas now going to end up getting taken down. That's both the supports out of the fight. Then the flip comes through. Dallas Fuel now in control, only giving over 11%. But Edison, as he tries to poke and prod forward, ends up getting punished.
And this is kind of Sparkle also on one of his best heroes. In fact, I think this is his signature hero of all time, the Genji. Not particularly strong on this meta, but this is classic Dallas Fuel where Rush is going to come in, define the meta, play to the strengths of what his players can do. Sparkle on the Genji. I don't know, maybe Hanbin just isn't as confident on the Winston, so his version of the dive is going to end up being that Doomfist. And as you sort of mentioned, they already got that flip, they're already leading in terms of ult charge, in terms of percentage points and cap as well. Hanbin probably force a meteor strike here, actually doesn't use it.
Yeah, holds on to it, has faith in the heals. They managed to pump enough out, and it's going to be the Nano. Actually, he gets a 2-for-1. Both DPS taken down with a single rocket punch. Not something you see every day, but either way, Hanbin is absolutely farming. Xerneas eliminated by him as well. Edison finally able to get involved, will take down Piggy, but yeah, the Nano, the punch, that was it. Leaving Guangzhou Charge dead on the floor.
I wonder if he had that punch empowered as well, because if it's nanoed and empowered at the same time, that would explain the instant burst damage coming through to delete 2 Charge members off the map. So Charge, you know, they had that very early neutral fight win. You had Dallas Fuel kind of rolling out different areas, Hanbin coming through upper area, and the rest of Dallas Fuel going elsewhere. But aside from that, Dallas, once they get control of the point, start winning some fights. Now we're getting to the real spin cycle of the ultimates. EMP time coming in. Hanbin's waiting, just needs a little bit of HP.
Okay, throws out the EMP. There's a dive in from Hanbin as well. Does get slept, can be put on the ground. We'll see if they can actually finish him off and know that Meteor Strike is still available. Pops it now to get himself out of a sticky situation. The Kitsune Rush in the meantime, used by MCD. Drop down, not going to find any eliminations. Not too much damage either, and it seems like Fuel may have to back off as the flip was grabbed here by the Guangzhou Charge. 2 ultimates still to work with, and yeah, wide lead for Dallas Fuel. Happy to just back away.
They don't have a nano here either. The nano was expended earlier when we talked about Hanbin getting that double quarter punch. So Spark is going to have to go for a dry blade here. It's just no HP. That's the problem. You don't have the nano for the blade, you just die.
Yeah, tries to go forward. Piggy able to answer back. They do lose Xerneas in the meantime, but now MCD going to be taken down, so it's some further staggers found here at the hands of the Guangzhou Charge, getting themselves caught up as much as they possibly can. And Sparkle, now, well, actually, we're going to be seeing a decent flip as MCD goes over the break. Hanbin for the Winston.
which is probably a little bit more standard, right? Doom, not particularly meta. Genji, definitely not meta. And even when you have one of the best historical Genjis in the world playing Genji, when Sparkle decides it's time to get off Genji, you know Genji ain't it for today. So they do have to rebuild a decent amount of ultimates from scratch. Although the blade had already been used, they do have a 79% lead though, but that lead is slowly being fought up by the Guangzhou charge. They have Nano in Jimmy versus Harman's Nano.
Just keep Jimmy alive, make sure he can survive the dive. Decent amount of damage out on the Xerneas as well as they try to build up towards his primal. Been choked out to about half HP, and Jimmy with a great straight headshot. Catches Sparkle shutting down that tracer. Choice A1 now, letting the pulse bombs go. Not really fighting too much, but they're still corralled into the side room, over towards the mini pack, and MCD now going to be taken down. The pickoffs coming through as Xerneas continues to frag. 2 for him on the Brig. And that is going to be the lead just about gained now as Charge will re-grab control of the point.
And I would say Charge is in a stronger position to win this round now than the Dallas Fuel are, because Dallas is still waiting for their ultimates, right? They burnt a lot of ultimates in 2 fights ago. They've changed up their comp slightly as well. Charge have been on the comp for the entire way through. And they have far more ultimates coming online. Their timing for what the final fight's going to be is great. Rally into Primal, into Dragon Strike. When it's OT and Dragon Strike comes to the point, that's going to be big.
Drop down for the quick check. Right back up onto the high ground goes Jimmy. Edison going to be taken down, and he's just 10% away from that EMP, something that they desperately need at the moment. But not to be found unless they can extend this fight a little bit further. Rally now going to be popped. Xerneas looking to keep everybody alive. Hanbin using the primal range. Has to break line of sight, though. He's taking so much damage. The focus fire right now from the side of the Guangzhou charge is looking ecstatic, and they've zoned them enough to deny the touch, and that is going to be the first round going the way of Guangzhou, 100-85.
And that's the Dragon Strike difference, right? Sparkle tried to come in towards the end to make the final touch, couldn't make it in time. Dragon Strike diff in the OT is going to be good. Farway says he's got 125% sleep. I'll have to double check the stat line. I can see it as well if he's actually got that or not, but take a look at the early replays here again. How we got that double punch, boom. Nano, and was it? No, it wasn't even empowered, I don't think. It was just some decent damage, and then bam.
Yeah, Choice I want already at half HP. Just sets it up for the easy finish off, and then just sprays down Xerneas to sleep dart. A second too late, but not going to be too concerning given that they were able to win the round.
You also saw, by the way, just as a final note on that last fight, the cherry on top was Xerneas popping the rally, the brand new rally with the stun on top as well. The instant stun of the Hanbin when he primals, locking Hanbin in place, burning down his HP. 1,000 HP disappeared so quickly.
Yeah, was very much in danger. Hanbin, though, out the rip, goes for the Winston, and this time the dive is looking quite good. They do find Jimmy, but it's going to be the cost of Bliss. Starting in as well, ends up getting picked off. Piggy, good to come away with that one. And it's going to be the second support now joining him in the grave as MCD will also fall. Choice A1 down to a sliver, pops a recall, manages to stay alive. This means that Guangzhou Charge going to be in a nice position to go ahead and get the initial cap.
Far better trade. MCD now going over towards Anna. A bit more comfortable for MCD. As it will be the first cap again for the Guangzhou Charge, but this time around I think the Guangzhou Charge are in a far stronger position after the first fight than they were. Looking over towards Village. Despite it needing to be eventually a comeback for the Guangzhou Charge, they got that first round underway. Piggy in a little bit of trouble here, but as long as Piggy stays alive, that's converted to huge ult charge for Farway. Look at the difference. MCD only recently swapped Anna. He's ages behind.
That he is. Nano being built up, and it seems that they have a good sense of this, which is why they're trying to dive in and take Farway out of the fight, but they're not able to do so. Instead, it's going to be Hanbin traded out. Choice A1 getting the better of that exchange. They've gone up, and oh, what a crisp headshot from Jimmy. Edison just desperately trying to farm to get this basically first EMP of the game online, and he's not able to do so. And now Bliss taken down. MCD continues to be under fire as Piggy's quite deep into the back lines, and when it's really just Hanbin against him, he's not under that much threat of dying. Comes back down. Primal's even gonna get popped. He's going for the offensive here. Juggles Hanbin into the corner. Hanbin having an ult of his own, so Piggy kind of using this in mild desperation, but either way will survive. And Guangzhou Charge, they surpass 50%.
Look, I think it's important for Piggy to live there, because if he dies, you're at risk of losing the point. You're 4v5, but however, it's an expensive way to survive. Jimmy will instantly get the kill, though. Things start to feel much better after that.
No, absolutely do. I mean, Jimmy with these headshots onto Edison just time and time again manages to find him twice in a row now here on this map. And it seems like Guangzhou Charge might just be able to run away with this one.
By the way,
the Dragon Strike nearly online. They also have the Pulse.
Hanbin was slipped during that fight, so that he had no impact on the fight at all. Primal couldn't do anything. His team was getting picked apart. We talk about Jimmy consistently getting those headshots. Starting to see why Hanzo is becoming a favorite pick. We don't really see this sort of Hanzo dive in NA, but in APAC, we've seen now 3 teams between Charge and the both Soul teams playing a lot of this Hanzo alongside the Traces and Jimmy. Once again, getting that Dragon Strike online as we hit the OT, the most important time to Dragon Strike.
And this is time just eating up. Edison not wanting to come out of stealth to try to farm up the rest of the EMP. Was just waiting for it to tick up. Now we go into OT to see if they can win out the fight. Choice A1, the pulse bomb still going to be held. The EMP does go across. They manage to find Piggy. Isolating the Winston, taking him down. The cleave coming in from Hanbin, looking decent. Gets a good juggle on Xerneas, but the healing comes back through. They manage to keep him alive, at least for the time being. Damage out across onto everybody here on the side of the Guangzhou charge. Sparky will finally be able to put one of these CPS players down. Follows up for the break. Jimmy going to be taken out as well. Finally, the Dallas Fuel have somewhat of a foothold. We'll see if they can do what the Dynasty did ever so well in that last series and hold this all the way to 100.
That, by the way, I believe was Edison's second EMP so far this series. So he had one on Village, and this is his second EMP total across our 2 rounds. It's been rough going for Steady Eddie so far in his opening match of the 2023 season. But the solo EMP on the Piggy, I gotta say, was worth it. You get an instant tank advantage. Harmer gets a primal as well. That secures the fight as Sparkle will miss that pulse bomb.
Going a little bit wide. Special choice they want, so you get out back and forth here, but inevitably Sparkle has to concede the high ground. Jump back in from Hanbin. They're going to go ahead and use this beat aggressively. Jumping on top of the members of the Guangzhou charge. They are rewarded with a singular kill so far. Jimmy going to be taken out of the fight. Piggy going to be nanoed to try to survive, and so far it's working a treat. Just 10% away from that next primal rage. Drops back down, lands in over towards Hanbin. A little bit of extra damage here for him, but Guangzhou charge, so they are starting to posture forward, get themselves back over towards the point, try to contest, but Sparkle comes in from behind, and Piggy just gets absolutely evaporated.
I think Piggy expected to get the ult charge a little bit faster. He dies on 99%, so he could have primaled there. If he stayed alive for about half a second longer, it should be the cleanup now for Dallas Field, and Guangzhou charge going to reset quickly. It's going to go double 99s for short. Look, if Piggy actually lives it with a primal, I think that's super winnable for the charge, but just a minor difference in ult charge percentage. Damage wasn't quite there. Maybe he didn't hold down the Q key. The other important factor here to mention is Edison does, in fact, have another EMP, so this one is going to be the potential to lock down the round if he can pull this off.
Rally goes out first here from Xerneas. Jimmy under fire. EMP comes across, manages to find 3, and that's going to be a pulse bomb in from Sparkle, catching up the choice A1. Lets it loose, finds that enemy Hanzo. Taken out, just going to go ahead and deal with this tank. Piggy and Hanbin, both primals rolling, just trying to stay alive. Pulse bomb from choice A1, finds MCD. Healing going to be cut down. Now it's just Bliss alone here for the side of the Dallas Fuel, trying to keep everybody alive. Jumps back in to keep things contested. The flip, however, is there. The Dallas Fuel rather are still in control. Hanbin now going to be taken down. Xerneas desperately trying to stay alive. His choice A1 dashes around the flanks, trying to find Bliss. Takes him low, finally finishes it with a melee hit charge, get the flip. Last second contest does come through. Edison giving his life to try to elongate this as much as humanly possible, but now it's just Sparkle playing forward. He can't get anything done. And the Guangzhou charge are going to be able to take our first map with a 2-0 win.
My goodness, the Guangzhou Charge Doubters are off to a bad start for the 2023 season. 1 map in, and they got a 2-0 lead in terms of, well, just the poll. A 1-0 lead in the series, but a 2-0 finish on the poll versus the defending champions of the Dallas Fuel. This is why you cannot sleep on the Guangzhou Charge. If you just think this team is the same charge with Rio and etc. on it from the start of the 2022 season, you've got the wrong team in your mind. This different Guangzhou Charge coming to 2023 is looking powerful. They're looking powered up. I'm impressed by Piggy and Harbour. Look, we've got 2 off-tank players, traditionally off-tank players, playing on now main tank roles like the Winston, making it look good. Piggy especially. Some of the Winston mechanics we saw in there, pretty decent. Good juggles, good decision-making, a little bit aggressive on one of the plays where he was forced to primal, but aside from that, let that one go for the 2023 season so far, map number 1 and all that. But otherwise, not bad from Piggy on that Winston.
Yeah, not bad at all. And just incredibly strong start here. Jimmy with some great headshots as well, just consistently shutting down Edison, but delaying those EMP builds, something that they very crucially needed in, every single fight. Just wasn't able to build them up fast enough because of those initial couple headshots coming through, really pushing that Samba behind, making sure that he was delayed compared to everybody else in the lobby with the DPS play. So really solid stuff here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge. The question is, can they maintain it as we get ready to go into our second map? Is this just going to be that King of the Hill flash in the pan, or will it carry over? We'll find out when we come back. And here we go. Always good to see the Marine cast in some Overwatch League. But it's us. This is the English broadcast, so hello. We're back, and we're just one map into our second series here in APAC. Guangzhou Charge, the Doubters getting silenced here in after our first map. Nepal very much going their way with a 2-0 victory over the defending champions in the Dallas Fuel. And, well, it was a bit close. We got some of those rounds down to the wire, some decent starts for Fuel, especially on Village. Guangzhou, it kind of felt like they kind of always had those rounds in hand.
Well, it's a lot of the pressure coming through from the Jimmy Hanzo, who was a standout in that Nepal map across both of the rounds. I got to say, the opening picks was immaculate. Having the timings of the Dragon Strike and the OTs as well is always important. I think Piggy is still, to me, just so important on that Winston. Like, I don't expect sometimes for these traditionally off-tank players to pick up Winston so effectively, but you know, that was looking prime. He was looking super comfortable on that Winston. Dare I say, more comfortable than Hanbin. And maybe that was why we saw Hanbin roll out on the Doomfist on our opening round of Village. And perhaps the Doom Genji look coming through from Dallas Fuel ended up being a mistake. In fact, I'll probably say that it was a mistake, given the fact that they did end up changing competitions, and it's not really meta. I mean, Doom Genji, not meta on either NA or APAC as far as I'm aware. I haven't really seen any teams get success with that. Teams don't usually scrim that either. So to kind of pull out a wild card super early on, that was a risk by Rush, and it did not pay off.
No, not in the long term. I mean, initially it was looking quite strong, but like you said, just wasn't able to find value. The Dry Blade had to be used there. And in the end, just had to get swapped off, and then it was just far too late. Too many swaps, couldn't catch up on ultimates. Guangzhou Charge completely had the pace and the control, and they did not let it go. So a really strong showing from them. Again, curious to see how they carry that forward as we do get ready to go into our next map, which I believe is Hollywood.
I think so, yeah. Hollywood and Havana, and then I can't remember the rest, but we'll
New
see.
Queen Street, and then Lijiang Tower, I believe.
I was gonna say if we get there, but I think we should get there because you cannot underestimate the Dallas Fuel, even though Custer, I know in the preseason you certainly have been. I like the Dallas Fuel to see if they can maybe prove you wrong on that one, but they would need to be able to make this comeback happen now on Hollywood. And I gotta, we're gonna see any sniping on Hollywood. I want to use NA as the example in terms of meta, but I feel like APAC has shifted in terms of what their understanding of the meta is, that it might not be super accurate. We've seen some Sombra Reaper stuff coming through there, a little bit more dive heavy, some D.Va. I'm actually surprised that neither Piggy or Hanbin have been playing the D.Va just yet. I still think D.Va is a super strong pick as far as tanks goes. D.Va and Winston are probably the two strongest tanks at the moment. Ram could see some play if we want to get into some brawl type metas, which I'm actually surprised that Dallas haven't forced yet, because you'd imagine that Dallas, given their history, would be the brawl favored team. So a little bit of that Hanbin Ram should potentially come through in one of these maps coming up.
I mean, time will tell as to whether or not we're going to be able to see that. I mean, obviously, guys, again, little minor delay. As you could tell, some things were off. We're fixing it. Don't worry. We know that the audio and the video might be a little bit desync at the moment. The skins weren't the same. But opening day, we're getting it fixed. Bear with us for just a couple more minutes, and then hopefully things will all be good, and then we can carry on our merry way. If you've ever worked in live production before, you know that this is a thing that is often expected to happen when you go ahead and you kick off a brand new season. And if you don't know that, now you do. And if you still want to complain about it, don't. Just shut up. It doesn't help anything. But we all just want to get back into the games here at the end of it all. But yeah, screaming into the ether, that is, the chat and whatnot, is not going to assist in getting things sped up, and you're not going to unveil some issue that we haven't previously or already known about. So I appreciate it, but it's unnecessary. Anyway, we'll get ready to go into this one, and we'll see what, if the Fuel are going to be able to answer back. I'm right there with you. I think that, if you're going to come into the series as Guangzhou Charge, you can feel very good about the dominance that was shown there on that first map, but you can't get complacent. You definitely can't start feeling overly comfortable, because that's when you're going to get caught. That's when they go ahead, they sneak up behind you, they take a map away from you, and suddenly the series is slipping out of your
It's your time
hands.
to shine. Tell me, come on, put that Korean lessons to work. It's your time to shine.
제세한 트레이서를 보고 침을 something about wanting to see Tracer, something else. God, I don't know. I'm not prepped for this. I'm no wolf when it comes down to my live translations of fan signs.
You lived in Korea for about 20 years now, mate. You gotta show me.
Yes, 20 years. Since I was 10 years old, I have lived in Korea.
Come on, dude.
I mean, if that was the
pretty
case
sure
and
you
I
went to
still
school in
didn't
Korea,
speak
dude.
it
I'm
well,
pretty sure,
then it would be bad.
You're Korean foster parents. You know, you've been there your whole life. Come on, what's holding you back?
My laziness.
Wolf picked up the whole Korean language in 2 months. What's going on?
It's true. It's been my laziness is basically the crux of it all. But I mean, it's
I
definitely
heard, by
gotten
the
better.
way,
But
for the audience at
still-
home that don't know, this is I'm gonna leak something right now. Seth
Oh,
said
boy.
that he was gonna do the live translation for the Korean interviews later. So
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, when we get there, you know, again, we'll put those Korean lessons to work.
Yep, it's gonna be a very bad time if I tried to do that. That would not go well over whatsoever. I would probably, in fact, end up insulting people because of how poor my translations would be. So we're not going to attempt that. We're not going to even remotely consider the idea. So I like the cat on the phones more than I like the sign.
You know what I like? And the banner on the bottom left, if the cameraman could pan slightly, oh yeah, here we go. Just the person can put it here. The repeating Seoul Koreas across the entire card really does it for me. In fact, you probably all know by now, I'm sure you're all aware that the Mid-Season Madness, the location has been announced, going to be at the Kintex Exhibition Center Arena or something like that, which is going to be hosted in Seoul, Korea, 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 Seoul, Korea.
Perfect.
That country.
I could have actually translated that one sign. It was a fan sign for the casters saying fighting for Changchik and the Marine and whatnot. And then somebody had said, I love you. So I'm assuming it's one of the players. That one I couldn't quite catch. Unfortunately, I don't know all of the players' names by heart. But here we go. It seems like things are now moving forward. We can progress onward in this series as we get ready to go into Hollywood for our hybrid map.
And this is where we will see if we're going to get any Ashe gameplay, some Widow gameplay. Edison will be tested. We know Jimmy's super favorable on those types of heroes. Just looking back on some Hollywood gameplay from NA that happened earlier in the day, if you caught that. LA Gladiators versus the Houston Outlaws. It was predominantly Winston, Tracer, a little bit of Sombra dive in there, some Brigana stuff, a little bit of Kariko as well. So it could be a multitude of those types of heroes coming through, or, you know, maybe the meta here is just, again, completely different. It's opposite world, right? So we could be seeing some Brawl. I am still expecting some Dallas Fuel Brawl at some stage. Come on, it's Rush's specialty. You've even got, like, the best rookie Lucio coming out of Korea. Like, I seriously think Bliss is, like, he has the potential to be the second Chio if he has a good year this year under Rush's tutelage. But they got to get it right. So far, opening map on Nepal, still some things need to be adjusted.
All right, well, everyone is ready. So we can go ahead and jump into the action now. We get into our nice nighttime Hollywood. You cannot see that many. You can't see any stars in the sky, actually, in Hollywood. This is actually heavy false advertisement from Blizzard. There's so much light pollution that
See
you
the
can't
world
see a
for
damn
what
thing.
it could be, Seth King.
That could,
a world where Hollywood doesn't have light pollution.
I guess with all of the hovering electric vehicles and whatnot, we've gotten rid of some of that smog and whatnot. Maybe that helps clear up the night sky. But for now, I'm calling this some nonsense.
So there we go. I don't know if you just saw the Xerneas swap the Life Weaver for all of 3 seconds. So official Life Weaver gameplay in the Overwatch League. Tick that one off. The bingo
First
card.
ever.
I don't think it's on there. Yeah, done. How do you feel? You finally got the cast Life Weaver.
Yeah, you know, it feels good to continue to just get firsts here. I was one of the first ones to ever commentate Wrecking Ball. Now we've got first Life Weaver. Anyway, Dallas Fuel going to be cleaning up a couple players here. Jimmy, of course, does manage to find Edison. This time not quite as impactful, given that it's going to be not going to be delaying a Sombra, but still does come away with that kill with Wiley. The fight going to be won here for the side of the Dallas Fuel initially, as we do get Han back over onto the Zarya, which is always great to see.
And that's kind of what I was looking forward to, right? I figured at some stage during this series, Harmon was going to bring up the Zarya, because we'd heard murmurings from the Scrimbuck Stock Exchange that Zarya has been played, and if Zarya's going to play, you know, Harmon's at the forefront of that. We'll have to see what he can bring to the table. So far, one fight in, looking good for the Dallas Fuel. Nano is being led by Faraway, though, so Guangzhou Charge should have that ultimate first.
Nade's going to be lobbed in, disconnect over onto Bliss. He's just going to be making his exit, but as he tries to, Joyce want to hounds him down. The melee hit goes ahead and finishes him off. Point now going to be opened up here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, but Sparkle looks to answer back. Finds Piggy, but it's going to be an exchange on the tanks at the end of the day. And Guangzhou Charge will continue to trade up. Sparkle's doing his damnedest, builds up this pulse bomb, then's going to be slept in the stairwell, cut down to size. The Guangzhou Charge can go ahead and occupy this point. So far, it's just MCD still hovering nearby. Bliss now rejoining him, but the dive in, it's so
Not
swift,
anymore.
and Joyce 1 comes away with it.
That was a huge stick coming from Troy, because if that stick doesn't happen, if the kill doesn't happen, Dallas Fuel get a great retake. They're going to go for it anyway, but it's a 4v5. This might be for Folly.
They're trying for it. Piggy going to be taking low. Dragon Strike to be invested through the wall, trying to find some damage, trying to find some kills. Edison with a headshot will take down far away. Edison, though, as he climbs up onto the high ground, ends up falling to Piggy's hand. Jimmy going to be taken down, however, so that's still going to be now evened out. As I'm trying to cover this one, but Bliss is going to be eliminated as well. 3v3 at the end of it all. MCD also going to get picked off. Xerneas again, the bloodthirsty support comes up with yet another frag. The sleep, the anti, the kill. Hanbin's dead. The point is capped, and Dallas Fuel now have to try to stave off Guangzhou charges to begin the push.
Hanbin might swap again, might go back over towards Zarya. Could be D.Va here because we are on to B. You need some of that high ground, low ground play, but it does mean he deletes his ultimate twice. He deleted his Zarya grab ultimate. It deletes his media strike ultimate. He's going to be down. Speaking of being down, Edison going down nice and early. Two-man Bionator, Guangzhou charge, getting nice and aggressive here as they speed their way through B. And I'm pretty sure that might have been a C9 on A as well, considering it was a 3v3, but no one from Dallas Fuel could have held on to the point. If they did, MCD could have ulted and they could have held.
Either way, MCD going to be holding that all for a little bit longer. Choice A1 with the second pulse bomb of the game. Goes in, finds the stick on Edison this time around, comes up with the kill. The man advantage very much there for the side of the Guangzhou Charge, especially as Bliss falls. Sparkle will be joining them as well. So much space occupied. And they just left one person sat back on the cart this entire time, Apple. They've just been playing right outside of the spawns.
The tempo coming through from the Guangzhou Charge is incredible. I mean, if you turn the nameplates off, you didn't have the HUD there, I would have thought the Guangzhou Charge are actually the Dallas Fuel right now in terms of pure pacing and speed of this team going through. And Piggy's got this ult on board as well. He's going to be able to really do some work with this primal. Time comes.
Finally invested here from MCD, but it's just going to be met with and shut down by a sleep dart here. Hanbin going to be woken up, does get antsy. They're looking to break him out of the mech. Are able to do so. Self-destruct going to have to be used just to try to get himself back through. No kills to be found, but at least we'll be able to safely remech, so he's back into the fight here alongside the rest of his teammates. Oh, the Nano, the body block. Piggy goes in, rips apart Bliss, and now he's looking for MCD. There's no way for him to receive any healing. It's an easy setup kill from here from far away. They clean it up. Hanbin again, take it out. The Baby Diva killed off. And that is just going to be a delayed team kill and the cap on B. 4 minutes strong going into the final stretch here of Hollywood.
It's a different Guangzhou Charge. I mean, you got to wake up if you think this is 2022. 2022 was a whole year ago. This new Guangzhou Charge, which is actually still the same team from the end of 22, they're just on fire. They're playing so well. The pacing's right. The mechanics are on fire as well. Piggy's Winston, the body block on the Bliss. Everything is just landing on exactly where they want it to. Speaking of landing stuff, far away with his nades has been pretty immaculate as well. Get great positioning in the last fight, held the high ground. As Piggy goes back to Zarya now. The Diva, good for B. Preferring the Zarya for C, but it's just gone dead.
Yeah, Piggy just finds him, Hanbin on the swap, instantly shut down, and I mean, just building up any kind of ults here, aside from the single self-destruct that he saw. It just looks like it's proving to be incredibly difficult, if not impossible for him. Guangzhou Charge, still 3 ults in the back pocket here. Dallas Fuel scrambling to try to get this pulse bomb online from Sparkle, and even then, they needed to find value if they want to slow the pace. Jimmy going to be antied out, goes down low, a little bit of extra damage over towards him, but right as he gets down to single-digit HP, he manages to survive, and then he follows up. The Storm Arrows across, Sparkle's going to be taken down. As the Pulse now eliminated, both DPS going to be taken out as Jimmy finds his second. Bliss, MCD, everybody you could possibly name effectively getting wiped off the face of the map. With 2 minutes and 44 seconds remaining, Guangzhou Charge will storm their way to the end of Hollywood. This is utter dominance being shown right now by Guangzhou.
It's just incredible. Everyone's power rank is in shambles right now because the Guangzhou Charge, you gotta put this team up like 10 rankings at the moment. Smile and Xerneas is facing the camera there towards the end there as well. Well deserved. I mean, they know they're in charge. They know they're ones in the lead. Possibly they can just believe they're the better team because they're showing that they are. As we head back over towards the first fight again, and you know, this is where I think the team coming through from the side of the Dallas Fuel was maybe a little bit split. Sparkle had a couple of decent moments there. I remember Hanbin, Zarya being towards that middle section with the stairs going up and the rest of the team being pushed away in the cafe, and that's what split the team up originally. Then of course the choice of one pulse bomb stick on the MCD just cemented the 5v4. But it's the pacing of the Guangzhou Charge that's been the most impressive. You look at the way they move through B, the way they're able to push so far up, take those fights, out mechanics of the Dallas Fuel plays, put far away into incredible positions to land these bio-nades. Jimmy's picks on this Hanzo continues to just be dominant. I mean, the 2 kills straight up in the final fight for C, that is all you really need. And Hanbin's in so much trouble. You see from his positioning as well. He has to burn both doubles under huge pressure from Choice A1. Piggy is just on top of him the entire way through. And there's just no shot for the Dallas Fuel to get any trades. I don't think Dallas Fuel got a single kill in that final fight on C.
Not that I can recall. I think they all just kind of got swept under the rug. The closest they got was taking down Jimmy, but then he was able to survive and instantly replied with 2 eliminations of his own. But now, we'll see how the Fuel fare on their attack. It's going to be Hanbin out the gate, back over here onto the Winston. Spotted. Edison having to pull back away from the security room. Not wanting to die early yet again.
We're officially fully mirrored here in terms of both teams playing the exact same thing. And Edison's really got to be able to keep up with Jimmy here because Jimmy has been playing at the spare front of getting those opening picks that have put the Guangzhou Charge ahead. Speaking of being ahead, this time MCD, the attacking side is going to be slightly ahead of the Nanos, but we talk about picks, we talk about Jimmy, it's him once again.
Yep, and he's going to get Hanbin as well. Mid-leap falls with a headshot on MCD. Jimmy is unleashed, he is uncontainable. There's nothing it would seem that Dallas can do to try to shut this guy down. Choice A1 will steal away the kill. But Jimmy is just firing on all cylinders.
Jimmy is simply incapable of not right now. It's unreal gameplay coming through from the Guangzhou Charge.
Just everybody hitting their shots. Being in perfect positions, just peeling for one another. I mean, it's just fantastic to see. Guangzhou Charge fans, something to very much be excited about. Granted, it is just the opening series, but going up against the reigning champions, this has got to be a damn good feeling for you. Pulse bomb this time not going to find the connection. MCD manages to survive, lives another day, but Choice A1 is still hovering around this back line. You can see Bliss doing his damage to try to peel for him. The rest of the team now getting split away from their supports. Punishes, nothing found though. Pulse bomb out from Sparkle as well, going to go wide, no kill to be found. He's going to be antied out for the moment. Choice A1 down to a sliver of HP. For now, he will be able to stay alive. Nanos out, Hanbin desperately trying to get this kill here on a faraway sleeper. Gonna go wide, he stays alive for a little bit longer. Now the Primal gonna get popped. They're juggling faraway, away from the rest of the squad. They got him into the corner, but the kills is not being found. Off screen, Edison will be able to find Jimmy. Hanbin now
dies.
Yeah, a tank for a DPS. I think you take that one any day of the week here for the Guangzhou Charge. But can the support survive the ante? The answer is gonna be no. Sparkle and Bliss finally managed to get on top of faraway. Xerneas to take them down. This should be the moment that Dallas Fuel are able to break through and start capping this point.
And for all the praise onto Jimmy, it was Edison that took Jimmy down. I think that was the most important kill coming in for the Dallas Fuel. It took so long for them to take far away. It was Hanbin basically in a 1v1. He even primals for it. And the fight's actually not even over just yet because that Dragon Strike sweeps on through. It's not going to give Charge too much to work through though because Piggy dies 1 for 1.
He does die now. Xerneas is going to be taken out as well, so it's just the DPS and faraway trying to elongate this, but with Choice A1 getting taken out, that should be all of the delay tactic taken away from Charge. So yeah, Cap does come in. The last second parting sleep dart there from faraway as he gives his life over. It's still 3.5 minutes here for the side of Dallas Fuel, but they need to have a very swift retake if they want to have any hope of coming close to Charge's time.
Exactly, 244 is very impressive coming through for a full completion. The Dallas Fuel, they're known for their tempo, they're known for their pace. They'll need to show that again. As the 2022 version of the Dallas Fuel, you would have no qualms about it, no second thoughts about their ability to speed things up. Guangzhou Charge, though, already taking some high ground, so it's going to be high ground versus high ground, not going to be the same situation where Dallas Fuel essentially gets spawn camped. And even the extra Bionade coming through is just going to force Hanbin back.
Espen Sparkle left to cart duties here, so they don't have that tracer, they don't have that damage output matching here on the high ground. And Piggy, okay, it's just going to be a trade of these Nanos as the Winstons come diving in. Faraway able to stay alive at least for a little bit longer here. The sleep does go across, Piggy back into it. Primal still held by both. Bliss down to a sliver. Hanbin going to be taking out the headshot from Jimmy. Then Ison being able to use the ultimate. Now Piggy is unleashed. Into the back line, sets up for the kill into MCD, and that is just going to be the clean sweep with Jimmy finding 3 of these eliminations.
Was it 3 or 4? Because I lost count there. I think that looked like 4 to me, but it might have been 3. In either case, it was a huge quantity. He's currently the kill leader, the final blow leader of the entire lobby, sitting at 13. Second place there is going to be Choice A1 at 9. So it really goes to show. And not a single player from Dallas Fuel is close enough. It's Sparkle on 6. For in case you were wondering who is the highest on the Dallas Fuel. So yeah, Jimmy is really doing something quite special here as Dragon Strike. Go through
them all back. Okay, Piggy overextending a bit though, does end up dying. Choice A1 trying to get a timing pulse bomb around the corner. Ends up going a bit wide. A little bit whiffy, and that does give them plenty of wiggle room to get themselves back over the card, but still moving it, proving to be a very arduous task here for the side of the Fuel. We can Des
Big
here
nade,
onto the high
huge.
ground. Big nade, yeah, takes out 3 down to low HP. He'll be able to stabilize it by a little bit of extra time, but then Edison pushing his way through the saloon. Comes up with a shot, far away, going to be taken down, delaying that next nano to come through. MCD, a little window of opportunity to work with, to try to outpace. Pulse bomb goes in, Sparkle going to find Xerneas. Jimmy going to be taken down by Shield Bash as well. Now Piggy falling. It should be Dallas Fuel getting themselves damn close to the finish line.
There might still be one more fight coming on through, but that was super well played by the Dallas Field. They're not going to find any staggered kills here. Not quite far away. The first one spawning through. The first one dead at the hands of Edison. And the Dragon Strike coming on through, flushing members of the charge out. A huge Bionade forcing them to the ground, and Edison threading the needle to find that shot into far away that sets up the 5 versus 4. As mentioned, here comes that next fight now. Big sleep dart into Piggy.
I think connected. Can't tell either way. Nano widely nullified. Piggy's still getting chunked out. Hanman is still playing well back over towards the spawner room here, just trying to get rid of Jimmy, or at least just hold the attention here into the back line. Sparkle eventually joins him, does find the elimination. It's going to be a trade back here as 2 members go down on either side. The support's still alive for the moment here on the side of the Wonder Charge. Xerneas ends up falling. Hanman with the primal, finding one. Far away, getting juggled around. Hanman cleans him up. The cart locked in position though. Choi Se-Wan looks to hold this. Dashes back in. Knows that this primal is going to be expiring. Hanman has to go back up onto the high ground. 25 seconds remaining. Just 3 meters left to go. Guangzhou Charge, can they hold this out? Piggy nearly has his own primal.
Well, Choi Se-Wan's not going to win the 1v2, but he can certainly stay alive because he knows he can't die. They have the respawn advantage. Guangzhou Charge has the far closer respawns there. Time is a huge factor. We're already in the last fight. Even if Dallas Fuel cap, they're not going to have enough time to get the same 244. They might not even finish the entire map here. It all rests down to this now, and it's going to be a pulse bomb and maybe a Dragon Strike from Medicine.
One going low, has to wait for the elevator yet again if he wants to do
Diggy, no
I grab him. Diggy's going to be taken down. Hanman just jumps forward, stomps on him, and that's him taken out. Xerneas now falling as well, far away, under fire. Continues to go lower and lower. Sparkle eventually able to find the kill, and Peggy not being able to pop that primal rage might have just cost him the hold on B.
I think so. I really bet on it because Piggy had the opportunity to put the primal in there. There's no Sombra in play. He wasn't stunned or hacked or slipped or anything. He was perfectly in position to do it, but just misjudged the amount of damage coming through from the field, and that will. And the Guangzhou Charge will not hold B. Dallas Fuel earn themselves a little bit more borrowed time to push through C, but as mentioned, even if they can't be, the time isn't there. It has to be a perfect push through from Dallas all the way through, all the way to the end. If they don't get this flawlessly, I don't think they finish the map.
Yeah, they need it with time. Already at 45 seconds. Not going to be a great feeling for them, but at least getting to the end would be a breath of relief and a hope. Being able to draw things out. Hanman going to be taken down to half HP. Anzi does connect onto him, but grabs the Mega Pack once it expires. But, I mean, Xerneas is just getting up in their faces right now. The whip is flying. He's dealing a bunch of damage. Edison with a headshot, though. Does take out Choi Se-Wan. It's going to be a lot of pressure fueled off here from the side of the Dallas Fuel. Looks like Guangzhou wisely wants to try to back off as much as they possibly can. But the deep pursuit is coming in. Hanman gets in on top of far away. Xerneas is going to be taken down. This is going to be a good amount of space now opened up for Dallas Fuel.
A really strong opportunity here. Dallas Fuel have 3 ultimates coming online. The Dragon Strike over towards the OT, but the Primal Rage as well, and the extra kill on the Jimmy is massive. This is the opportunity that Dallas Fuel have been waiting for. They can cap off the back of these 3 ultimates.
Yeah, but it's not going to be the time. Obviously, the OT rolling through, but the cap now is going to be the goal. Choi Se-Wan 4% away from that next pulse. Corner checking, trying to see if there's anybody lurking around the outskirts here of the fight. Piggy going to be broken out of the mech, instantly dealt with. Choi Se-Wan lets the pulse bomb go. Doesn't find anything. Jimmy, however, swapping over onto the Cassidy, going to be good for 1, but then it's traded back. Edison finding that elimination. Hanbin cleaves down far away once again, and they will be able to make it to the end of the map. So we have extra innings now coming up. At least one extra inning to see how Guangzhou Charge does with this 244 time bank.
It's got to be a draw only scenario. You cap with 0 time. It's OT. Charge of 244, which means Charge can win this map. Dallas can only draw. They must hold a 1 tick for 2 minutes and 44. Guangzhou Charge cap that. They get the map entirely. So take a look at Jimmy once again. I think this might have been the early 3K. Brilliant opening shot to Sparkle. It's the aerial flick now onto Hanbin. And then I think the 3rd shot here was one that really sold it for me. Yeah, that's just beautiful stuff. Straight onto MCD. You can really see a really strong comp coming through from Dallas Fuel. I'm not surprised they're going back over towards the Zarya. If you're looking for something that can just be steadfast and hold its ground, dig its heels in for only an A defense, because that's all they got to work through. Maybe the Zarya comp is what you're looking towards. But it has to be extremely flawless, and even then, only a draw, Kilios.
Definitely not ideal conditions here for the Fuel, but stopping Charge from getting up to match point would still feel like a slight little victory in and of itself. The Guangzhou Charge, they probably feel like it would be delaying the inevitable, as they very much have to feel like they are in firm control. 2:44, the time to stave them off. Jimmy going to be looking for the opening pot shot. He's going to dink onto Hanbin. But otherwise, no further punish, and he'll go straight back over onto the Hanzo.
And no shenanigans out of Guangzhou Charge. They don't need them. They're confident that the base composition will work for them as it has done in the past so far. And A was fairly contentious, so it wasn't a extremely clean A take for the Guangzhou Charge in regulation time. Again, they were able to split Hanbin up from the rest of the team, and that was primarily how they were able to find that back line, get those picks necessary to clean up A.
Yeah, taking them around 2 minutes to be able to get that A cap, so let's see how they fare this time around. Dink goes across, that one's on a Hanbin. Shot just continues to be woven through, and Edison instantly taken down. The Immortality Field dealt with. By the way, the only little member right now on the side of the Guangzhou Charge. Xerneas doing his damage to try to keep that Ana alive and in the fight, while Piggy plays the front line, but goes out of 58, drops the bubble, and Jimmy is here to continue to peel. Choice A1 as well getting involved. That's the support's now gone. The tank broken down. Sparkle. This is just not a damn thing he's going to be able to do. The recall already burned. He's not even popped up the full HP, so the cap will come through with relative ease, and the Guangzhou Charge will take this with a 2-0 lead now, moving up to match point.
This is dire straits for the Dallas Field. Like, you did not expect the defending champions to come in 0-2 down, now force a reverse sweep against the Guangzhou Charge. Just about every person's preseason power rankings had Dallas Field at the top of APAC, Guangzhou Charge at the bottom of APAC. You better just flip that whole damn thing 180 right now, because the Guangzhou Charge being this good, this dominant, looking this clean, that wasn't on anyone's bingo cards. They might 3-0 the series, and that's a wild statement to make, but it's the world we're living in.
That it is, and what a world to be a part of. I mean, Piggy just looking like he's lounging, smile on his face. Life's been good for him as of late, and it's looking like it's getting even better.
He took the training weights off.
Yeah, that's all it was. I mean, man, what a performance so far here from the Guangzhou Charge. As you said, Dallas Fuel now needing to reverse sweep in their opening series here, the first week of APAC 2023. This is certainly one that none of us had anticipated. A brutal realization here for the side of the Fuel. But we'll see if they can rally back. You know, if there is a team that you expect could be able to do it, could pull off a reverse sweep, it's of course going to be a championship winning one. Granted, there's some new faces here, but that core is widely the same. But I don't know if it's going to be possible, Avril.
There's some magic left for Rush to be able to accomplish. If he really is a magician, now will be the time to prove it. I wonder how many spell slots he's got left to burn through, because he's going to need them all. No one expected the Guangzhou Charge to be this good right out the gate. The Dallas Fuel finding out the hard way.
We were questioning the Hanzo meta, but right now with Jimmy in the lobby, I'm more than happy to keep watching this, because it's just been highlight after highlight from this guy. And the onus is very much on the Fuel to try to step up and be able to match him in that regard. We'll see if they're going to be able to do it, though, as we have potentially one final map to be played out. Havana could be the staging ground here for Guangzhou Charge 3-0 beginning to the season. We'll find out when we come back to the break. Well, this is certainly not where we expected to be. But Guangzhou Charge find themselves with a 2-0 lead now here in their opening series versus the reigning defending champions of the Dallas Fuel. And they have looked unfalterable here, infallible. Avril, I just don't know if Fuel are going to be able to rally back. Like I said, if you could expect a team to be able to do it, to pull off a reverse sweep, it would be a defending champion. But given what we've seen right now from the side of the Guangzhou Charge, I just don't know if it's actually possible.
It's just night and day, the difference between this version of the Guangzhou Charge, the one we got at the start of last year. And maybe this is, I don't want to speak too early because you never really want to, you know, make these kind of preds happen, but my hands are clasped. I mean, what a year it could be, potentially, for the Guangzhou Charge to have their glow-up season after winning their only title, which, by the way, is a huge feat because a lot of teams haven't won a single title. The Guangzhou Charge, they peaked in 2020. It's taken them damn near 3 years to try and reach those peaks again, and this might just be the year if they can continue this performance. They haven't even won yet, by the way, so again, don't want to celebrate too soon. Don't want to compliment them too early, just in case maybe, possibly, Rush and the defending championship squad could bring back this reverse sweep, but it's not looking good for the Dallas Fuel today. First match of the season for them. First match for them in a new region as well. First time Dallas Fuel's been in APAC, been in the Eastern region, and it's a 0-2 start.
Yeah, and I mean, we'll go ahead and zoom in, not on the DPS lineup, which you might have expected, but on the supports here, because Faraway's been having a whale of a time playing the Ana.
I think Faraway's nades have been so clean today. I mean, there's been multiple points where you can very clearly see Biotic Grenade landing has been the difference maker. He's put it onto the back line. He's landed plenty onto Hanbin as well. Beyond that, we've seen some brilliant sleep darts. I mean, statistically, MCD's keeping up. I don't think MCD is like really falling behind huge in terms of where the stats are. Get a little bit less healing. It's whatever. Deaths are the same. You've got 2 less Bio Grenade kill, 1 less enemy slept. They're roughly the same in terms of stats, but when you look at the eye test for pure impact, and maybe it's because the Charge are also winning, and Piggy's getting a lot of work done on that tank, on the Winston specifically. One of the glaring things that I saw on that last map of Hollywood was when Hanbin was going 1v1 versus Faraway, and Faraway was just not dying. He wasn't dying. Well supported by Xerneas, I've got to say, but that dude lived forever.
He did, and I don't think it's any mystery or secret that I'm a big Xerneas fan and have been for a very long time. But both of them, the whole team really, is just performing out of their minds to a level that we just could not comprehend. You know, the synergies that they're showing right now, it just looks damn near flawless. And it's great to see because, again, you know, as much as I said we want all teams to be able to compete and play close games against each other, we also want to see these teams that have stumbled in the last couple of years be able to rise up and be able to push back against the teams that have widely been dominating the circuit, whether it's in NA for, you know, the Fuel or for the Dynasty and whatnot out here in APAC. We want to see those competitive sets from these teams that have been living in the other team's shadows for so very long. So this has been a fantastic start so far. And you know, we can only hope that Dallas Fuel are going to be able to push back, turn this into an actual series, not get swept under the rug here at the beginning. But if they do, I think you kind of just have to expect that, okay, maybe this is a bit of a, you know, a time to shake the rust off, much like it is for you and I, given that it has been 6 months since the last time we were really commentating this game. So maybe that'll be the case here for the side of the Fuel as well. But Guangzhou Charge, clearly no rust. They are a well-oiled machine.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be able to convince me they took 6 months off. They look like they've been scrimming the entire offseason. And maybe they have been, I don't know. But at this stage, we are going to be heading shortly into map number 3, which was Havana, I believe. So if there is hope, this is where I'm going to give some hope back over towards the Dallas Fuel fans. Because you go to Havana, I think it's going to be Sigma territory. If there's one here or the Hanbin is elite tier on, it is going to be the Sigma. And Piggy's going to have to be able to match up on towards that because, you know, if you would have asked me earlier who the better tank between Piggy and Hanbin was, I think it would have been pretty clear Hanbin. Like, you definitely say Hanbin. You put your money on that guy. But so far as Winston goes, it's been Piggy so far. But, you know, we have the capability of seeing other heroes come through. We've tried to play a little bit of Zarya here to, unfortunately, not amazing avail. But on Havana, I definitely think it's going to be a Sigma matchup. It really should be. And with that, that's going to be Fuel's best chance.
I mean, we'll have to see, but I mean, while I'm with you there in regard to, you know, seeing Hanbin playing that Sigma, Piggy is no slouch either when it comes down to playing that character. This is something that he was playing when he was over on the Outlaws and whatnot. And I think that either way, just given the way that Guangzhou Charge have been performing, you might even give Piggy the edge in this circumstance because the synergy hasn't been there for the side of the field. We'll have to just wait and see, though, as we do get ready to jump into this map and see whether or not this is going to be the end of our second map, or if we can extend this to New Queen Street.
In nighttime Havana here as well.
Nighttime,
as you mentioned, you can't, you certainly can't sleep on the Piggy Sigma, but it's another one of those situations where, on paper, it feels like it should be Hanbin winning this matchup, right? He's the way more solid Sigma player. He's the guy that's, won way more on the back of this hero, and I'm pretty sure they'll lock it in as Piggy's already locked it in, and I don't think Hanbin's going to shy away from that duel. And it will also, if I'm reading correctly, Sigma double flex typically ends up being the meta as well as the Widowmakers coming through. And that is something I mentioned earlier. Jimmy versus Edison on the Widow. We've seen the Hanzo to Hanzo. Jimmy's looked dominant on that. Is Jimmy going to be better on the Widowmaker as well? Because Jimmy also quite famous for his Widowmaker.
That he is. I mean, an opening headshot at the beginning of their push on Hollywood, or on that overtime on Hollywood, but not much to read into there. Choice A1 going to be giving the Genji an attempt here where Sparkle wasn't able to find value. We'll see if he can. For now, yep, Hanbin right there over onto the Sigma.
I want to note the small changes in composition. Obviously, you'll notice the Choice of One Genji because we were having his POV up on screen there, but also Xerneas on the brig here as well for the defense. And that will tell you that Guangzhou Charge want to play a little slightly more brawly version of Sigma composition where they want to get in the face of the Dallas field. It's not just about poke.
Playing right up against Piggy, and he's going to be taken down. Bliss able to find the final shot. Mortality Field's burned on both sides. Shield gets raised by Xerneas, denying that accretion. Stun coming across, but Sparkle finds the crossfire. The Storm Arrow's getting the elimination. Edison just pushing up here, riding the cart. So far, the only kill that we found here for the side of the Guangzhou Charge is going to be Choice A1 taking down MCD. So a very strong beginning and a great push for the side of the Dallas Fuel. Last second contest should be possible, though, for the Charge.
Absolutely. And Charge, just to speak on what happened in that last fight, they had their lamp forced out super early. It was broken super early as well. So while Hanbin survived with Bliss putting out the Immortality Field, Piggy, his Immortality Field coming through from far away, instantly deleted, and Piggy falling shortly after that. And now Hanbin, very much ahead in terms of Gravitic Flux. Has to watch his HP pool, though, because both Sparkle and Hanbin under pressure at the moment. Bliss has ultimate. Bliss will have the first ultimate of the map.
Okay, and Matrix does come through. Bliss popping that one instantly. Accretion stun not connecting on a Sparkle, and again, Piggy taking a bit of damage. Jimmy's going to be taken down as well now, so that back line for the Dallas Field will be breathing a lot more easily. Cavalier Field cleaned up. Piggy trying to stay alive. Great deflection from Choice A1. Let's take down Sparkle in point-blank range. Accretion going to be blocked. The barrier coming through, but now Xerneas is falling. The healing going to be cut down far away. He's got the ult available. He's going to use it instantly. But I don't know if they're going to be able to survive this one. Slap back down to the ground. The Immortality Field not there far away. Ends up falling. Jimmy on the return. Headward does find Bliss. The blade's pulled. Choice A1 looking for a target. It's Accretion. It's the ground. Stays alive for a little bit longer, but then Hanbin eventually is able to go ahead and do some geometry and bounces some shots around the corner to finish them all. Card, however, going to be halted.
Oh my.
It's a great headshot on the Jimmy. Challenging the Widow on a hard angle. Comes out on top.
And I was going to say, I think Fuel do lose that fight. However, the final couple of kills coming on through, especially that one from Sparkle, definitely allows Dallas Fuel to maybe look towards a slight player advantage. It will depend on where the Guangzhou Charge get their full fire back into play. It's a very slow regrouping here for the Dallas Fuel, so I think it will indeed be the 5v5 Choice of One. Did a ton of work in that last fight on the Genji to be able to make sure the Guangzhou Charge is going to be competitive, and now they have the ultimates.
Again, the Immortality Field is going to be forced out, held now by Bliss as they have that transcendence to keep everybody alive. Choice A1, however, diving into the back line, finds Edison, MCD, and Sparkle both going to be taken out as well as Xerneas gets involved, gets his hands dirty once again. Shields race, keeps the block out from that Accretion. It's going to be a team kill, and successful holds here continued by the Guangzhou Charge.
And it was Piggy in the opening fight of the neutral. That was a crack in the dam that the Dallas Fuel were able to exploit this time around. Piggy, low HP, but he does not fall. Bends, but does not break.
They're going aggro.
The team fight. Yeah, like you're right. They just want to get straight into the Dallas Fuel. Might be a mistake, though.
It would be a good pick on a Sparkle if they could have gotten it, but now the Immortality Field is going to be taken down as everyone's grouped up here into the side room. Sparkle furiously pushing forward. Falls into the HP, manages to stay alive. Far away. Dunked out as well, and now will be eliminated. Bliss pops that Amp Matrix, and they instantly all fall apart. Choice A1 able to come away with a parting gift kill there onto Edison, but widely, that is going to be it. The push should come through now.
Putting up some extra walls inside that library to make it a duplex, and it works out well for Bliss. The fuel payload continues to push on forward. The last few stagger kills will come on in, and the A cap has been completed. And like I said a little bit earlier, it might be a mistake for Charge to go that aggressive. Had they gotten that one kill they were looking for, we'd be having a different conversation, but they were pushed out, they were red. The infrasight from Edison was up as well, so they saw the entire move from the Charge, and that was all that needed to happen.
Oh, aggressive push coming in, though. Dallas Fuel trying to match them here onto the high ground. Grass coming out, Piggy trying to stay alive. Sparkle pulls the blade, instantly finds far away, looks for a little bit more, a couple more slashes will finish him off. Piggy goes down. Jimmy Choi Sewan able to find 2 picks of their own, but the cart is going to get pushed forward. Jimmy gets a tap here across onto Hanbin. Grass buff once again gets a little minor amount of shielding. It looks like they can't over pursue to try to get the punish here onto the tank. It would have been a massive pick for them, but at the same time, they'll just be happy to have some kind of forward control now to try to re-aggress onto the cart.
I also want to talk about the fact that Edison's swapping over towards the Hanzo now, which is preferable for B. Once we get back over towards C, assuming the push does continue in cap, it's much better for the Widowmaker. Jimmy survives, so he's not going to change just yet. That's a decent lift on the Flux, though.
Yeah, pretty big one. Try to clear out the Immortality, go fast enough, and Hanbin will be taken down. Jimmy with a nice headshot there on the Widow. Finds the tank. Far away, under fire, however. Will eventually fall to Sparkle's hand. As both supports now. Going to run back in. Piggy going to fall as well. Sparkle, yeah, just cleaning him up. Deflect goes out. Jimmy has to pull back away from that high ground position. And once again, it's going to be the Fuel finding themselves onto the cart about halfway to B.
And that was looking like Charge winning the fight, but Sparkle turns it back around. Piggy in the middle of nowhere. With Hanbin going down early, you were thinking it was going to be lights out. Still holds on the Gravitic Flux and in a position now where Dallas Fuel can set up for this next window from Bliss on high ground. Jimmy, can he find something here? I'll find out later.
Wait from Choice One. Mortality field forced out. Waits it. Nice patience there from the side of Choice One. Allows for his teammate to go ahead and clear the way. Finds 2 kills off the back of it. Now they just look to finish off Hanbin. A minute remaining here. Dallas Fuel just have to go for the quick reset. Sparkle still hovering forward. Needs to die. Otherwise, he's going to get very split spawn away from the rest of his team. Finally does go down. Extra time now bought here for the Guangzhou Charge.
While Sparkle was on a mission there, it's Choice One that actually completes his brilliant blade coming on through. And despite, again, Genji maybe not being the most favorable pick in the current Overwatch 2 meta, for a point like Havana B, where you got so many areas to wall climb and dash on through, play around geometry, it's really a good position for Choi to get his work done, and he certainly has been able to do that with that fight when 30 seconds, in fact less than that, remaining for the Dallas Fuel final push on board.
Yep, trying to get in on the flank. They could just go ahead and circumnavigate the charge a little bit. You can see Choi One watching that high ground angle.
The Charge
chasing
chasing?
them access to the cart. Drop down. He's looking for Choi One. Zernia's going to fall. MCD now finds Choi One. And yeah, the Charge chase, but they fall into the trap. They end up getting taken down. Now Piggy going to fall 2% away from having that Flux ready to go. And that is going to come back to bite them, because while it's going to be overtime here for Dallas Fuel, that should be the push into B.
I mean, that's a huge mistake. Why chase into the courtyard if you're the Guangzhou Charge? Just hold the chokes. You know Dallas Fuel have to be the ones pushing the choke. The team that ends up pushing through choke is the team in the weaker position. So Guangzhou Charge literally put themselves in the weaker position.
They do, but they're going to get themselves back in. The nice swap from Choi One gives them the sim. They manage to contest this cart with 3 meters left to go. Now the Flux comes down from Piggy. Mortality field taken away. However, Sparkle with a blade finds both supports. Far away Zernius. Both hit the floor. Jimmy on the Cassidy.
3v3.
But they need so much more than this, and Jimmy is delivering at the moment. Finds another. Gets the shot across. Sparkle's going to be taken down. And now that leaves Choi One on a 1v1 to Hanbin. 150 HP or so. A little bit of shielding coming through. He cleans them up. The OT bleeds away. They only give up a single extra meter in that fight. 2 meters shy of B. Dallas Fuel are held.
Hey, what a save coming through from the Guangzhou Charge, because that was looking disastrous. I'm not going to lie, I'm not pleased about the way they kind of threw the fight outdoors. No reason to chase and fight Dallas Fuel in the courtyard. They could have just held the entrances, but they come back in the next fight. TP's coming on through. I think Choice One actually changed over to a sim to TP them in. And this is a Sparkle Blade from a little bit earlier on, where, you know, we do see the fact that, once again, to reiterate, Genji, not bad on Havana B specifically. You change over a couple of heroes, you get into the final fight of B, Sim TPs a bunch of your team, and Jimmy comes back on a cast, so he gets, what was it, a 3k, I believe?
Yeah.
Ends up being a 1v1 between Hanbin and Choi, and there's no healers on either team. With the mobility of Choice One's Tracer, the lack of HP on Hanbin, Choice One, he had the patience to play there as well, because if it does get drawn out into a 1v1, an extended 1v1 where no one dies, let's say it's a complete stalemate, no one kills each other, Charge have the respawn advantage. Their players have a much shorter run back to the payload than Dallas Fuel. So even if it just goes to a stalemate, I think Charge get the one. The only way they cap is if Hanbin just straight up wins a 1v1, which I think versus Tracer, incredibly difficult to do.
All right, well, now need a hell of a defense. We saw them put up a bit of a fight there on Hollywood and see how they fare on Havana. As we come back into this again, near mirrored compositions. The big difference being MCD sticking with this Zenyatta. Choice they want. Oh, instantly gets in there, deflects the headshot right back onto Edison. A great first kill as Jimmy hunts for more. Pops up around the corner. Doesn't find too much of anything. Hanbin gets knocked down to about half HP, but the heal's getting pumped out. And MCD just desperately trying to build up these ults.
The cooldowns are running out, but you lost the grasp as well, Hanbin. Has the lamp been deployed?
Don't know. Either way, Faraway going to be taken down. Edison going back through, does manage to peel some pressure. Gets rid of that healing. Definitely slows the roll with long-term charge. Sparkle goes on the hunt, trying to catch Choice A1 on these flanks.
The fact that Hanbin survives it is incredible, and I'm not too sure. I might have missed it, but I don't know if Bliss used the lamp or not. If he didn't, I mean, the cojones on him to just believe that Hanbin was going to live after breaking shield and losing grasp. It looked like Hanbin was dead to rights, but surviving means they get to fight another day and hold on to that B and allow Edison to come back and get that pick.
Chunked out. Grecian not going to find the stun. Jimmy with a headshot takes out MCD. The healing now very much cut down. Sparkle and Hanbin both likely to crumble under the pressure as Bliss as well going to get eliminated by Xerneas, who comes up with 3 kills of his own in the fight. He managed to even get the punish, not allowing Sparkle to retreat back and offer up some healing to his supports. Cart now pushing forward into A. Time bank going to get bumped up nearly 5 minutes.
And they don't even
barely come to, you know, I mean, they don't even have to complete it, but it's damn near close.
I mean, it might as well be a completion, but they don't have to go to C, I think is the most important thing here. So you can just play purely 4B, formulate compositions purely 4B, which won't be really different from what they're doing now. Maybe Jimmy over towards the Hanzo. We'll see. Time will tell. It's far away, and Bliss both have windows available. Bliss and Dallas Fuel have a high ground, but they don't have a player.
No, they don't. And, I mean, Immortality Field used as a last-ditch effort just to try to run away. Bliss and Hanbin will be able to escape at least into the side room for now.
Late?
Pinch is coming through. Rally gets popped. Xerneas leading the charge forward. Immortality Field going to be taken down, but so is Hanbin, and it is just a bloodbath in the stairwell. Far away with 2, Piggy with 1. The cart's still pushing forward. Guangzhou charge, but they will not be denied. The blade pulled, finds him. That last slash into the shot from far away gets the punish onto Sparkle for some added stagger, and they are just holding so far forward. Now the Flux is going to be invested from both teams. The drop down the Immortality Field is there, but Bliss is instantly met with death as soon as the Immortality Field goes away. Sparkle now trying to get himself on the opposite side of the team, trying to draw some attention away from the spawn room doors, and it looks like it is working a bit of a treat. Faraway and Xerneas do end up falling, but they have to get back and touch this cart because Jimmy is just riding it through, pushes it right up onto the finish line. Just a couple meters left to go, and eventually Sparkle manages to arrive to stop it. But 3.5 minutes still remaining, 3.39 meters away from victory or the Guangzhou charge.
It's a ton of push. They did it in a fairly unconventional way, pushing all the way to spawn on Havana B. I don't think I've seen that before. That's a very rare thing to do because it's extremely dangerous and a massive risk for the Guangzhou charge to take, considering it was also a 4v5 with Jimmy Solo pushing the payload, right? So Guangzhou charge burning the bulk of their ultimates. They have to be concerned about the fact that they're resource-wise completely behind. Yes, they have 3 minutes left. Yes, they get the payload within about 3-ish meters. They got nothing to play through, so they're relying on picks here. Can Jimmy or Choice One find that opening pick again?
Now just spam out on the right clicks at range, just trying to farm up the blade as quickly as Choice A1 can. Guangzhou charge start finding their footing once again, aggressing over towards the card. Sparkle, however, caught. That's the blade now taken down. The rally instantly popped by MCD, just trying to keep the rest of the team alive. But now there's this amp matrix that they have to try to play through. Great headshot from Edison, however, takes him down off that high ground, cuts the healing in half, and now Xerneas will join him in the grave. Both supports eliminated and all burned out. Sparkle lives, holds onto the blade for the future fight, but Piggy starts cleaning things up, finds 2. Flux comes through, drops him to the ground. It's enough for the kill. Fuel should be able to hold off that.
That was a huge pickup from Edison. That actually leads the way in terms of a domino effect where you take down Faraway, he doesn't get to use his window. And because Faraway's not on the high ground, pumping in heals long range to the low ground, he doesn't keep Xerneas alive. So had Faraway lived and not being taken down by Edison, Xerneas would have also lived, and it's a completely different fight for the Guangzhou charge. But Edison saves the day with the pickoff that ensures that the Dallas Field has more time to play through. 2 minutes left, and they still got ults.
Okay, aggressive push forward here with the Amp Matrix to clear out the Immortality Field. Xerneas nearly falling. Rally now going to be popped as he tries to stay alive. The stun comes across the end, getting taken down. Yep, huge accretion from Hanbin, connecting. be able to find that elimination. Flux now going to be invested though. Guangzhou Charge, they want to play this one out aggressively, but they need to find some extra kills if they want to get back over onto the card. Blade gets pulled, dashes through onto Edison. Joyce Wan gets that first elimination, cuts across, MCD taken down, Bliss gone as well. Hanbin in a sliver of HP, and he's so far away. There's no way. No one, someone's going to have to touch this one, but Hanbin ends up dying. Sparkle rejoins the fight, back over onto the Tracer for the recall, takes him back out of the fight. Being locked in position, and Jimmy finds a final headshot to finish the ordeal. You see hands in the air, a celebration that's well deserved. The Guangzhou Charge, in their opening matchup, take down the defending champions, the Dallas Fuel, with a 3-0 victory.
I said it on map 1, I'll say it again, but the Guangzhou Charge Doubters are an absolute shambles. Had it just been a Guangzhou Charge opening the pole win and the Dallas Fuel come back for a 3-1, I still think maybe the Doubters would have been slightly in shambles given they expected Guangzhou Charge to be extremely weak. But those rumors have been false. Those accusations are not true at all. Guangzhou Charge, utter domination out the gate. First match that they have in the 2023 season. Piggy with the hands up as well, waving. My goodness, what a play from absolutely everybody on this Charge team today. I did not expect that Dallas Fuel were going to go down 0-3. Most people would not have expected Dallas Fuel to even lose the series, let alone lose 0-3.
I mean, you think about it, going back across all of the maps played, they really were only to gain 2 objectives for themselves. It was a 2-0 on Nepal. They got the cap on, or no, maybe 3 objectives, because they got the cap on B, I believe. And then, no, they pushed to the end. Never mind, I'm losing my mind. I'm too old for this, Avril. They got the full push on Hollywood, then it went into OT. That's why I'm getting mixed up here. But either way, they didn't get many objectives, is my point. They could only get the A cap here on Havana. Couldn't quite make it to B. Guangzhou Charge, I mean, I feel like a lot of times you'd see teams playing as aggressively as them and getting regularly punished for it. We saw that maybe once or twice here for them, where Dallas Fuel were able to get themselves back in. But widely, the aggression just, it suited them so well.
I mean, even the, I would say, over-aggression at times, which they are going to have to look at in future because I think it's punishable, where they just run into the Dallas Fuel spawn. I'm talking about Havana B there. That was unreal. You do not normally see that in any gameplay, especially not at this level. But they did it anyway, 4v5s through all their ultimates on the table, and it allowed Jimmy to get the push on through for basically the entirety of B. But it did sit them behind, I would say, for the next 2-ish fights, which is why it is a risk. Let's talk about its player of the match, though. A player that did not disappoint. He had a standout performance in the 2022 season. Now coming through in 2023 on the Hanzo, on the Widowmaker as well. And specifically, I want to say Seth on the Hanzo, especially on those first 2 maps. Just utter domination. The highlight reels was coming in nice and clean.
Yeah, and then going back over to the other sniper, playing the Widowmaker, still looked damn good from him. I think that when we were around this point in the game, it was pretty difficult to make a decision, you know, who was going to be player of the match. I think you genuinely could have made an argument for just about anybody on the side of the Guangzhou Charge.
Sure.
Far Away having a fantastic game. Xerneas as well. Choi Se-wan was right there alongside Jimmy, helping to set up these kills. Piggy looked incredible coming out of the Winston, also on the Sigma. But in the end, we had to give it to Jimmy because it was just so crisp. The impact that he was able to find, some of those clutch moments, the swap over onto the Cassidy for the 3K to deny the cap on point B. It was just, a huge highlight reel from Jimmy, who was just finding an impact on every single pick that he played.
And this was a guy that was predominantly benched in the 2021 season behind the Jinmu lead combo. It just really wasn't his season. That wasn't going to be the year that he was going to shine. He was going to come back in 2022 last year to play for the Guangzhou Charge as an ex-Chengdu member. And comes in late in the season, plays majority of Soja, and benches a Pritter who never even got game time on the Guangzhou Charge, despite being one of the more hyped up rookies coming into the 2023 season. And for good reason, because Jimmy really proved himself last year. And now, I mean, he's done proving himself. Now he's just cementing it.
Yeah. I mean, averaging well over a kill per minute there as far as the eliminations are concerned. Nearly matched in final blows. Just a fantastic star-studded performance here from Jimmy. And it's really setting the stage for he and the rest of the Guangzhou Charge. I think a lot of people, ourselves included, probably were ready to just be like, okay, you know, Guangzhou, we'll see how they do, but it's probably going to be, you know, a middling performance, if not bottom of the standings. No, all eyes now on these guys because, good Lord, they look great.
It was an optimistic situation for Guangzhou. It was like, yeah, I feel good about this team, but, you know, a little bit of trepidation in there because you don't want to get too hype about it because you're not too sure. Guangzhou started to do well last year, but then you take a 6-month break, anything can happen. Dallas are defending champions, right? It's probably going to be a rough start for the Guangzhou Charge. Maybe they'll find their groove a little bit later in the season. Maybe be a middle of the pack team this time around. Because Shanghai are not looking too hot to trot, but Guangzhou Charge, I mean, straight out the gate, they're like, you know what? Just put us number 1. Just put us in the top 2 straight away.
Why not? Yeah, they're certainly making a strong argument for themselves, but pretty nasty performance. And I'm just hoping that we have even more surprises.
Dude,
because
I can't wait until NA wakes up and sees this result.
Well, there's that too. That's going to be a really fun reaction from, Abbas and everybody on the desk and whatnot, when they go back and rewind and try to break down this action on the pre-show. But I'm hoping that we've had this little surprise here from the side of the Guangzhou Charge that look way better than we could have anticipated, because we have another team that has some low expectations surrounding them coming up into our next series, and I'm hoping that they can deliver in similar fashion, because that, of course, is going to be the Hangzhou Spark going up against the Shanghai Dragons. And it feels like, I mean, this is quite literally since 2018, the first time that we're coming into a season saying, I don't think Shanghai Dragons are going to be that strong. And I'm hoping that they could do something to go ahead and turn that narrative around.
I mean, I said APAC was going to be competitive, and straight out the gates we have, Soul Infernal, who are kind of hyped up in scrims, but Dynasty taking them down at a very close 3-2. We have Dallas Fuel, who, we expected a lot more out of against the Guangzhou Charge that had very low expectations, to be completely fair, from just about everybody. And now, a low expectation Shanghai Dragons, where let's see what Fleta can do on this tank, and let's see if Hangzhou Spark, with their potentially, MVP lineup on the DPS between Shy and Leaf, can really play up to the level of hype and expectation behind it.
Well, time will tell as we do get ready to go, into that series in a little bit here. We just got a couple more minutes to chat away before we throw to a break and then get ready to dive into that set. But yeah, I think that this is a great result. Obviously, not so much for the Fuel fans, but for the Guangzhou Charge, something to very much cheer about, since you said, 2020. The best look that they've had. So we'll see if that carries forward, or if this is going to be a flash in the pan in future weeks. But for now, we are going to get ready to go to a break, and when we return, we will have that third and final match of our opening day, the Hangzhou Spark going up against the Shanghai Dragons. So don't go anywhere, guys. It's been lovely to see you all again. Alrighty, we're back and it's time to go into our final series of the evening. And this one, it's got a lot of question marks surrounding it. It's the Hangzhou Spark versus the Shanghai Dragons. Teams undergoing a couple of changes as we'll go ahead and jump right into it here. The returning duo of Shai and Guxue.
As the only two returning members from the Hangzhou Spark, and they've retooled every other position. And this is, by the way, the first season. I believe that Hangzhou Spark have a small roster, what's considered a smaller roster, because they actually still have 6 instead of 5, which other teams have 5, but that's fine. They think they can get away with that. We'll see how that season goes. Maybe a little bit later on, they can still pick up some members. For the Hangzhou Spark, though, I mean, look, in the past, this team has gone up to like 12. They've had full 12-man rosters, 10, 11, all of the above. They've had enough members to play through internal scrims. Even last year, where it looked like maybe Spark would have a smaller roster, they ended up still adding in Teru and Neko, who's the coach, into the support lineup a little bit later on. I gotta say, though, when you see the Spark roster, if you're not aware just yet, Shai and Guxue are joined by pretty much all the fleeing Chengdu members from the team that no longer exists realistically. Joining them are going to be Leave and Monk from Chengdu Hunters. 20, I guess, aka Elsa, last played for the Chengdu Hunters, so in a way, he kind of counts in it, and then Thanks joins them from the Valiant.
Yeah, I mean, on paper, a very terrifying roster, just given what we've seen these players be able to do with a very solid core in Shai and Guxue. We'll see what the starting 5 looks like here in just a moment, and see what they've decided to piece together. Because there's a lot of firepower. You think about Leave and Shai being a duo alongside one another, and I think that has to strike terror into just about anyone's heart. And there you have it.
If you miss Chengdu Hunters, the spirit of Chengdu definitely still lives on within this team, and in some ways within the Guangzhou Charge as well, given that Jimmy Xerneas is still there. But my goodness, I never thought we'd see Leave in pink, but here we are alongside Shai. I mean, this is the dream duo from China that we've been waiting for so long. This is also, by the way, the Team China team for the Overwatch World Cup this year in 2023, alongside Far Away from the Guangzhou Charge. It's Far Away plus these 5 members for the World Cup team. So you are actually also seeing the China World Cup team for 2023 play, as well as the Spark team play. But there's a lot to live up to, because Leave was your MVP in 2021. Shai has had 2 breakout years on Hitscan the last 2 years. And beyond that as well, one extra thing that's been added to the Spark lineup that's super important is the return of Coach Ray, who previously coached on Chengdu Hunters on all the successful Chengdu years. Ray was there alongside Leave, and now he's there on the Spark.
I was going to say, very, very good asterisk to tack on there, the successful years for the Chengdu Hunters. You're talking about, oh, the spirit lives on. I think for the side of the Hangzhou Spark fans, they don't want all of the spirit. They want some of it. They want those players, but they don't necessarily want some of the kerfuffle, let's say. That,
you want to leave the zone behind? Huh?
Yeah, maybe
you don't like
leave
the zone
behind.
Okay.
I mean, hey, as an unbiased commentator, I'm more than happy to have the zone, but if you're a Hangzhou Spark fan, you probably don't want it. Now, here's one of the teams that has plenty of questions surrounding them as far as who's going to be doing what does this team look like, and how did they perform? Because similarly, lots of changes here to the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and I think the biggest one that has stood out that people have been talking about ever since we found out about it is that Fleta is here once more, but not as a DPS. He is here as a tank player.
And we're seeing some role swaps over the course of the years, and one of the more successful ones that we saw recently was Dante shifting from DPS, specifically flex DPS, onto tank, and Flitter's like, I'm gonna do that as well. Let's see if we can get it 2 out of 2 here in terms of players moving from that DPS onto the tank. But we've seen Dante on that for a full year last year. We have not seen Flitter on tank yet. We don't have any clue. There's no expectation here. We don't actually know what he's going to bring to the table. At least for the other members, we have some more expectation, because Moon has been kind of cooking in the off-season. I don't know if I like what he's cooking just yet. We'll find out at the end of the 3-course meal. But Moon is back on the Shanghai Dragons once more with a very different looking team. Only Flitter and Bebe returning. This time Bebe, he's only returning as a player coach, so he is technically the 6th member. I don't expect him to really play because he's mostly coaching on this team alongside Moon. Viper is a standout rookie that did come from O2 Blast. He's one of those new guys coming through on the Flex DPS. He replaces Flitter, so that is, I think, some big shoes to fill in. Hisu, well-known prospect. I actually think a highlight of this team.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many question marks around it. I love that you touched on the Dante circumstance, because I was going to bring it up if you did it, but obviously very different decision-making processes, given that Doom had become a tank. It's like, okay, well, Dante is very proficient at this. we're now going to have him play, tank role when that, is a meta decision that we're going to make. We're going to be running that Doomfist, and then he kind of, continued to flesh out the rest of that role, and now is fully in that position. For Fleta, this is not the circumstance whatsoever. He's never played anything remotely close to a tank. I think it was, maybe it was Johnson Custer, we were talking about it earlier. Somebody was mentioning, okay, you know what? Fleta's a very good Echo player. Normally, like in old metas, you're going to be duping the tanks, so he knows how to play tank. I think it's a hard bit of copium, but I do at least have some faith that Fleta is going to be able to come in here and not look super uncomfortable in the role. He is a high enough caliber player that I can trust, and he is going to be able to play this position well. It's more about how does the rest of the team play around him for me. But since we got Shy, of course, we need to talk about Sojourn.
Which we probably won't see. I mean, there's a chance we see the Sojourn, but I would doubt it. I don't think Sojourn is very popular in the current meta, but we'll take a look at some of the stats from last year anyway, because Sojourn was like the hit scan hero for all hit scan players, of which Shy among the top in the world, maybe the best. I mean, depending on who you ask, it basically is Shy. Maybe some people might say Lip, but Lip took a while to warm up, where Shy was dominant the entire way through. 59% charge shot accuracy I think is important to look at, because 60% basically became the standard for what a good, like a top level Sojourn was doing last year. And that's including the fact that towards the end of the last season, the rail accuracy continually got nerfed. So if you were able to get anywhere near 60, you were doing very well on Sojourn, because it was getting harder and harder to actually hit those rails. So 59 here is very good, and I still regard Shy as maybe the best Sojourn that we saw last year.
Yeah, well, he's just going to be looking to go ahead and give him a run for his money. We'll see if he's going to be up to task as we wait to get into this and see how these guys are going to clash and what the map set's going to look like.
I mean, as we wait, and we'll wait for the maps as well, I want to bring up the support line, because we didn't really touch up on them. I talked about Bebe slightly and not expecting him to play, because you have Gangnam Jim and Ares. So I was going to say, maybe would you see Bebe in a double flex support, but you have to remember Gangnam Jim is originally a flex support player as well, so maybe not. And that's a contentious point for this team, because Gangnam Jin didn't have the greatest year on Lucio last year on the NYXL, or, I think ever since his time on the Florida Mayhem, it's been a bit of a downward slide for Gangnam Jin. So he needs to kind of prove that he still has the capability to be a pro player in 2023, when there's other good prospects lying around that you could be picking up, and other main supports were overlooked for Gangnam Jin. And I say main support because I'm fairly certain Gangnam Jin is going to end up being the Brig/Lucio player of this team, given that you do have Ares, who is the far superior flex support player, going to be jumping on the Annas, the Baps, right? And this team also in the off-season had like one of the speed runs of all time in terms of a player signing and a player resignation or letting go of a player in DM, where we expected DM to come through on a flex support as well, because he was announced to the roster as a support, and then very recently he was dropped in favor of Ares. So yeah, he came and went super quickly.
A very long-standing Fleta fan there. I can at least say that they've been watching him since he was on Flash Lux all the way back in Apex. The team that famously went 0-9, and then Fleta still made it into the league amongst a couple other players that were on that lineup. But so long-standing viewer there, long-standing fan for Fleta. We'll see if that carries forward depending on how his tank performance goes, or if they're going to just change their mind after it. You never know. But we do have a little bit of a delay as we wait for Hangzhou Spark to fully get settled and everything. And then we can get things underway and finally figure out, if Shanghai Dragons is playing to expectations, which would be quite unfortunate for them, or if they, much like the Guangzhou Charge, can surprise us with a strong start here. Going back to Gangnam Jin for a moment, I do agree with you. I think that it is kind of time to prove that he, can hit that level, that he can be dominant in his role, because we haven't really seen it from him since the days when he was on Runaway and he was playing alongside Lee Jae-gon. They were this dynamic duo of supports that looked like they could crush anybody. And then as they entered the league, they got split apart. And while Lee Jae-gon had looked incredible and had several highlight moments and whatnot, Gangnam Jin was never quite in that same spotlight. So I think that there is a hell of a lot.
Ironically, he replaces Lee Jae-gon on this team as a Luciano. Ironically,
very true, very true. So lots of questions around that. How is he going to look with this potential role swap? Are they going to just kind of have to shoehorn into playing nothing but double flank support? There's many a question to be had, but it looks like we should be just about ready to get things underway. So we'll go ahead and take a look at our map set here for the final series of the day. We're going to be going over to Oasis once again, then we get good old King's Row, Havana once more, and then if we can go beyond those three maps, Colosseo as well as the Palm.
Flitter's got a lot of work to do here, as now I'm pretty sure he's by default the captain of this team, and no stranger to teams performing poorly in terms of his history on Flash Lux, but he was the guy that kind of turned the fate of Shanghai Dragons around after their 0-40 and slightly more of a struggle in... When did Flitter come in? 2020 or was it 2019? Pretty sure it was 20... I'm forgetting, dude. Do you remember?
He was on Dynasty in 2019, I believe.
I think pretty sure you came in on 2020. I'll just do a double check because I don't want to be wrong about it.
Well, that would have been his year.
Okay, he was
MVP,
signed
yes.
in like November 2019, but he didn't play in Season 2 for Shanghai. My point is, he came and turned around the Shanghai roster alongside Lip and everybody else in that 2020 version of the roster. And they sort of, you know, really changed things up from where those 2019 guys were at. Despite them actually winning a stage start in 2019, so I don't want to speak ill of that team. The point is, 2020 was, I think, the start of real Dragons dominance. And now, with the kind of winning roster, the championship roster of the Shanghai Dragons from 2021 being ripped apart and put into different teams across Atlanta, Reign, Boston Uprising, what have you, Seoul Dynasty in the case of Void as well, this is a very different Shanghai Dragons now that is kind of paling in comparison to the Shanghai Dragons we've had in the past. So, you know, expectations are certainly low, but this is where you can start to build yourself back up again, just like the Guangzhou Charge have.
Yeah, but I mean, it's, again, new territory coming in here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. I think they find themselves kind of more in the Dallas Fuel position because they themselves do have that championship under their belt. They've undergone multiple iterations, but have always been, aside from 2018, a fairly competitive organization in the Overwatch League. Now they come in with more doubts cast on them than pretty much ever before. Can they climb above them and show us a damn good game? We're about to find out because the gate's going to open as we go ahead and kick things off with City Center here on Oasis.
Let's take a look at the compositions. It's going to be the Flatank on the Winston versus Gooseray, one of the most legendary Winston plays of all time. It's going to be Hangzhou Spark taking control of the high ground immediately as Gooseray drops down.
He does, and he nearly takes out Gangnam Jin, putting him down to single-digit HP. Iris as well, chunked out to about half. Will steadily get healed back up, and Fleta getting bullied here as Leaf drops down, just pummeling these bullets into his head. Princess sidestep to Viper, takes him down for the first blood. Back out on the Gooseray. I don't think he's going to be nonplussed about that one. Just leaps back over, joins in with the rest of the team here at the center point, where they look to go ahead and get the initial cap. Second contest has come through from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, just looking to stay this off as much as possible, but now look to re-aggress here onto the high grounds. The flank comes in from Shy, just getting those hacks across to take him low. Lee will find another kill as Hisu now going to be eliminated. And I mean, if Shy didn't already have such a strong lead here on the Sombra, he certainly has one now.
I gotta say, despite all of the kills coming on through, that it's only been from Leave. We have a lot of low members of the Shanghai Dragons. Most of them have not gone down. Stalwart in terms of staying alive, but it's Leave with the only two final blows so far. Let's see if Shy can collect one of his own.
He's making the call,
does
dive
connect
comes in.
Leave and Shy together.
They get in there, but Bubble comes up from Fleta. They do go ahead and widely keep Eris protected, so he's not going to take too much damage here. Joins back in with the rest of the squad, sticking the top them up here. 33% though, accrued on the point for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Shy now just 12% away from that EMP. Nano is coming, as you say. It'll be the first ult in all likelihood here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons, and it needs to be a pivotal one for them to go ahead and get control of this point.
Leave also on the pulse bomb here as well, with the Nano not coming through for Fleta just yet. Hangzhou Spark's turn to go. This will be a great EMP opportunity. Connects on the 3.
Oh, and just two of them instantly evaporate. That's just going to be the damage dealers taken out here for the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Fleta does get nanoed from Iris just to try to survive this, but they're no closer to getting a flip without these damage dealers here on the point. Monk also, somewhat surprisingly, going to be using the Kitsune Rush. Thought maybe they would hold that for a re-aggression from the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but they push forward. They look for additional punishes, and they are going to be found. Both supports now dead. Gangnam Jin still 6% away from building up that first little sound barrier here. They find some staggers. They hold it now 75%.
And that's really important, right? The fact that you brought up the Monk extra Kitsune Rush, it does feel like an overspend. It doesn't feel like Hangzhou needed to throw in the extra ultimates, given they already had the 2-player lead off the EMP. And the EMP now goes to the hands of Hisu. It's their turn. It's Shanghai Dragons' turn to really set the tempo.
Look at this chase. They're just right out in front of the spawn rooms now. EMP going to be used in desperation here from the side of Hisu. Doesn't manage to help them trade back one. Gooseray going to be taken down, but Leaf finds another elimination. Both supports once again take him down. Leaf gets a third as Hisu will fall. Fleta able to find Monk, force out the OT. Slanks that looks to just go ahead and delay here on the high ground for a little bit longer. Has to make his exit. But can they even drop down? Yes, they do. Fleta manages to tag back in, has the primal in his back pocket to try to buy some extra time. Goes ahead, uses that ult now. Now is going to be hacked out. Widely will be the focus fire target here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark as they look to re-clear this point.
Shy has another EMP here. There's so many ultimates online for this Hangzhou Spark. Kusha with the Primal as well. You weren't going to kill him with the EMP coming on through. Should connect. Gangnam only gets a solo beat. Was that Bubble? He only beat himself.
Oh, I don't know. Either way, it's going to be a tragedy here for the side of Shanghai as they desperately look to hold on. Once again, the jump forward, they managed to tag in, but Flutta is isolated, dead. The sound barrier finally built up and used by Langsa. Just more as a celebration here, as there's no real threats to be found. Viper trying to dash and dodge around here on the point to keep things going as long as humanly possible here for himself. He's still so very far away from that pulse bomb, and the EMP is still held by Shy, and he decides, you know what, I don't need to use it.
Celebratory. Give me the fireworks.
That party was boring.
Nope. It won't give us the satisfaction.
We've gone from cool guys don't look at explosions to cool guys don't even set off explosions. We'll save it for the next round here on Oasis because that was fairly clean. And my goodness, holy, leave with a 3K earlier on. Is it going to be the... No, okay, this is going to be a different Reaper. This will be Shy's 3-man EMP. Connects onto 2 instant frags. I mean, what a connection. Fleta gets the help with a Nana, but you've lost double DPS here. And if you actually look at HP, you can sort of see maybe why Monk used the Kitsune Rush because both Shy and Leaf were low. There was a risk of them dying, so Monk was like, we got to just secure it right. Ends up not being a huge factor because when Hisu drops his EMP on the opposite end a little bit later on, Leaf gets a 3K there to turn it around, which was gigantic.
All right, well, now on the University where Shanghai Dragons look to turn the tides. Come around, win it for themselves. Hisu going to be here on this Hanzo. She saw so much value from in the previous series, and he puts in enough damage to go ahead and set up for the kill. And Viper on a Gushwei. Follow up kill. Flanks it out, take it out. Shy going to be noted in the back line, not given really any opportunity to build up towards that EMP. Shanghai will find themselves in pole position to go ahead and get the initial lock down to the point.
I think he's one of his better heroes as well. Who vividly remember the 2021 season on the Toronto. Defiant with Hisu's Hanzo, especially in the final qualifying stage of the playoffs. So we'll be able to get kill to start things out with here alongside Viper to set the tone for the Shanghai Dragons. I think the pacing of the game was what really cost Shanghai in that previous round. The fact that they were almost being spawn camped. Can't keep ERS alive, but they get a trade.
No, yeah, Leaf goes in, finds the kill, but does get traded out. We'll pick one up. Point nearly flipped there. Hangzhou, however, still not in control. The fight being taken off of the point itself. They actually collapse in. They find Hisu. They take him down. Now they go ahead and readdress. Fleta looking to hold this by himself alongside basically only Gangnam Jin, but he's playing around corners. Fleta now taking low. The healing throughput from a Lucio on his lonesome. It's not going to be enough. He ends up falling. The flip is there. 33% established for the Shanghai Dragons, but now they need to recap.
Dragons need ults. I mean, they got the 33, which is nice, but off the back of winning the initial fight, I don't think they got enough kills. Without those kills, you don't have the damage input there. Viper will be able to get the pulse bomb ahead of Lee because Lee did die in a previous fight. Eris is ages behind, though. You need to see a lot quicker than Nano Charge to be able to compete in the next fight, given that we're about to see Kitsune Rush.
Forward, Shine taking a bit, has to translocate out to safety. Pulse bomb still held. Viper looking for a prime opportunity. That massive cluster there, everybody exiting back to the point. I thought maybe he would be able to find it, but opts to not go for it yet. Kitsune Rush instead going to be used. Monk again, looking to speed the charge, guide Spark forward in an aggressive fashion. It's working. A treat his ears, and both Hisu now will fall. Viper as well under duress. Cannot make it out with his life intact. Monk will finish him off. 44% the lead, very much established here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. It's 2-ult investment and come away with a win.
Well, you just see the difference in ultimate charge. I mean, this is what I brought up, right? Fleta only just got his primal. Eris and Gangnam Jin were in the high 90s, but everyone's dying around them. You already lose your DPS as the fight is basically over. If a sound barrier was available, even a nano onto Fleta, just to keep him on the front lines, possibly a different story, just to be able to fight up against the Kitsune Rush. Sound barrier is still 2% off, and the EMP is here, so I mean, Shy, if he finds the timing here, if he lands on a Gangnam Jin, could be dangerous territory. We are heading towards final fight. Not quite there, but we are heading towards it.
His way into the pit. Grabs that mega pack here for himself. Fleta now going to be natted up. The primal still available. He's going to be looking to go into the back lines in all likelihood. You can see Lang's HP bar getting tagged down just a little bit. In the meantime, Gangnam just trying to heal. Gushwei now going to be slapped, but yep, beat for beat now going to be coming through. Both Lucio's pulled the trigger, and Hisu gets taken down. A nice headshot from Monk to go ahead and deny that shielding away. Shy going to be traded out, however. So EMP taken away from the fight, and the flip is there. Shanghai Dragon stealing the point away. Hangzhou Spark got themselves up to 93%. And they win out the rest of the fight. Primal now going to be popped, just looking to hound down Langza, but he's riding up on top of the walls, and he just can't quite isolate this Lucio to get the elimination. They push him into the corner once again. Langza still continuing to be quite slippery. Eventually will die, but in the meantime, Fleta, he's getting all of his attention to this target, and Gushwei is killed too. Gangnam Jin and Hisu both out of the fight. Gangnam Jin now swapping over to the Brigade, trying to join back in. The flip is back through. Hangzhou Spark once again in control, just 4% left to go, and someone's going to need to touch. Fleta down low. Slowly getting ticked back up. The OT does get forced out, but it's another Kitsune rush built up here for the side of Monk. Looking to save them off and close out this first map. The OT now bleeding away. Someone needs to get the touch. They finally managed to get themselves back through. Kisune going to be hacked. Monk finds a headshot. The Sombra out of the fight. Everybody still 5 members strong on the side of the Hangzhou Spark, looking to close this one out. Flutter will fall. Viper down to half. Gangnam Jin as well, right in the walls, just not quite as elusive. Gets hounded down by Lee in the end. Lee follows up with another one now onto Viper, and that will be the finisher. 154%. Hangzhou Spark go ahead and they take Oasis without breaking a sweat.
And that's a perfect way to describe how Oasis goes. 2-0 on Oasis. Dragons barely winning a fight there, and there was some very good opportunities for the Shanghai Dragons towards the end of University, where it looked like Hangzhou Spark were not going to quite win this one. Shy does a kind of a weird thing with the EMP, where he held on to EMP, didn't really do setup for it the way you'd expect, while Invis playing specifically for EMP. He reveals himself quite early, and then ends up getting taken down into a 5v4 that looks great for the Shanghai Dragons, but they just can't get the cleanup. Shanghai Dragons, even with the ultimates coming online, the nanos, everything, your pulse bombs missing, sound barriers being played in, it's not enough. They just can't collect any kills. There was a huge kill differential there. I lost the stats now, but it was single digits for the side of for the Shanghai Dragons, something like 8 total final blows to the 26 or 27 of the Spark in terms of the difference in kills to deaths team-wide.
Pretty brutal beginning here, but unfortunately it might just be par for the expected course. Hangzhou Spark definitely looking alive and well. Leave showing, yeah, rumors of my demise very much exaggerated. Comes out here swinging, scooping up, I mean, first blood, multi-frags the whole way throughout, showing that he still has what it takes to, you know, potentially get that MVP moniker back. Still early days, however, but a very strong start for Hangzhou.
MVP caliber player. Rumors of him being washed, and the demise, like you sort of mentioned, they're greatly exaggerated. He didn't have a great season on Chengdu last year, but Chengdu in an awkward spot last year. The entire team very much in an awkward spot. This time around, you build the China Super Team. It's Shy and Leaf together, and off to the races. Clean map number 1. See in the highlights here just how dominant things were. Basically all the kills going the way of the Hangzhou Spark.
Yeah, everything working beautifully here for the side of Hangzhou synergistically. King's Row now going to be coming up next. We'll see what Flood is going to be playing. We'll see how the Shanghai Dragons look as they go into the second map. First one's out of the way. Shake it off. Focus up. Try to get yourselves back in. We'll see if they're up to task though when we come back, so don't go anywhere. Alrighty, and we are back. One map out of the way. Oasis taken by the Hangzhou Spark quite easily, unfortunately. Shanghai Dragons not able to find too much footing.
Oh no,
and this
they're
is
doing it to
just
him.
mean. No, why are we doing this? You're talking about the progenitor of the Primal Blade versus a guy who's stepping into the tank role for the first time ever after a 7-year career playing DPS.
You see the number 1 on Flitter's chest there? That's the amount of times he's professionally played Winston. So it's unfortunate. It's just unfortunate. You literally are facing one of the most legendary Winston players in all time in Gushui. You're a first-time Winston. It happens. You know, I think it was a different story for Dante last year, switching to tank, because as you outlined, you're playing Doomfist there, which is, you know, an easier story to sell in terms of, well, Doom used to be a DPS, so Dante kind of slipping into that feels okay. Here, it's like, there's none of that. Doomfist is definitely not meta. Flitter can't do that. He has to just go straight onto, like, the core tanks of the Winstons, and who knows what else Flitter will bring to the table later on. Because, by the way, Havana is on board, and, well, you know what the Havana meta is. It's all about Sigma. To be fair, that's also a question mark for Gushui. At least Gushui is, like, a traditional tank player.
Yeah, he's got a bit more experience in that bank when it comes down to. I mean, he's got more experience in pretty much everything when it comes down to it. Unless we really are going to start, counting the Echo duplicates. Either way, Havana, that's for a future map. We are guaranteed to see it, and I'm curious about it. But first, we have to go through King's Row, some good old bread and butter Overwatch.
Classic. And pretty sure that if you're the Spark, you just keep running dive, and you see a Hanzo coming through here as well. The great thing about Shy Leave is you can play both of them on Tracer. You prefer Leave or the Tracer for obvious reasons. He literally won MVP in 2021 off the back of the Tracer. But, you know, I think a Sombra could still be fine here. In the metas that I've seen, King's Row is typically surrounded by, you know, Hanzo-type compositions, whether you play that with the Ram or with the Winston. I don't expect either of the players to play Ram today. Maybe Flitter. Again, I have no idea what his hero pool is. Ram has mostly been played by off-tank traditional players so far. And Gushui is definitely not that, so he would probably prefer the Rhine if they go towards Brawl. But I don't think the Hangzhou Spark will play any Brawl today. I'm pretty sure they'll just stick on the dive the entire way through, except for maybe Havana.
Alright, well, into King's Row we go. Let's see what they do have prepared for us. For now, it's just going to be the double hover here on the Winston, so a second crack at it for Flutter. And widely, no real differences, it would seem, for the side of Shanghai, other than Gangnam Jin moving now over to the Brigida. Langza. None of us are ready for this, don't do it.
And he's not.
And he's not. Alright. The Mercy, though.
You know what I do see sometimes is when you snipe out a spawn, it's not going to be relevant for the map of King's Row, but other maps you can pedal boost a sniper, like a Widowmaker, on a platform and then pull them back. But that's about all I see.
Okay, well, it is that Echo coming through here. Langza with the pocket. Ferris already can hear those dinks flying across. Scoosway gonna get tagged up, force up the high ground for a brief little moment there. And oh, what a great shot from Hisu. Catching Langza mid-flight. Crushes the butterfly. And that's gonna be a nice little start here for Shanghai Dragons on the defense.
That's what you want to see. Again, Hisu on one of his classics. The old Hisu Hanzo, and as I mentioned earlier, between Shy and Leave, the good news is they can actually both play the Tracer. However, given that Shy is locked on the Tracer now, if they wanted to change comps and put Leave back on the Tracer, it would require 2 players to change heroes, which is a little awkward. So they're kind of stuck on this comp a little bit for now. I actually expect Leave, if he's going to change, he'll go to Hanzo, but he'll stay on the Echo for now. He's already got ult charge on that. Doesn't want to give up too early. As long as they keep Lengster alive this time.
Slow and steady going so far here. Just now getting ready to re-aggress over onto the point. Shy gonna be forced to recall. But playing alone on site, but Viper. Mid at range. Able to go ahead and finish the job, gets that kill. The Leave taken down. Lang's in no position to try to get that res to come through. Pulse Bomb will go wide, however, so additional punish to be found, but still gonna be nice time bought.
And Eris has Nano now, so that's first ult online, aside from the Pulse Bomb from Shy, unless he connects that one. A small 1v1 on the side room as well. Viper's keeping Shy busy. Shy is not going to be able to find this pulse just yet. Leave gets the first one.
Yep, does end up falling. It's going to be a crucial pick to be found. Now the point very much opened up. They have to concede some percentage gain here.
Should be a retake though. Let us respawn. You can nano him in. He's about to get primal as well. So Shanghai should be able to come back in.
Okay.
Especially with that kill.
Taken down. That's just going to be the pop there from Langs using the ult. Going to try to get the res through. Is able to do so. Now, Dragon Strike across the point. Leave able to jump up over top of it, but the rest of the Shanghai Dragons flush in beneath him.
Oh, man.
Pulse Bomb out from Shy, however, finds the stick here. It's going to be taken down. Hisu and Gangnam Jin both gone. As both supports now eliminated. Moments before Gangnam Jin was going to have this rally that might have been able to bail them out. But going to be anti to finish off through this primal. And that'll be the cap coming through. 4 minutes now on the clock. Does the Hangzhou Sport go ahead and get the initial cap here on A?
I mean, that is tragedy for the Shanghai Dragons. You could not really ask for a better retakes opportunity. I mean, you have your players coming back in, you have ultimates coming online, you have an opening frag as well with Hisu, and 5v4 leaves down. I mean, that's about as good as you're going to get. If you can't win that situation, you're not going to get too much better situations than that for the Shanghai Dragons. A's gone now. Leave will finally find his duplicate. We'll see what he ends up choosing there. I mean, how deadly would it be if he actually goes towards the Tracer? 2 Tracers on field. Insane for the Hangzhou Spark.
Okay, do. Cross jump into the back, yep. Winston across, leave, able to find Hisu. Nice and early, follows up onto Gangnam Jin. Here is being juggled around Shy. Good for the finishing blow. Fleta going to be slept back over towards the cart. Keeps it contested, so they have to wake him up, but they're just batting him away and forcing him back. Eventually, they'll leave him in a grave. Thinks it does get taken down, but they know exactly where Viper's at. They're able to find that punishing kill as well for some additional stagger, and they continue on their merry way.
Leave is just doing a little bit of practice in case he ever feels like role swapping in the future. Hopefully not too soon, as I think the best years of him in DPS are still currently present, as seen. Ixu's been spending a bit of time on the Ashe now. I think this has been a couple of fights now on the Ashe, but it's been slow going. Still working on that Bob, running out of range, running out of sight lines, no high ground to play through. I think Ashe would have been stronger a little bit early on with the bookshop control, but with that gone, far less to play through, and the double support ultimate is now online for Spark. Spark are in a great position. Just heal up Boost Ray and they can go in.
Yep, looking for the dive, trying to get rid of Monk. Sleep does come across, and I mean, anti-nade, sticky bombs, everything thrown at Fleta. He instantly gets taken down. Leave will find Viper as well as the cart just continues to inch forward. Closer and closer. In the end, this push is going to cost Hangzhou Spark, 2 minutes basically. We'll go ahead and get that bump up as they go for the final stretch, and they're still looking for more. Gangnam Jin has to take a back away over towards the mini pack room.
Oh, the range.
Himself alive, Sleep connects, but can they get a punish? Bubble comes up, so the answer is going to be no until Viper does dive forward. Pulse bomb expended. They find Leave.
A huge amount of confidence coming through from Lee, but a great punish from Ares, and that's the kind of sleep dance you need to see coming through Shanghai Dragons to have any chance. And just that one kill, by the way, Shanghai Dragons can hold first corner on C, which is very important. Had the kill gone the opposite way, we leave a little bit more range in the beam. Beam's range has been nerfed over time, so that wasn't going to be able to hit properly. Would have been Hangzhou Spark taking this corner.
Dive coming through again. It's a double Winston just jumping forward, looking to isolate and take them down. And so far, it's working magically. Bob in the back line, however, Hisu will be able to find lanes, and Monk gets eliminated as well. So it's both supports gone on either side. But I juggle around just a little bit, but Silver hold on to that primal should he need it. But now Viper going to be hounded down. Which way? Just go ahead, chase him in the back, finds the kill. Fleta wanting to hold the primal for a final fight, does so. Have a couple of ults to try to utilize here, but Hangzhou Spark continue to make progress.
I mean, Hisu pushed Humus, he actually kind of saved the Shanghai Dragons. The Bob killing both supports slows down the Hangzhou Spark entirely. Monk must have not had a great shot, by the way, from Hisu, but Monk must have not had a sleep dart available, because that should be easy to counter. You just sleep the Bob and you're fine, but probably expended a little bit earlier.
I mean, a good timing found by Hisu, I guess, at the very least. As great headshot from Hisu. Insta-scopes in, takes out Leave. More time going to be bought, obviously. No res, no mercy. And even in this position, I think it would be a pretty tall task.
Leave Ashe. I mean, it's up to him. Like I said earlier, Shy's taken away his beloved Tracer, so Leave's got to play something else. I'm surprised it's not a Hanzo. Leave, maybe it's an ego duel. He really fancies going back on the hit scan. He can flex onto it despite it not being traditionally his role. Dragons have more ultimates here to play through as well. Spark gotta be careful. They are running out of time.
Pulse bomb out. Leave going to be taken down. Viper, again, good with another pick. Build that one up pretty quickly. Gets the elimination. Fleta's primal going to be expiring. Jumps back, stays safe. Gets back into cover here. So continue to hold the forward corner and keep this cart locked in position. Hisu getting targeted quite a bit. The stick eventually coming through. Nano comes out and actually saves Hisu's life. He's still in this fight, and the bomb is nearly here. 70% left to go. But Fleta, well, low on health. He needs to try to stay alive. The dynamite from Leave finally will go ahead, burn Hisu down. They find the eliminations. Gangnam Jin will also be traded out. It's the cost of Langsa at the same time. Neither team without a Brigitte. Fleta, however, sliver of HP remaining. Scoping in, Leaf somehow does not finish that shot, and yeah, Fleta stays alive. He grabs the Mega Pack, but eventually Gushue does push forward far enough to find the elimination. Card again pushing, 50 seconds remaining. Leaf lining the back line, just trying to keep him covered in case there's a flank. Hisu burning down Monk with that dynamite. Right, plays forward with the card. The Bob comes out, that forces them back away once again. It's going to be a last-second effort here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark if they want to complete the map.
I mean, if there is a member that is holding the Spark at bay, it is definitely Hisu. He's the guy getting the frags, the tick down on the grenade as well, the dynamite onto Monk. So huge. Monk just had no healing there. Links are maybe too far away. I'm not too sure what happened then. Maybe out of cookies. In either case, the Bob, on top of everything else, prevents the payload movement. That enables the Shanghai Dragons to get this hold on C. There's one fight left to go. Leave has the Bob this time.
Bob goes out, taking a bit of damage. Shy now getting the better of Viper. Pulse Bomb taken out of the fight, and Shy does hold on to one of his own. Bob going to be taking a nap for now. Ears able to put him down on the ground, but now he's woken up with the cart. Needs to be occupied. Fleta jumps in. Pulse Bomb does not connect. They were looking for it. He finds a headshot all the same, so Fleta still falls. Gets a follow-up shot. Viper taken down. Gangnam Jin now eliminated, and the push will come to fruition. Hangzhou Spark, though, spending a lot more than they had to on the previous map. They still get to the end of the end of King's Row. I can speak.
The damage output from the Spark as well onto Fleta on that final fight as well is what really secures it. Not enough support for Fleta. I think, yeah, he definitely was out of LOS because he was inside the sort of nostrils at the end there. Let's take a look at the replay. This is where the Bob cleaned up too. So yeah, the double Winstons, but pay attention to the kill feed. Both Monk and Lynx to die here to the Bob. So it's Hisu posthumously who saves the day despite how good this dive looked. And had those two supports stayed alive, if Monk still had a sleep dart for the Bob, I think that would have been a very different story. Hangzhou Spark would have had a ton of momentum coming through from that push. They might have been able to finish the map off that push as well.
Well, even with the mismatched roles here for the side of Leave and Shy, they managed to get it done in the end. Some nice headshots across. A little mini highlight reel built up. Go ahead and close out the push. Now let's see how Shanghai Dragons get ready to fare. Gangnam Jin going to be showing us the Kiriko for now. Looks like Viper going to go for the opening shot with the Widow, and Hisu likely to stick with this Hanzo.
And now Leave gets to go back onto his old favorite of the Tracer. It's going to be a pure dive from the Hangzhou Spark. No Hanzo, no Ash, no long range at all. It's all about the short range here for the Spark. And I'm gonna get up close and dirty, especially with the extra Brig on board as well. We'll see what Shanghai Dragon's response is. I don't think Hisu's gonna match the Shy Sombra here. Pretty certain for Hisu it'll be either Hanzo or Ash, with the preference of it being Hanzo in my opinion.
Not even risking it, knowing that the Hanzo was right there. Shy just jumping away with the translocator.
Oh my god, he's actually done it.
Okay, Hisu's gonna do it. He's gonna go for the match. See how he fares though. Whether or not the dive can be slicker than that of the Hangzhou Spark, because tell you what, on that Oasis map to begin, everything looks very damn clean for them. Looking for the hack attempt, Bubble comes up, Gushue able to prevent that from coming through. In the meantime, Shy finds Fleta. Minor assist coming through from Monk. Punish found, hack out on that mini pack here inside of the trophy, inside of the statue, I should say. Trophy, damn big trophy.
Trophy for a giant, maybe.
Yeah.
Well, Hangzhou Spark, I mean, this is shades of, I think, 2021 Chengdu, especially when we look towards Leave on that dive alongside, you know, now Gushue. Again, a completely different player to Gaga, but very legendary in his own right. And you have Hisu with the swap onto the Sombra, but it just comes in late. He's still trying to set up. Meanwhile, Spark, they already have the tempo. And that's the shades of 21 Chengdu I'm talking about. They have the tempo just to be able to find that dive much earlier than Shanghai. Is Shanghai caught napping?
Keep hearing the attempts at the hacks here from Hisu, but he's just not able to get it done. They're just constantly bobbing and weaving outside of his range. Shanghai will eventually get taken down. Fleta able to find one, but at the cost of both supports. So still very much a decent position here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark. And Shy can rejoin quickly, and Fleta needs to stay alive. They're still pursuing forward, looking for the kill, but it looks like they will give up on it here at the very end, allowing him to go a separate way. It's been a massive punish, but the Hangzhou Spark, they're showing good restraint. They don't want to over-pursue.
Hisu actually has the first EMP despite it being on the losing side of this fight so far. And I think most of that is because Shy hasn't had enough damage. Everyone else has had more. Shy gets taken down by the EMP.
Gets the catch up. Viper's good for it. Dashes in. Finishes him with a melee. Gushue, the other target, getting hit by that EMP. Still hovering low as far as the health is concerned. The ball spot lobbed in by Viper. Finds a connection, and Monk gets taken down. Shy getting ready to try to rejoin, but Lee finds Fleta. Another crucial target eliminated. Viper down to 32. Gonna try to stay alive.
Shy's coming back.
If you have the hack mini pack, so he will be okay. Flooded out, respawning, can join in. EMP goes out, however, finds a couple players. Nano has to be used out on a Viper just to try to keep him in this fight.
Gushra is going to find Hisu here as well, so things are looking dire for Shanghai Dragons now. They have a Brig Rally, they're going to pop it. That keeps Gangnam Jin alive. In fact, I think that saves Eris as well.
Keeps him in this for a little bit longer. Langza still holds onto a rally of his own. So far, Shanghai Dragons are just now getting their first taste of the point, ticking up towards that initial tick. Packs flying, Gangnam Jin dead. The anti out of the Eris. Gushway's good with the stomp, finds the finishing blow again. The support's eliminated. Flood dead. Has to just hold on to the primal for the future fight. Shanghai Dragons just swept under the rug. It's another team kill. Hangzhou Spark holding firm with just a minute remaining.
Gushway's the king of those micro dives as well, where he just does this tiny leap into, you know, a bit of a zap melee combo. 100-0 onto soft targets. 11 final blows, only 1 behind Leave, by the way, just in case you were curious, for the final minute now. As Hangzhou Spark are looking for this full hold on A. Not a single tick so far to be found for the Shanghai Dragons, and perhaps a final EMP from Hisu could save them.
Oh, and Viper just gets flanked. Leave comes out of nowhere. Takes him down with a one-clip melee. EMP does strike. Gushway taken down to the front lines. Pulse bomb from Leave, not going to find the hit that he was looking for. Now in danger of being hacked as well. Looking for Flood Out to find it, but he's got the primal rolling, so he's still in a decent position. He's looking to go ahead and take down Langza. Knocks him out of spot. Anti comes in. They find the kills. It's going to be the supports that'll take it down. Shanghai Dragons finally getting that first tick. They should be able to get this cap.
I think Monk lost his nano there. He tries to nano Langza, I believe, and Langza dies way too quickly. That's the second time tonight I think we've seen a lost nano. The first one was in the Soul versus Soul game, aka the Soul Bowl. And here, because of that, Hangzhou Spark can't hold on. To be fair, that was well played by Fled. A great pressure onto both the supports of the Hangzhou Spark. And for Monk, he would have preferred to have waited for Gushra to come back in. Nano him instead. With Gushra's return, instantly a frag.
Hisu dead. Viper. He's in reply. Pulse Bomb will take out Langza. Now without a Brigida. Gives Gangnam Jin very much the lead. At 82% here compared to the 65. Langza now respawning. He's got a long run back to try to join in here for the fight. But now Gushway's just trying to keep things held here at the bookstore, but has to retreat as the hack comes through.
Good jump away to reset here. Preserve the life. Get the primal up. Really comes down to Shy setup now, because the dive needs to come on through. This is the perfect time to play. The corner is about to be approached. This is one of the last couple defendable spots on King's Row, one of the primary ones I'd have to say, and immediately Spark recognize that. They don't want to lose the bookshop.
EMP goes across, catches out onto 4 members. The Nano can't come through to try to save Flood his life. Monk now just going to be scooping up 2 kills. As Shy will find the 3rd, and the cart very much going to be held. And I mean, the cart didn't get that much distance, so this objectively does give the Hangzhou Spark, I should say, this archway control. Shy continues to linger around the back, as does Viper. Very far back.
See if they want to hold that archway, though, because there's many ways for the Shanghai Dragons to wrap around. When you're looking at a Sombra and a Tracer, there's a lot of flank pressure, so archway is maybe not great in this particular matchup in terms of a holdable position. Bookshop is a little bit safer, and that's also where your supports are going to be. Monk laying down the damage from heals from long range. Nano now found on both sides. It's an EMP differential, though. Expect Hisu to be the one to really start things off.
Here's forced down on the low ground, pressured out by Leave. Pulse Bomb at the ready, so could turn into a very dangerous situation in the blink of an eye, and there it is. That hit the stick, but Gangnam Jin was just stuck in the corner. The Pulse Bomb explosion takes him down, and Ears falls as well. Shy getting involved in the dive.
30 seconds?
But goes down, and yeah, 30 seconds as you say. They are running out of tools to work with. A couple ults still on the way, but he's without that EMP. That's going to be one of the big turning point ults that you look for, but unfortunately he doesn't have it.
And that's a big problem, right? I mean, that is the tool. That's what Shanghai needed to win the next fight, and they burned in the fight that they end up losing. So final fight coming through now. Last 10 seconds. They've got 3 ultimates, nearly 4 with Fled on the Primal Zone. I mean, Shanghai is still in a reasonable spot. They just don't have the pacing. They're always second to these fights. They can never initiate properly.
This Pulse needs to find value, but the anti staves back the supports for now. Will expire. Gushway jumps forward. No Nano to bail him out, but still holds onto the Primal. Now rally going to be popped. Pulse Bomb goes in. Viper able to find one that's going to cancel out the rally there from Langza. Not much extra health added on to the team members now. Shy jumps away. Stun goes across. Leave has to exit. Gets himself out of there. Dives back forward. Just to try to build up towards that next pulse, but widely the fight going to be won here from the side of the Shanghai Dragons. Well executed. A great stick from Viper to keep them in this one, but now they have to get moving.
I mean, that stick was everything for the Shanghai Dragons. Deletes the rally, as you say. Now Langza coming back onto a Lucio. Nope, still going to be the Brig. just a speed back Monk, I think is what you want to do. Spawn on the Lucio, you already burned the rally anyway. Speed Monk out of there. Double supports down as a lost fight for Spark, so none of the, between Leave and Goose Shui, the two remaining ultimates, none of them are actually going to use those. They'll save it for the final engagement on B. A position where Shanghai are far weaker, and it's now 3 ultimates to 2 with an extra nano coming online for Monk.
Talking about EMP throwing up pulses. Hangzhou Spark holding both of those aces right now. EMP goes across, Viper and Fleta both taken down before the Primal can be used. Leave gets the pulse bomb stick. They clear him off the cart. The OT plummets so very rapidly. Hangzhou Spark cleaning things up here on Kings Row. Now move up 2-0 in this series. It looks like we might just be destined for a very quick back half of the evening here, Avril.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of fighting spirit in there for Shanghai Dragons, which I love to see. A couple of cool plays, and we see Ares land some decent sleep darts and some good hits. Hisu's landed some good shots on the Ash and, you know, on the Hanzo as well. Viper with a great stick there. Fleta and Gangnam Jin, you know, they're keeping it in there. They're trying their hardest, but it's they're 2 plays on debatably off rolls. Well, not debatably for Fleta, but for Gangnam Jin, it's a second year now trying to play Lucy, trying to play this main support. And for this Shanghai squad, having just recently brought Eris online, getting rid of DM, changing things around, they just don't look like they're a well-rounded unit just yet, especially not versus the Chinese super team of the Hangzhou Spark, the 2023 Team China squad for the World Cup as well. I mean, this quite literally is the best that China has to offer. The Shanghai Dragons, well, they're not able to really do much against that.
No, they're not. Let's see. This is, you know, a long-term work-in-progress system for the Shanghai Dragons, or if they're going to be able to rally it back here in this opening series. One more map to try to make the difference as we get ready to go to Havana. But as you've been pointing out, Avril, talk about these tank rolls, what we are used to seeing on Havana. The questions again lie around Fleta and how he is going to be able to perform there.
Elsa should be coming in for the Sigma, so we are going to be seeing 20 being subbed in. Likely his return to the Overwatch League for the first time since the 2021 season, where he vacated, allowed Late Young to finish the season for the Chengdu Hunters in that year. Another ex-teammate, old teammate of both Monk and Leaf, to rejoin the fray, and Havana really is a Sigma-heavy map, so I don't think you can really get away with keeping Gooseway in there. But so far, I mean, even if Shanghai Dragons can claw back Havana, we're likely going to go back to more Winston gameplay. We've still got push ahead. We've still got another control map. I mean, dive aplenty, I think, for the rest of the series, no matter what Dragons do. And Dragons are showing that they cannot keep up with the Spark dive.
Well, one more to try to turn the tide. We'll see if they're going to be up to test when we come back from the break. Alrighty, and we are back, and it's time to go into, again, what could be the final map of not just the series, but the evening. As right now, the Hangzhou Spark are looking incredible, and the Shanghai Dragons very clearly still going through some growing pains with some of the roster adjustments as well as just role adjustments that they've undergone.
Seeing some Shy versus Hisu stats on the Sombra, and I kind of mentioned early on King's Roar, I didn't think Hisu was really going to come up against Shy in terms of kicking the Sombra into the matchup. I thought Hisu would have preferred to play the Hanzo. He showed some great shots in the Hanzo a little bit earlier, but Dragons are like, you know what, we're going to play some dive. We can play some dive, right? Let's get this Hisu Sombra plus Flitter Winston thing going on. And, I mean, stat-wise, there's nothing to really talk a lot about here because it's not just Hisu. I mean, if you brought up every single one-to-one comparison, every single comparison would show a Hangzhou Spark member kind of diffing their opponents, given how one-sided that last map and the series entirely so far has been in terms of Spark beating the Dragons. And it's subtle things as well. I mean, there's small differences that lead to huge results and where the coordination for the dive is. You're even seeing stuff like, you know, there was the Shy translocator kill onto Hisu's translocator, which then enabled Gooseray to dive onto Hisu, and they were communicating through pings and doing all this kind of stuff where setting up a guaranteed kill to Hisu that was on B, I believe. So for the Hangzhou Spark, there's no question that their dive is monumentously better than Shanghai Dragons. The question moving forward for a map like Havana is that going to translate over a different composition? Because I don't know if we're getting a substitution. I have to actually double check. No subs. Apparently there's no subs. No subs. Yep. So that means Gooseray's playing Sigma, question mark?
Or they're going to change up the meta and shake it up here on Havana. We'll have to just wait and see, but maybe it's something that they've been working on, saying, okay, you know what, your Winston's great. You've got a couple other picks you've been doing well on, but try to flesh out that Sigma. Time will tell as we get ready to go into this one. And again, seeing if Shanghai Dragons can rally back, because this is not what I expected. I mean, I guess as far as like okay, I guess it's kind of what I expected, but I was also expecting to not have potential back-to-back 3-0s to close out opening weekend.
3-0 is the most common scoreline in the Overwatch League. Bit of a fun fact. And obviously then the second most common, after that 3-0 will be 3-1, and then obviously the rarest is 3-2s because you don't always get the Giga Bangers. Those are quite rare. Over towards Havana, you know, big questions on the table about what kind of comps we see. Neither of our two tank players, especially not Flitter, known for the Sigma picks, and right now they're both hovering the Rhine. Now, what we did see in Overwatch 1 was a lot of spawn camping, which is what it looks like Spark are doing now, but 6v6 back then, you would bring the Rhine to the table, go straight up to the gas station, and just start spawn camping. Alright, Flitter's gone Sigma already. They just TP out. Gotta respect that.
Okay. But now they have to get the car, which will prove to be a little bit more difficult. Shot across, shot getting tagged low.
You did see Hisu hover the fire. The fire is great at breaking out of spawns, so I'm a little surprised they're not going down that way, but they want to play some of the more picks they actually want to rely on in terms of building ultimates. Shy gets to play one of his classics in the Cassidy, famous from 2021.
Being consistently focused by these orbs here. Youngam doing his damnedest to try to get him out of here, just throwing discords at him, hoping that somebody else can finish the job. So far, hasn't happened. Cart's still going to be locked in place, nearly a minute gone. Usually stunned up by the accretion for a brief little moment there, flooded down to about half HP. As Hisu just backpedaling as much as possible, getting himself here on this mid-ground, trying to find some shots across. Gooseray, however, now finally can fall. They break that immortality field, they break down the Rhine. Ling's dead as well, and it seems like it should just be a nice, easy cleanup here for the Shanghai Dragons.
Now the dam just breaks a little early there for the Spark. 13% away from finding the Ant Matrix from Monk. I was going to say, if Gooseray doesn't die, they're looking towards a first ultimate fight. Would have been both Monk and Ares kind of racing towards an Ant Matrix, and given that Shanghai just won, he's going to get first. But yeah, Hangzhou Spark just couldn't keep him up. Lamp came out, Lamp got destroyed, Gooseray low HP, and it's all over. But the time is the factor here, and another factor is the fact that it's a 5v4 to leave down.
How does that one happen? Viper dashing through, kills a Mei. They do once again get themselves in behind the Shanghai Dragons, positioning nicely to try to stop this card from advancing forward, but Monk taken down before he can land into the sanctity of that immortality field. Nicely played by Fleta, who's looking very much more comfortable right now on the Sigma.
Wow, he's doing some Void cosplay, you know, played alongside one of the best Sigmas we've seen in the history of Overwatch, and now he gets to play it himself. Shanghai in position to cap. I mean, Ares can set up for a window right at the back here. good DPS ultimates. We've already talked plenty about OT situation with Dragon Strike, and he's just going to send it right in there with Isu.
Well, he does, and Gushman, because of that, everyone else is getting split apart. Gushman does not receive any TLC. Ends up getting taken down. He's going to be able to answer one. Immortality Field cleared out. The Blizzard as well thrown down on the ground, and the follow-up is looking gorgeous here for the side of the Hangzhou Spark, finally finding their footing after losing control of the initial grab of the cart. Jump up, identify exactly where Iris is at, and they're looking to flush him out of this position, and it will be a late little stagger here as the Baptiste goes down.
I don't know what Eris was expecting. He's like self-staggering. As soon as you get caught up there, you should just be like, well, I'm caught out. Please just end me here because I'm wasting my own time. But Shanghai will only lose minimal time off the back of that one, which actually might add up considering they lost maximal time on the A attack, trying to get past the spawn camp. Great, I think, confidence there from the Spark to believe in the 4v5 despite Gucci going down early. See if this Deadeye gets too much. Unlikely, but
yeah.
Shanghai Dragons definitely capable on there and given the ultimates.
Blade at the ready. If you're Hangzhou Spark, even if you lose the point, getting this Transcendence with the blade out would still feel very good.
Shadow's free, by the way.
He's trying to get this. He's trying, if he can build it. He's still 13% away. It's been a long and arduous process here for Gucci with many trips back to the respawn room. Blade now going to be pulled out by the top of Shy. First kill going to be found. Immortality Field here as well to back up that Genji. Then he gets forced out of it, and Langsa finds the kill of all people. Kills being pumped through, utilizing that amp matrix as much as humanly possible. So Shatter gets dropped in, finally built up. Pin pushes 2 away from the cart, but the kills are not found. The cap is, however, Shanghai Dragons go ahead and get that 2.5-minute bump up.
See if any changes occur here. I mean, it's unlikely because Leave and Shy have remained, which means if you're Gusho, you might as well stay on the Rhine. Not going to play the Ramacha here, and well, with no sub-in from 20, aka Elsa, you're not going to see the Sigma, which means Spark are locked into this comp. The real unfortunate thing here is I don't think any of these members are super well known for playing Brawl. And Leave on the May, it's just going to be okay. It's certainly not going to be Leave Tracer, so you're not going to see that mega carry potential that we saw on the other 2 maps.
Dude, they really just love playing the merry-go-round, but without any of the smoke and mirrors here. Just run at them, try to get in behind on the flank. Cart getting further and further away
how
from
does that happen?
Just picked off. I mean, it's a volley between Gangnam Jin and Iris on that high ground.
Through the window.
Yeah, using the window to take him down now. Shy going to be dead as well. A smattering of damage here on the Iris, but he's going to be able to stay alive. The cleanup comes through, and I mean, that should be the gap coming in on to B. Maybe one more chance at a defense here for the Hangzhou Spark, given the way that things have been going. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to pull it off.
You got a Blizzard. And it's time to see if Blader really is elite on the Sigma. He can eat the Blizzard away, and that's maybe a tall order, but that really is all that's left for the Spark. I mean, Deadeye will buy them into the fight, but I'm not expecting a lot from the Deadeye. It really is just going to come down the Blizzard.
Yeah, Dragon Strike not going to be able to find him. A great headshot. Leave. Lining him up with a right click. He was taken out. Isu and Viper both tag low. Leave again.
Another one.
Weaving in these icicles. He's looking for more. He takes Viper down to a sliver of HP. And they don't even need to commit the Blizzard. Okay, so everything that I was saying
all the Deadeye,
would be utterly wrong. They just win the fight.
No ultimates. Yeah. They just walked in. They just straight up walked up. They donk walked onto the point. Leave got 2, and that was that. Now Shanghai Dragons are reset with 1 minute remaining. Is Spark gonna hold this one? I mean, they just might. 4 ultimates remaining. Hushwei's never gonna find the shot. He already got one earlier at the end of a fight.
Yeah.
To be fair, there's not much you can swing on when you're a Rhine versus a poke comp, so is what it is.
Pushing out this lower doorway by himself. Down to half HP, doesn't really care. He's just buying space for the rest of the team, and Shy's just sat up here on the high ground. Clicking heads, clicking bodies, 2 kills for him. Flooded taken down as well, and that's 30 seconds now remaining. I think they might just be able to pull this one off. Transcendence will buy them time at least to survive the Blizzard, but beyond that, who knows?
It's just, I mean, you can maybe try and force Lynx to sound barrier out early, and one of either the Gravitic Flux or the Blade could be really useful. But the Blade also can be countered by the Blizzard coming through from Leave as well. I think Blizzard, the deeper we get into OT, the better the Blizzard is. Same with the Deadeye. By the way, I think this is the same Deadeye that Shy's held on literally the whole map. Hasn't used a single one.
Waiting for the touch. Waiting for the touch!
Keep waiting. Keep waiting.
I don't want to blow everyone's ears out, but I want to scream.
I don't know who's meant to touch though, because it's just Viper. Who else can touch?
Oh, Shy dropped the C9 in chat.
Irish typed in 3 exclamation marks, so
oh my god. Well, it didn't take long.
I can hear the pain in that groan.
I'm also like I'm simultaneously I'm simultaneously also trying to not wake up my wife who's taking a nap on the couch. But man, do I just want to let all of my agony out via my vocal cords.
Well, it could be the final map, so if there was a map to do it. So here's what happens. I'm pretty certain Viper goes for the touch, but he just dies to Shine. And if Viper dies, no one else can touch, realistically speaking. Because there's, again, zero mobility on the Shanghai comp. Not that there's an issue with that. There's only an issue when you've not got any time left. When you have time left, you can slowly work your way through the map. What the real issue was that we thought Shanghai Dragons was gonna just easily cap B, and that didn't happen. With Hangzhou Spark casually strolling back onto B, Leave casually hitting 2 headshots, not a single ultimate spent. That was the game-defining moment. That was the round-defining moment for the first half.
Well, you can change up the players, you can put Fled on tank, but the Shang 9 cannot escape you. Guxue now going to be going for the Wrecking Ball on this attack, seemingly just not wanting to opt in at all to the Sigma battle. Seems like they've deemed it not up to snuff, so they won't even entertain it.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably just not good enough, and that's just the truth. And with that being the case, I don't blame them at all. They're gonna go for the dive instead. Leave on the Genji. We haven't seen Leave Genji since, oh god, when? Feels like forever. 2020 or something. I've probably seen it since then, but hasn't really been a Genji meta where Jinmu wasn't a Genji player, right? So Leave hasn't had the chance, and now chances a ride versus the Shanghai Dragons. Let's see if it works.
Alright. He's here on the high ground, just looking for a target and everything. Eluding him, and Leave gets on top of Gangnam Jin, takes him down. Deflect just delivering him unto death, so now down both supports. And now Widowmaker Shy quickly scoops up 3 eliminations on this Sombra. And he's 61% of the way to his first EMP.
It's 3 or 4. Both supports got deleted there. Certainly a lot. There will be one more fight here, but this is the fight that EMP comes on through. I mean, there's a real world where Shy is the one that gets the EMP before any other ultimates online. Okay, Viper's probably going to get the pulse bar, but aside from that, it's probably going to be the EMP here. Monk's still trying to race his way up towards the Nano, and both of those ultimates are going to be insane.
Door being held, the amount of damage in, pulse bomb does get stuck, and oh, he delivers it! Guxue jumps right into Langsa. Absolutely booms his support, and Viper's able to follow up onto Monk. There's going to be no coming back from that one, not in this fight. Time for the reset as Guxue will fall. 2 DPS members do manage to slink their way back over towards the spawn room doors fast enough to avoid death. But that's going to be a feels bad moment.
I had to just check that wasn't Fleder on the Winston. No, it's definitely Guxue. Just the rare oopsies from Guxue. Not known for those types of mistakes, but usually when you get pulsed as a Guxue, as a Winston rather, you jump into the sky as a Guxue.
It's synonymous.
You jump vertically, not horizontally.
Yeah. EMP into the back line. They're looking for Iris. Nade thrown down at his feet. He will stay alive. There's a nice sleep dart does connect as well to go ahead and put Guxue down for a nice little nap. EMP now held by Hisu, but Shy does find Flood at the end of it all. Primal not going to be off the card again. Going to be advancing forward with 1:30 remaining here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. Blade nearly built up. EMP comes across though. Big anti out on 3 members on the side of the Shanghai Dragons, but they're not able to capitalize, at least not yet. Leave dashes through, does find Gangnam Jin. The deflect finishes off Viper. And now it's just a meter left to go. Hisu spotted, finished off. Leave takes it upon himself to go ahead and finish the job and get them over the line.
It's fine, guys. Viper was just trying to reset himself. It's the quickest way to reset there. Neither of our Winston players got to play him off in that fight. Hacked out, deleted within seconds.
But the Nano was committed as well from Iris. So it's just an extra feels bad moment.
Well, just more ultimates in the hole for the Shanghai Dragons. And these early parts of now Havana B, it's all Spark territory. Leave goes towards the Tracer. He can properly dual Viper, even though I think the Genji's also fine for B. Shy well on his way towards his next EMP, and that's going to be the game changer.
Looking for the drop down stick. Not able to find it though. Viper. Slim margins there to have the miss come across. Splut is going to get forced back. The Primal buying some space, buying some time, but as he continues to get chunked out, just has to make his retreat. Now the ult is going to be gone. The EMP looking massive in Gangnam Jin. Yeah, he got hit by it, but he's instantly dealt with. Taken down. Now both supports gone. Flood are going to be antied out. His Leaf just looks for more targets. Monk will go ahead and take the scientist away from him. The cart can continue to push.
Shanghai had some slight kind of information gained as well, given the fact that Shy revealed himself to Hisu, but barely any time to respond. Hisu was trying to hack him out of the EMP. Shy just sends it anyway, and now we're on to final fight here. Still a primal available. Nano's up there as well. Good ultimates online. Hisu 13% away. Hisu needs to get this EEP online ASAP.
Just 3% away. Has it at the ready, but he's been noted. He has to translocate out.
Feeling much better.
The card halted for now.
That's critical. He's got no positioning, no setup.
Gushway, primal, looks to recontest onto the high ground. Line, both line of the Shanghai Dragons, but they're suffering their own losses as Gangnam Engineers both get taken down. Gushway jumping up over the top, lands on top of the Mega Pack, gets himself back to full HP as Leave desperately trying to stay alive. Doesn't manage to recall, but is right back into the welcoming hands of Hisu and Viper. So ends up getting traded back. Cart continues to inch.
Actually, there's a fancy feat there, but no more blinks available. No one could get back to payload. They were relying on Monk and Linkster to get the push on, and Spark tried to push too much further forward. They were trying to do a Guangzhou charge, but the wrong Zhou team. Spark now out of ult, is waiting for their own EMP. Good stick by Viper.
A massive one. That's a fairly fast build ult expended. They still hold on to both of these support ultimates. Langsa waits to rejoin. It's going to be a minute and 10 seconds now remaining for the Hangzhou Spark. Shy desperately tries to get this next EMP up. 7% away, but Flood is dead.
Oh, that's a solo kill.
The Shy just burns him down. The Nano is available. They could have bailed him out with any number of things, but now it's going to be Gangnam Jet antied out with the rally rolling, just trying to stay alive, but it's not going to happen.
Rally's gone.
He's too dead as well. Here's now investing the Nano, but it's on the Viper. He drops down. He will be able to find Shy. That does at least take away the EMP from the fight. It's Gushway down to his sliver. Pops the bubble. He's getting healed up by his cohorts here. The support's keeping him alive in the mix, but eventually Hisu rejoins. The pressure a bit too overwhelming. They find the punish. They find a Fleta as he is primaled up. Viper going to be traded out by Leave. Pulse bomb. Let loose. No kill to be found. Running here on the lengths of trying to stay alive. The EMP now comes through. Fleta going to fall. Hisu has one of his own. Drops it in. Catches 3. Leaf somehow stays alive. And now Gushway rejoins. The primal rolling. Dives in. They clear it out. They get the push across. And the Hangzhou Spark. I mean, it's hard fought by the Shanghai Dragons there on that final defense. But in the end, it is the Hangzhou Spark taking another series. It's a 3-0 back-to-back here in the opening day.
It's a good day to be a Zhou fan, whether you're the Guangzhou Charge or the Hangzhou Spark. They'll both be able to take out what in 2021 were like kind of the best teams, right? Shanghai and Dallas both having rough starts to the 2023 season. But versus the super team of the Hangzhou Spark, I mean, I think this was the expected result of the day. You could say that the Dynasty Infernal result, maybe that one was a little hard to call because we didn't have super tons of information on those types of teams, and had a little bit of murmurings about Infernal, but not that much. And for the Guangzhou Charge, that was a completely unexpected result. But this one, if you were gonna look at the pick'ems, you were probably gonna see a lot of people putting in the 3-0 for the Spark of beating the Shanghai Dragons for good reason. The only map that was even reasonably close was our final one in Havana, and that was mostly because I don't think Spark are that practiced or that confident on their brawl compositions. You don't get to put Leave on his best heroes. You're also, it's also just the wrong map. I mean, outside of the spawn camp, the Rhine comp doesn't give you a lot to work through for the rest of the map. You get past the gas station. The Sigma is superior. I think Fleta at least kind of redeemed himself on that pick.
Sure.
Hangzhou Spark had the option of substituting in Elsa. They didn't do that, and that's why the map was still closer. But then you move back over towards Dive, and it's good for Spark again.
Yeah, very good from them. Just many a clutch play, and Hangzhou Spark find their footing there at the very end, able to close it out. And it's just some of these little mistakes, these micro mistakes coming through from the Shanghai Dragons, costing them what could have very well been a one map and extending the series. You know, that Nano, the end of the fight after they already lose out on multiple people, the C9 moving off the cart. But enough about that. Let's go ahead and talk about our player of the match. I think, you know, this one was a bit up in the air for me. I personally was going with Gushway, but Leave, another fantastic candidate, of course, because, I mean, he started things off and he was just very much back in his MVP form off the rip.
I tell you what, it was Gushway, but then he ran a pulse bomb to Ling, so I was like, no, okay, give it to Leave. You got to give it to Leave after that. So, you know, fair enough.
Yeah, that'll Leave.
I'm making it up, obviously. I'm not making up the part where he ran the pulse bomb into his teammate. That was real. But when you look at the stats across the board, Leave was the top fragger in the lobby all 3 maps running. The last map, he did go equal Shy 11-11 apiece, but on every other map, Leave was absolutely outbragging everybody on their team. 2021 MVP caliber coming back in 2 years later after a pretty shocking year on the Chengdu Hunters. Now on the Hangzhou Spark, he's looking back to his old self.
Very much. I mean, the double dives to the Winstons once he was playing that Echo as well. Gorgeous to see. Just right at home, whether it was the Tracer, even the Ashe here putting up some nice highlight plays at the very end. Leaf had a whale of a time. And clearly, I think some things to be worked on when it comes down to, Guxue and expanding his hero pool, trying to get him onto things such as the Reinhardt and find some more comfort. We saw some very slow build times, but when it comes down to this DPS lineup, you don't have to have any concerns at all if you're a Hangzhou fan. And if you're not a Hangzhou fan, you have a lot to be scared of because these guys cover all of the bases, they check all of the boxes, and they both looked great today.
This stat line is very important. Final blows per 10, 10.2. This is the golden standard of like elite tier gameplay for DPS. If you look across stats, and I know this because in 2021, for the entire season, over the whole season, Lee was the only player in the entire league. This is what contributed to his 2021 MVP season. The only player in the whole league to get 10 final blows per 10 across the whole season. So that's the golden standard. And if you actually look back at a lot of the player of the matches, especially when it's DPS, POTMs, look at the NA games as well, very rarely do you actually see a DPS player get 10 or more final blows per 10 as a stat line. If you get 10 final blows per 10 as a stat line, you're playing out of your mind. That's an insane stat.
I mean, that's nuts, but he's also at 1.6 deaths per 10 minutes. So the guy is killing you all the time, and you're never getting the punish on him. An incredible performance there from Leave. And yeah, I think after taking a look at this, very much deserved, though. I still will give that shout to Guxue because he also had a very strong performance from the outset coming out on that Winston. And, I mean, for Shanghai, it's just unfortunate, you draw this Chinese super team, this squad that looks stacked from head to toe, and they very much showed that the rumors were true. This is a team to be feared. We'll go ahead and take a look back at the results on the day, though, as we started things off with a very close series, a giga-banger, if you will, with the Soul Bowl, the Bibimbap Brawl, as I like to call it, with Dynasty narrowly being able to take the series away from the Infernal. Really came down to those last two rounds on Oasis, where they were able to go from, down 99% all the way up to 100 pretty much back to back. And then we had a pleasant surprise from the Guangzhou Charge, delivering a very dominant 3-0, and then this more expected 3-0 victory here from the side of the Hangzhou Spark. The Shanghai Dragons continue to tool around with this roster and find their footing.
This is one of those times you bring up the fact that, well, it's a long season, so it's only day number 1 for the Shanghai Dragons, which means they've got a ton of time to work through. The only thing that you don't want to have happening is to repeat that same conversation several months down the line. You get into the second stages after mid-season, you're like, well, it's a lot less time now to work through Shanghai. It's, we're hoping for a little bit more. We heard rumors that Shanghai were not doing well in scrims, and well, certainly versus the Hangzhou Spark, that's going to end up being true. Both Dallas and Shanghai starting out on the bottom of the standings today, with both the Zhou teams, Guangzhou Charge and Hangzhou Spark, rounding out number 1 equal.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the Battle of the Zhous, once that comes up once again, it seems like that could be another, giga-banger series that we previously haven't really gotten to look forward to. Maybe a little bit in the past. It's very rarely where we look at those two teams and we're like, oh yeah, this is going to be the match that you have to watch. And I'm happy to say that it's trending in that direction.
We've got the Zhou down, we've got the Soul Bowl. I don't have one. I mean, dude,
we don't have the orange chicken bowl anymore.
Which, yeah, the spaghetti bowl, that's gone. Still got some fun ones in there. Shanghai versus Dynasty, in terms of that old matchup, the most storied matchup in Overwatch League history, is going to be very different in the future. But taking a look at our future matches, Dallas just lost 0-3 versus Guangzhou Charge, and now they have to go up against a very frightening Hangzhou Spark. And dare I say, I mean, on paper, Hangzhou Spark should be even better than the Guangzhou Charge. The Guangzhou Charge are already looking damn fine. The Soul Infernal would like to bounce back from their 0-1 start versus a weak-looking Shanghai Dragons.
Yeah, and I think that, for the side of the Soul Infernal, if you're not walking away with that series being a somewhat clean victory, then you're probably going to start having some concerns. But given what we saw today, it seems like they should be well-suited to it. For me, the big question is, Dallas Fuel, how did they respond after this loss? Because we've seen them have slow starts in the past. You think about last season, I believe, dropping their opening series to the Houston Outlaws. We had the Texas Showdown and everything, and then obviously they went on to become champions. So can that happen again with a slightly different roster? It's going to be the big question. So we'll have to wait until next week to find that out. But I mean, as always, a very fun time. It's great to be back, and hopefully you guys were able to bear with us through some of the issues that we had here today. But I think overall it was a fun day.
And I would say like, oh, that sounds like some Dallas cope, but truthfully, they do actually often lose their opening match. That actually does happen like every single time. It's incredible how.
So does Shanghai.
But it's true. And Shanghai also do they? I think they also they did last year. They lost their opening match was versus Fusion, I believe, and they lost that one. So it happens. I guess it does happen, but the future games is going to be where we get to really settle it. But as we sort of mentioned there, Dallas don't get any easier games moving forward because their next match is versus Hangzhou, who look insane. But it's been a good start. This is the only day, by the way, for the Eastern broadcast for APAC. We just get the one day, so you want to see these teams again, you have to literally wait a whole week.
Yeah, unfortunate as it is, but it's the way that the cookie crumbles. I will leave this parting gift to the Shanghai Dragons fans as a little bit of something to feel happy about at the end of it all, and it's not related to the gameplay too much, but did find out as we were going into Havana that our head observer in Korea is Ding, formerly of the Shanghai Dragons, and I hadn't known that, so that's good. So his success lives on whether he's spectating Shanghai's loss or not. But I don't know. I guess you could feel good about that if you've been following the squad for a while. But anyway, that's going to do it from us. NA is going to be coming up later, so make sure you tune into as always, the lesser region. But we'll be right back here next week to bring you guys more APAC action, so we hope to see you then. Love yous. Bye.